3, 2, 1. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon everyone, wherever you are and you're still watching this show. My name is Gonzaga with the Freedom Alternative and I'm here with Mr. Luiz de Carvalho. Sir, welcome to my show. Thanks a lot for accepting to appear on my show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bolsonaro. It's a pleasure to be here.
So, let's get straight into it. We're probably going to be around on this video for at the very least 2 hours. We tend to talk a lot, and that's not a bad thing at all. Long format tends to be better than short format, although in the age of short attention spans.
Yes. The audience will have to excuse us. We'll talk and talk and talk.
We'll split it, we'll split it on several parts with on topics, and maybe that will get better. So, let's go with the first topic. Walk me and walk my audience through the history of Brazil up until the moment of the election of Jair Bolsonaro, but particularly the older history, which is really hard to come around.
Okay, let us try to make a very short version. First, I just want to say that I only speak for myself. I don't speak in the name of any institution. I don't speak in the name of any government, any political party, or any other person. I only speak as an individual here. Everything you're gonna hear is just my opinion, and it's not a very expert opinion. It's a reasonably informed opinion.
Which is already much better than we can read in the media. So.
Oh yes, especially about recent politics in Brazil. You're not gonna hear any truth in the big media. Well, Brazil's history is kind of complex to explain, because Brazil is, in a certain way, there's just a succession of many Brazils with very little continuity from one to another for many different historical accidents. Okay, so for example, we have the first Brazil, the Brazil of the discovery. This Brazil was mainly defined by the Jesuit missions, the Jesuit missionaries. They went there, they began to preach the religion to the Indians, to make the Indians subject to the crown of Portugal, and in a certain way create a common language there. They learned the language of many languages of the Indians. Many of them were killed by cannibals and savages.
I mean, the savages are not noble. That's what they teach in university.
This is very interesting. If you read the letters of the Jesuits to their leaders in Europe, they will say you have remarkably different types of savages in Brazil. You go into a place and they will eat your flesh. You go in another place and they are the most gentle, the most friendly, the most innocent people. And so it's kind of a natural thing. They are almost in a state of nature. Some groups find a way of living together in a human way, and because they are all close together, they are kind of almost one family. They simply learn to live peacefully. And others become monsters because of the hardship of that life. So savages are very unequal. Not all savages are equal, and the tribes are very independent from each other, very different from each other. So you can find a gamut of, I don't know if this is even a word in English.
It is.
It is a word, right? Sorry, I don't really speak English. I am just trying to fool you all. So you find a gamut of human types from one tribe to another. Within a tribe, the human types are very alike, very alike. But from one tribe to another, you find very different peoples in Brazil. And also in the other countries of South America, but because of the Andes, the peoples, the Indians from Brazil, were kind of very separated from the Indians to the west coast of South America. And so in some tribes, they said they are almost like angels. They are very innocent, they don't lie, they don't try to fool you, there is almost no violence. And others is the contrary, is all kinds of horrible stuff, people eating people, slavery, and all kinds of brutality. So we can say that some savages are noble in a way. Even that is not a very precise image, because nobility is a characteristic within a group. Nobility is what's a noble? Noble are the best people within a group.
They are only noble by comparison with the rest.
With the other tribes, within the tribe, they were not exactly noble. They were, this is the way of being a human being here. So there was lots of violence. There is lots of brutality. The Jesuits worked a lot for the benefit of the Indians. They every time the Portuguese settlers were abusing the Indians, they were constantly denounced by the Jesuits, because they were educating the Indians, the natives, to become subjects to the crown, to become Christians and subjects to the crown. But they were educating them and really not exploiting them. They were doing that not just for the benefit of Portugal, but also for the benefit of the Indians. And so this is the first Brazil. The root, the first education, mastery of language, crafts, everything, maps, description of geography. It's all from them. But this Brazil was aborted with the end of the Jesuit order in Europe, the extinction of the Jesuit order. This Brazil was aborted, and we have a intermediary term. I'm simplifying very much this history. Okay, it's 500 years of history. It's very complex. I'm not a historian. I don't have a great taste of telling you all the details. It's just the general ideas. The idea of the Jesuits was to extend Portugal, really extend Portugal in South America. Then, with the end of Jesuit order, we have a little time, and Brazil stays kind of in a
state of limbo.
Kind of a limbo, exactly. That kind of started some miscegenation, in part because the Jesuits were teaching the children of the natives and the children of the Portuguese settlers all together, playing together, teaching together, going to church together, and in part because there is this system of education disappears with the extinction of the order, and that becomes again kind of a wild country. Then we have a second Brazil. This period between the Jesuits and this what I'm calling a second Brazil have many distinctive phases, but they are not relevant for our purpose here. Then we have when the Portuguese crown goes to Brazil, running from Napoleon, and the crown creates the Imperial Brazil. It brings courts of justice. It brings a new system of education, more education again. This time, an education more inspired, not exactly a church education, more an enlightened education, the education of the age of reason and things like that. This is what we can, the first Brazil that we can identify as the Brazil that we have today. Something of the Brazil. The Brazil that we have today is a continuation of that one. Mm-hmm. There, Brazil as we know it starts. And that goes till the early 19th century, when we have the Republic. And this is where modern Brazil begins. But the Republic in Brazil didn't happen the same way as the American Republic, the American Revolution. The Republic was actually just a coup d'etat from the military that wanted to seize the power. And because the crown was divided, they had to return to Portugal. There was fights between two princes, and so the crown was weak and not really completely present in Brazil. The military took the power, seized the power. Now, the military republic degenerated very quickly. Very, very quickly. It was a succession of one little dictator after the other. And in the last 130 years now, I think 130 years almost, we've been trying to accomplish the republic. It's 130 years trying to become a republic. And we can say that we failed miserably in 130 years. we can really say that, but Brazilians might get offended with that. I don't want to be offensive to my own countrymen. We tried, but we really didn't know what it was. We really didn't know what it was. At the same time that we were trying to make a republic, we were trying to find out what we are. What is to be a Brazilian? Okay, this is the Republic of Brazil, but what is to be a Brazilian? And it's very hard to find out those two things at the same time. When we had the crown, okay, one problem is solved. This is the empire. There's the king.
We are Portuguese.
We are Portuguese.
We know what, yeah.
Exactly, we know what we are. And now we're not that anymore. But we don't know what are the traits of the Brazilian identity. What are the traits of the Brazilian identity? We didn't know. We've been trying to understand that this is still something in the mind of Brazilians. Wow, we love to be Brazilians, but what is to be a Brazilian? I don't know. I don't know. And at the same time trying to accomplish a republic, to become a republic. We couldn't do that. The first great movement that we can say, oh, that was a Republican movement, is the movement that brought the military to power again in '64, because the military came to power by popular acclaim. There was serious danger in Brazil of becoming a communist country, but the people were very against communism. And this is one hint for us to discover what's to be a Brazilian, for us to find out what is to be a Brazilian. Because the Brazilians were very, very, very against communism. When they realized there is a danger of becoming communism, we asked the military, no, put down the president and call for other general elections because we don't want communism here.
We may not know precisely what we are, but we definitely know what we're not.
We definitely know what we're not, exactly. By that time, one thing we knew about ourselves, and by that time it was a strong trait of identity. We are Catholics, and most of the population was Catholic till then. And the Catholic Church in Brazil, by that time, have had a very Catholic education. So you would go to a church and they would say communism is bad. That changed later.
A lot later.
But by that time it was very clear that we didn't want that. Okay, the military did that, but they failed to fulfill their promise. They went to power, they took power, saying they were going to stay for 6 months, and they stayed for 20 years. And that's not exactly the deal. They had some reasons. Okay, communism was a real danger, a larger danger than initially thought. Today there are many documents declassified. That's the word. Declassified. That show that the communists were acting there in Brazil deeply from at least 10 years before.
And probably gotten emboldened in '68 when both France and the United States suffered a huge sudden growth of communist thought, and surely some of that would have been exported to Brazil without the military at least keeping some of it in check.
Certainly. But what happened was the military were very good on fighting the
institutional communism.
No, the communism that was acting in a terrorist way. The military efforts of the communists, the guerrilla. Okay, who is the terrorists? Who is putting bombs? Who is kidnapping ambassadors? Who is doing violence? Who is robbing banks? Oh, they fought very well, the communists, on that area. With that might sound weird, but with very little bloodshed, actually. That didn't affect the population in general much. But at the same time, they were completely blind for the communism entering universities, newspapers, all the media, TV channels, and the culture. They were completely ineffective in this area.
Ineffective or oblivious?
In part oblivious, in part ineffective.
Because I'm thinking, it's a military, so they would identify the military threats very well, but institutional threats are a bit harder for militaries to understand, unless it's military intelligence, which presumably at the time was less developed.
Indeed. Also, we have to remember that the military in Brazil, they created the republic decades before. But they saw very quickly that it didn't work. It didn't work. And they carried kind of this guilt. So they were thinking on using this opportunity. Okay, we are in power again. Let us try to create the structure that we think will make the republic possible. Let us see what went wrong, what we did wrong. So they did some good things in the economy, some bad things. They worked a lot to renew in the infrastructure of Brazil. So they did something in this area because they thought that's the problem. The problem is on that level, and they didn't solve it. They really didn't solve it. Look, okay, but you go to a university and they're preaching there, they're teaching there, or preaching there, really. Exactly what you're fighting
against
in the jungle. So gradually, in the 20 years that the military were in power, the left speech became the standard. became standard.
The way people constructed thought.
The way people constructed thought, exactly. The way people frame problems. The way people express what they think is wrong with their lives. So all the imagination is seized. And imagination and language is seized. Now you cannot escape this. It's very easy for somebody that understands that language from outside, or is the originator of that language, to use it against you. And that's exactly what happened when the military moved out. So when it was 89, I think, 88, we made a constitution assembly. We gathered people and we made a constitution that is very easy to a communist. We granted so many rights, so many rights
to everyone.
Exactly.
Yes.
So many rights.
I was about to ask what is with that constitution.
In a situation where you can only frame the problems in terms of how the government was going to solve my problems. And you have to remember that we only had a real country when, well, you had a king. The king was a symbol of the country. So the identity of the country, if a country starts with a monarchy, the identity of the country is on that crown, is on that throne. But now there is no throne, there is interior republic. We should think how we should solve the problems, and then we vote about it, and we talk about it, and we just put somebody to do what we want there. But that was not the mindset, the original mindset. That was not the mindset in universities, in the media, and that was not the mindset of the constitution. So the people don't have a real experience of what is to be a republic. Don't have that in history, in their history.
No reference point.
No reference point. They don't have a constitution that helps that, and they don't have a way of expressing themselves in a republican way, or a democratic way, or a free way. So when you have all that, what's the result? The result is we only have left.
Chaos until the left becomes the norm.
There's only left. There's only left. If you study the candidates for presidents in Brazil since '88, there's basically only left.
There was a point when this was even admitted up front that
exactly
all the candidates for the presidency were left-wingers, as in all of them, and there were like 12 or
all of them, exactly all of them. Even now, even in this last election, okay, we had what, 15
of which 14 of the left.
Exactly. You have one kind of libertarian
and 14 leftists.
Then Bolsonaro, which is not a libertarian, not a conservative. Bolsonaro doesn't have an ideological profile, a precise ideological profile. He is aligned with the values of the people in a very, very unique way. We will reach Bolsonaro chapter later. But you cannot say he's a libertarian, or he's a conservative, or he's a militaristic type. Even media wants to put this image that he's a very militaristic type. They are going to make that place a dictatorship.
The guy's not even in power yet. Can we please let him do something before we comment on that?
That's not exactly true. He have a long history in the legislative. And if you follow this history, you see that he gradually aligns. He starts indeed saying, look, in the time of the military, that was good. That was the right way of doing things. But he gradually, from one mandate to the other, you see his positions on legislation, you see that he begins to align value by value with what you can check in polls are the values of the Brazilian people. Little by little, he assumes that identity kind of naturally, with the experience in politics, he aligns with that. And so you see that this is the direction he is going. That's used, one thing that is used a lot against Bolsonaro is, okay, things that he said 10 or 20 years ago, out of context, or from the time that he himself didn't knew to express exactly who he was politically.
Or had not evolved enough.
Or had not evolved enough, exactly. As we said, we have to remember that 20, 30 years ago, there was a problem of language. There were only two ways of thinking in Brazil, of saying what you think. Or you think
like the
left, like the media, or you think like the military.
The military, yeah.
There's no other way of thinking. We have no memory of anything else. If you spoke with the people, any people would try to identify, okay, you're saying this or that. These are the options. So between these options, when he starts in politics, he said, no, between these options, I stay with the military, it's better. I don't see where the left is going as a better alternative. I see it as a worse alternative. But gradually he begins to change. Year by year you can see that.
And discovers that there are more ways than just leftism and military.
Exactly. In Brazil, we had this miracle, which was my father. It's a kind of a miracle. My father recovered Olavo de Carvalho. Okay, you guys can check his name on the internet. His only desire on his life, his personal ambition, I want to be a good writer. I want to write well. I want to speak well, write well, and I want to do some good to my country. So my father, in a certain way, recovered a way of speaking to Brazilians. Thousands of people that read his books or watched his classes, had classes with him, can attest to that. The fact is, okay, I was feeling the things exactly like that, but I didn't knew how to say, to express, how to say exactly what I was feeling. I was having to force myself to say it in one way or another way, but none of them were expressing exactly what I was thinking. So he gave back to Brazil a language to talk about themselves, to recover who we are, what we feel, what are our problems, what hurts in us, what pleases us, what we love, what we hate. And people try to say, oh, Olavo is ultra-conservative, right-wing, and well, not exactly. Not exactly. He's not a politician. He's not a politician. It only happens that, wow, the things that we love.
Once you expand the language, it just so happens that most people will start finding conservatism themselves, not necessarily because Olavo de Carvalho told them to.
Exactly. Brazilians are very conservative on many things. They're not conservative in every aspect. For example, we have a great tolerance to nudity that conservatives in general do not have, that only libertarians have.
Anglo-conservatives, to be more precise, because conservatives in Germany, for instance, have a very high tolerance for nudity. Even here in the northern part of the country is a much higher tolerance. In the south, not so much because
exactly. So in Brazil, okay, if you want to wear, a wire when you go to the beach, nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's a point that we really don't care.
But I want to ask, because that's something that really fascinated me, and probably you can tell me more about that. In 1990, so the military dictatorship is out, the left is in, and at some point, I believe it was even the guy who is now in jail, Lula, and some others, they created something called the Rio de Janeiro Forum, or something like that, to create in Brazil what was lost in Eastern Europe. Here in Eastern Europe, we had kicked the commies out. In Romania, literally helicoptered them out. And somewhere across the pond, some leftists were trying to create there what had been lost. In Eastern Europe. Tell me about that, because that's really something that most people don't know.
PT, Partido dos Trabalhadores, which is literally the Workers' Party in Brazil, was founded by a faction of the left that was fed by the leftist infiltration in the Catholic Church. We remember that being Catholic is a very important element, defined element of identity, historical identity in Brazil.
That's why the KGB invested so much in the liberation theology.
It's a very important. Nowadays, not that much, because we have now 35% of the population, 1/3 of the population are Protestants. But in the 60s, in the 70s, when the Partido dos Trabalhadores was founded, we were still a great majority of Catholics. And so the left infiltrated the Catholic Church, and they began to foster this movement. And PT was kind of fed. It was the faction of the left that was fed, and because of that, it attained a certain level of organization. Also, the great minds of PT were not isolated Brazilian leftists or communists. They were working together
with the Socialist International.
With the Socialist International, exactly. And about 20 years after the founding of PT, they found the São Paulo Forum, Foro de São Paulo, which is an international association of all movements of the left in South America. All movements related to the left, political parties, social movements, NGOs, and traffickers, drug traffickers, everything that is in a certain way, in any way, or directly and positively trying to build the left, or being a strong force of dissolution of the institutions. Like the drug trafficking this is corrupting the population and weakening the fabric of society, and that makes it easier for you to implement a big change. So all this was gathering together with the explicit, this is all documented, explicit goal of refounding, remaking, rebuilding here in South America what was lost in Eastern Europe. What is the strongest political form of the communist movement. And wow, I got lost.
Who built that, and what was their success? Because they obviously had some success, at least in the first decade.
They had some success, but let us try to explain that. For 20 years, Lula was candidate, Lula, which is one of the founders of the Workers'
Called
Party.
by Obama the most popular politician in the world.
In the world. Oh, yes, that's very funny.
That was puke-inducing.
If you check video recordings of Lula in the 70s and in the 80s, you will see that he have a very visual identity of a worker, a proletarian with a big beard and a very communist. Very communist preaching. We want exactly. We're not going to say communism because we're not a communist party, though we are.
Not necessarily communism, but something to be appreciated.
Let us not name it.
Yeah.
Let's not name it communist. Okay. We want equality. We want social justice and. The problem of the world. We're not communists, but our enemy are the capitalists. Okay? And he was failing to have national projection, failing systematically on having national projection, because, as we said, Brazilians are very conservative. Even the party was big enough to have small positions, and even I think a couple of governors from states which are kind of provinces in Brazil, but he could not hit the target that was to become president. That changed when they decided to cover him in a makeup. If you see Lula from one year to the other, 1 year he's there on a t-shirt with a big beard, talking about how good is Cuba, how good is Russia, how good is China, and suddenly all that talk changes. He appears in a suit with a tie and a beard very well trimmed, and talking about we have to keep the privatization initiated in the former government. We have to making promises to businessmen and to the financial class that don't worry, we're not going to do anything crazy. We're just going to do advance the social order of the country, but in a very our model now is kind of Sweden, the old talk, but a visual identity very different, very different. That it was so remarkable that people nicknamed him. Now, from Lula to Lulinha Paz e Amor, the little Lula, peace and love. With a new talk, and then he got the presidency. Now, in those 20 years before reaching there, they didn't reach there, but they really understood very well how the political power worked in Brazil, how it worked. The moment they entered there, they took the state gradually and in a way that is invisible for the people. We have to remember that the Brazilian people, as we said, we were not exactly a republic. At no point it was in the open discussion or for the people or in universities or in the media how the power really works in Brazil, how decisions are made, how things really work. This was not being discussed.
What is the institutional path towards change?
Path towards exactly. How you do things here, and they were just knowing that among themselves, and they took that. They replaced that caste of power. They replaced completely that caste of power, and suddenly, okay, all the power is yours. You can do anything. You can do. You're not only the president and a a few governors and some people in the legislative. No, you can do anything. You can do anything, because now in Brazil we never had also exactly a fully capitalist system. So big business always depended very much on the government. There was a strong let's say promiscuity between business and government, and they took advantage of that. And so in a very short period, from 2000 to till now, Brazil was quickly becoming really effectively a communist country.
Communism in all but name.
In all but name. We all know, okay, communism is dead. Oh, it's okay, it's dead. It's another thing, it's a different thing. It's the enemies of the capitalists. Okay? We don't. They change name all the time. It's not communism. Okay? It's the anti-capitalism. And at the same time, in the beginning, they did some effective but kind of artificial movements, and there was a sudden impression of prosperity very early, and people said, okay, life is a bit easier now, mainly through easy credit for small things. So a very poor person suddenly can buy a fridge and pay. The banks are having lines of credit for very short amounts, and people can buy small things, and suddenly their life improved a bit, and a few other.
But it wasn't sustained or healthy economic growth.
Exactly, it was not really developing the country. It is not really developing the country. It was suffocating agribusiness, for example, which is a huge part of our economy, was being suffocated. At the same time, not only that, but lots of land was being seized by social movements and large swaths of the country land now are not our country anymore.
This seems so bloody familiar.
And all that was happening, and the problem was Brazilians didn't have the means to say, I see there is something wrong on what you're doing.
But I don't know why and how to explain.
I don't know why and how to explain, and because that is just a feeling. The population, it's just a feeling. What do I know really? Maybe I'm wrong.
But instinctively, it kind of sounds bad.
It sounds bad. It doesn't feel exactly like. Feel that something is getting worse. And I think that what mainly changed that was my father's work. Is the fact that he reintroduced to his readers and his students first authors from the right. Nobody was reading. Nobody in Brazil had no idea what was the right. Well, nobody, of course. Some
probably 1 million people, but in a country of 200 million.
200 million exactly is nothing. Nobody was discussing that. Nobody was discussing that. Nobody was knowing Brazil. Okay, you buy this. How much of this price is taxes? How much is taxes? You don't know.
Why do you pay those taxes?
Why?
What is the return on those?
On those, exactly. What's going on here? Do you know that you work 5.5 months a year
for the state?
For the state. Do you know that?
At what point does it become slavery?
Do you know that a child in public school costs between 3 and 5 times more than a child in private school? Do you know that?
And the quality of education obviously absolutely atrocious, like anywhere else, really.
Exactly. Recent research is this. I'm not kidding. This might be. You're not going to believe. If we tell people what's going on in Brazil, people don't believe. They have to go and check the numbers by themselves. By the government numbers, about 47% of students about to enter college are not capable of reading a text and understanding it.
That's functional illiteracy.
Functional illiteracy, exactly. 47%. That's a half.
That's a lot.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
I mean, there are places in Europe where it goes pretty high, but more like a third would be the worst. But most, yeah, 47, it's a lot, definitely a lot.
It
tells a lot about the quality of public education, for sure.
And the worst thing, after that, they enter college,
and they come out dumber.
And they come out with a degree,
but still functional.
But still incapable of reading.
Terrible.
I have personally met lawyers that were not capable of reading. Lawyers.
Why would you hire that person unless you want for sure to go to jail? Otherwise,
exactly. He's not capable of reading. Doctors not capable of reading. Medical doctors, physicians. Huh? That's insane. That's insane. That cannot work. And my father created a wave of breaking that. First with 100 students, 200, 1,000.
Let's
20.
say this to my audience. Your father started 30 years ago. Probably even a bit more than that, right?
Well, he started 30 years ago. I would say that he started looking at these things 50 years ago. 50
but
years
when
ago.
he started teaching and when he started taking some action, even if he didn't necessarily intend to take action, but it turned out.
I would say 25 years ago, it was kind of clearly set that, okay, I'll have to do that. Nobody else is going to do it. Nobody else is going to do it.
I can totally empathize with that. I rarely empathize, but I definitely empathize with that. Nobody else is going to do it. I'm going to have to do it.
No, nobody else is going to do it. I'm going to have to fight with everybody. Yeah.
Let's dwell a little bit to the treatment applied to your father. At some point, you told me in one of our conversations, and I apologize to making this public, but you tell me he was basically turned into a sort of a Voldemort. You don't say his name in public.
Yes.
That was the treatment that was applied to him.
He was applied, exactly. A reasonably important person in the media determined from about Olavo de Carvalho, you don't speak. You don't even criticize. You don't mention his name. And that rule was followed till after the election of Bolsonaro.
So till about 2 months ago.
Till about 2 months ago.
It's November the 30th when they're taping this. I have no idea when I'll publish it, but 25 years of being Voldemort, essentially.
Essentially Voldemort. And the advantage is that, a few people didn't believe he was very capable. They didn't believe. And so accepted to debate him. Very few leftists of some proeminence decided, okay, I'm going to talk about Olavo de Carvalho and I'm going to show that he's just an ignorant, and failed miserably. Many of these debates are recorded or at least written. Transcribed, exactly. And all failed miserably. He has shown, look, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just an idiot, basically. And he started first with his small private classes, then his books, then he started a kind of a radio talk show in the internet, where he used a more popular language. He was, but always indicating, look, on this subject, read this, read that, read that, and that reached a lot larger audience. And with the growth of internet in Brazil, then he finally made what is probably his greatest contribution, which is his online course on philosophy that have thousands of students and hundreds of classes recorded, where people could see him thinking on things, thinking about things. And
examples on how to construct thought outside of the straitjacket.
How to research something. If you don't know anything about it, how do you go? What do you do? What do you read? How you build a bibliography? How do you understand the state of the question, where it started and where it is? all, let us say, basic skills for an intellectual, but teaching very well and showing live the process of doing that, of starting. Start from your perception. Never go away from your perception. Never go away from your own individual conscience. Don't tell yourself that you know what you don't know and that you don't know what you know. And then one of his students made a compilation of articles and published this compilation on many subjects, kind of showing the variety of activity that he was doing, and that was a great success, publishing success in Brazil. Number one in sales in Brazil for a long period. Recently republished, now with even more success, naturally. And then in 2013, 2015, something weird happened. We don't know if it was the internet, what the hell it was.
Let me tell you how I perceived it. In 2015, this channel was really young, and I slipped something in one of my videos in November. I remember clearly it was in November 2015 when I said something is about to happen in Brazil. I don't know why, I don't know how, but something is about to happen and most of us will probably like it. And at that time, I remember clearly a fan, I won't say his name because I respect the privacy of my fans. What do you mean by that? And the reason I was saying that is because I saw a few protests that had consistently two big messages. Less Marx, more Mises, and Olavo tem razão. Olavo is right. I had no idea why they were putting Olavo tem razão there. I had already heard about the work of your father through the work of LEGENDADO, who did a lot of in the business of translating your father's work into Romanian. One of that interviews is on this channel, by the way, well, portions of it. I've uploaded it on Christmas last year, I think, or 2 years ago, something like that. But something was happening, and now that you tell me that he was basically Voldemort, that was one way of sticking it up to the left.
It was very strong.
Refusing to talk about him, but then again you had 100,000 or 200,000 people in the street with signs saying Olavo is right.
Olavo is right, Olavo is right, exactly. And so the first thing that we realize is, okay, you have reached a lot more people than we think. I remember saying, I think 1 or 2 years before, in a hangout with him, I said, your work has already reached historical proportion in Brazil. That was before the manifestations. But I was having that feeling because of the level of re-education. I've been teaching people also for about 20 years now. 20 years?
98. Yeah.
98.
20
Yes,
years.
20 years. Now, and I have personally experienced countless times when a student comes and you have studied with my father first and you didn't. And you have read my father's books and you didn't. and okay, I can teach you things very easily. My subjects, my field of have almost nothing to do with politics. It's just, okay, a classic philosophy, okay, introduction to Aristotle, to Plato, to Socrates, and compared religion. It's other fields completely different, but are fields that demand all those basic skills. All those basic skills. And I was saying, what the hell? How can you not understand what I just said? How can you not understand? And I realized that difference, and I realized the number of people influenced by him was growing, steadily growing, and the difference in capacity for assimilating something was
striking to say the least.
It's striking to say the least. It's just, I really didn't imagine that. Actually, I didn't knew that education was that bad. I didn't knew. I'm a very ignorant person. I didn't knew education was that bad in Brazil. And it was so striking that those people, not only they understand things better, they are becoming capable of expressing their own problems with the same clarity, with the same precision, and they are capable of talking to other people, to their co-workers, to their friends, to their people of their family, in those terms.
They were able even to spread the knowledge better.
Spread the knowledge better, exactly. Not only they were understanding their problems better, but they were able to convey this knowledge. And then by that time I felt I think it's too late to revert that. But I was thinking, okay, in 20 or 30 years, I was thinking that 2013, 2014, in 20, 30 years, maybe we'll have some political change from this. And then suddenly begin those popular movements, protests that were actually initiated by the left
and got hijacked and
hijacked by the people. And it was very beautiful because it was very Republican. It was the people by themselves with very, very little institutional organization, expressing their problems in a very clear manner. In a very, very clear manner. Okay, not all problems, not the deepest problems, but well, okay, this is a problem, and the direction to the solution is that you're pointing. For the first time, you're pointing to a right direction.
And the reference frame was distinctly non-leftist.
Exactly. The direction of the solution we want is in a different direction. Is in the direction that is not the left. We don't know what it is yet, but it's not that. It's different.
Somewhere else.
It's less government. It's less. It was the first time. We want less. We want you to stop bothering us.
What should the government do? Probably leave us alone.
Get out of our way. And this Olavo was right. And this had another effect because everybody was saying that. It was not the TV channels tried really hard to hide, but now everybody has a cell phone, everybody has access to YouTube, so things were going to the internet, and lots of people were saying, "Who the hell is this Olavo?"
And they have Google.
And they have Google, exactly.
For all its faults, Google is still your friend in many ways.
Exactly. Very recently, I think a couple of weeks ago, kind of a YouTuber from Brazil that usually does videos of book reviews, asked her audience to choose a book for her, and they choose one of my father's books. And she said, okay, I'm going to read. If you guys choose this one, I'm going to read. And she read, and she said, first thing I have to say, he's very funny. He writes really well. And I gotta say, guys, I kind of agree with 70-80% of what he says. Strangely, I don't know. That's so weird for me. He's supposed to be a monster, but I kind of agree with almost everything he says. And she had lots of problems because other YouTubers, Brazilian YouTubers, you're a traitor, you're a monster, you're fascist, you're far right.
Didn't she learn to answer like your father, fasciste sua mãe?
Not yet.
Not yet,
because she was totally taken by surprise. She was not expecting this person.
No, she wasn't expecting first to agree and then to also get the backlash that she was probably in the past part of it.
So it's many levels of surprise. I was not expecting a human being first. Olavo de Carvalho should not be a human being. I was not expecting a good writer, a great writer, writing very well. And most of all, I was not expecting agreeing with him on anything. And no, he is a human being and kind of an interesting human being. He's a great writer, and I don't know, I think he's kind of right. She tries to, she tries to, no, I want to disagree more with him. But I think it's too late for you. You took the vaccine now. I think it's a couple of years now, two or three more books, and you'll be done. You'll be converted.
You'll be wearing the less marks, more misses sign.
You'll be wearing that. You'll be wearing the Olavo tem razão with the cigarette in the t-shirt. And I don't think there is a way back for her, because once a person that knows how to read my father. He's a damn good writer. I know people might think, okay, you're talking about your father. No, I'm not talking that because he's a damn good writer. It's amazing.
Even his enemies appreciate that he's a good writer.
Yes. Every great writer in Brazil recognized that from the beginning. From the beginning. This is a great writer. This is a great mind. Not only a great writer, but also a great mind. But great writers they love their art. So it doesn't matter the position of the other writers, they love their art. Above all, they love their art. But besides this small circle of great writers, all the Brazilian academia was no, Olavo, no way. This is a monster. This is our arch enemy. This is evil itself. But if a person knows how to read Portuguese and reads his works, he is very clear. He's very clear. It's very clear. He's very. I don't know. I don't know other languages well enough to show two examples. You know, to say, look, this is my father. This is a leftist guy, great mind, leftist great mind in Brazil today. Read this and read that. And first, this is beautiful. This is ugly. First thing, you're speaking. You're just making noise. It doesn't matter the ideas, but you're speaking. You're making noise. I think that was one of the factors of difference. I think that,
and also the hook to his work.
That was the hook. That was the hook, and the easiness of communication is, yes, yes, yes. My heart was saying that exactly that way. So that grasps the person immediately, and then the ideas settle in, and okay, yeah. I feel this way, but I think this is the best way.
Mm-hmm. It certainly does make sense.
It certainly does make sense.
Mm-hmm. One of the toppest points of your father's work that I've been able to read is his critique on language, and we've spoken already about language a little bit. This is something that I think he called it the networks of illusions that controls language. And basically his advice all the time is first critique the language. Whenever you're talking to someone, first critique the language. And you and I both noticed in our private conversations that probably this is one of the reasons why in the English-speaking world Jordan Peterson is so popular. Because he does exactly the same thing. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
First, let's agree on definitions and then we can talk. He first criticizes the language. The importance of the language. This is something that very few intellectuals, academics or non-academics, have been able to figure out in the modern era. Your father was one of the few that figured it out. You first need to break down the language barrier.
Exactly. Language is all we have.
And by language barrier, I don't mean the fact that, you know, my native tongue is Romanian, yours is Portuguese, but the language barrier in the sense the way you frame thought.
The way you frame a thought. Mm-hmm. Exactly. The way you feel. Okay, the buses in this town are terrible. What's the problem? Mm-hmm. What's the problem?
And compared to what? Terrible.
Exactly. Terrible compared to what? And how can you imagine
a better solution?
A better solution. Mm. What are the solutions that appear on your imagination? Mm. The solutions that appear on your imagination depends on two things. Mm. What you have seen before and what you can construct from what you have seen before. And what you were capable of naming even if you didn't saw. Mm-hmm. What you're capable of naming even if you didn't saw. This is very important because for example, how religion works. Well, most people didn't saw angels or God or a miracle, but they can name those things very precisely. They can name them very precisely, and because they can name them very precisely, they can make an analogy from that speech, from that discourse, to their experience. And so, for example, a person can say about the small miracles of my own life, the small effects of prayer, and I can feel in that an answer from God. Why you can feel an answer from God? Because you have first a name, God, and God is a person, and God speaks to you. All this is a discourse for you first.
Because you have the language, then you can describe.
Then you can describe. Then you can try to see if it is in your world. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, it's. Let us say that, in principle, abstractly, human intelligence is independent from language. Mm-hmm. But the fact is, we are not angels. We are not intellectual beings or spiritual beings.
Definitely, we're not telepathic. So
we're not telepathic.
We still need language because we can't download each other's.
Exactly. Now, language has this power that is, it can turn my intelligence to fields that were completely dark to it.
This was one of the biggest revelations of the new left, wasn't it? The fact that language has power. The old left, the Leninists, figured only portions of it, tiny bits of it. They were still amateurs. That's why the Pravda type of propaganda was eventually completely inefficient. I mean, back in the days of the Soviet Union, or even here in communist Romania, we all knew that the Scânteia, which was the Romanian version of Pravda, was almost entirely lies, and even the portions that were not lies, they're only half-truths at best. Everyone knew that. Even the die-hard, dedicated members of the party, even those people knew, and nobody really believed it. But the new left came up with this thing that language has power.
Has power.
And as a result, it has to be subverted.
Subverted, and we have to create a new language. And they have been doing that for decades now.
And they've been remarkably successful.
Successful. Exactly. They arrested people.
Particularly in the English language, in the English-speaking world, but also, yes, in not just in Brazil, in the Spanish-speaking world in general. Less successful in Eastern Europe. Gee, I wonder why.
Yes.
But yeah,
you create a few new words,
and then you expand their meaning.
Microaggression. What the hell is a microaggression? It's a needle that hits me. It's a pin. Microaggression, and
the
then
fact that I'm asking you where you're from, that's a microaggression.
Exactly. And you do that. You create new words, and you subtly change the meaning of existing words,
such as gender,
such as rape, and then now I have to explain what I think and feel, what I have the intuition, but I have to speak in this language. It's not possible. Some truths are not possible to clarify in that language, and so he put a strong emphasis on this, the destruction of Brazilian high literature, and he keeps doing that, and he, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, he made a short post in Facebook because he was being criticized because he said that the songs of Brazilian contemporary composer were much below the achievements of Brazilian literature. Much below. It's a guy celebrated now how this is a master writer, and no, look, there are those master writers here, and because this composer is mainly a composer of sambas, which is kind of a national thing there, and have a strong Afro influence. He was accused. My father was accused on that of being racist, and he said, "Wait a minute. How come I am racist if this guy is white and the writers I'm talking about are all brown?" The great Brazilian writers, they're all brown. How come I am the racist?
You criticize something that has an Afro influence. Because the way
the change of language.
Yes, the way and this is getting increasingly true, especially in the English-speaking world, and it is a bit scary. Now, admittedly, it's not necessarily scary to me because I've seen this movie before. But for the people who have never experienced totalitarianism, it's getting increasingly scary because nowadays you are supposed to no longer choose your tastes in music, in films, by their aesthetics. Is it a good movie? Does it tell a good story? No, you're supposed to choose it by the diversity of the cast or by the race and sex, gender.
Yes, we have to choose according to the creed.
And it's not even consistent. I mean, Matrix in 1999 when it emerged, it was a far right movie and it was bad. And then it became even worse because in the English-speaking world, the anti-feminist movement emerged, and then we expanded even to Brazil, and it used the red pill analogy, so Matrix became absolutely haram on the left. But then the creators of Matrix came out as transgender women, and now suddenly Matrix is okay again.
It's okay again.
So it's not even consistent. This is pretty scary.
It is.
It shows the necessity of minds such as your father's to correct the record a little bit, in the sense that, okay, let's get some things clear and maybe work from there.
Exactly. Let us speak again. Let us speak. Let us choose words to convey ideas. Word by word, we choose them to convey ideas and perceptions and experiences and feelings, how they have been used in accordance to a tradition of how these words have been used in our language by the great writers. Let us try to keep in the same trend so we can speak of things. And he did that. He not only did that, as he also developed a philosophy of language, a philosophy of human speech, based on Aristotle in part, and justified why this is necessary, explain why this is necessary. Another reason we have to remember that, hey, this is the Christian world, and Christ was the Word. He was the Word of God. There is a thing of language that is important for us, for our identity, of intelligible speech. And indeed, our intelligence is trapped if it doesn't have language to convey what we have to say. I'm feeling here, for example, I'm feeling exactly like that because I'm dealing with English and I don't really speak English. I can understand English, but I never speak English. So I don't know the language. I don't know the language, and I'm trying to convey here my ideas.
Yeah,
and it's tremendously difficult because I find myself trapped.
Yeah, sometimes you have to reach out for a word that you don't even necessarily know whether it exists in English, or
exactly.
Or if it exists, what's the meaning of it? Is it the same?
And all the layers of language, because I might choose the right word, and then I don't have the right phrase or the right construction, and so I don't pass the tone that is in accordance, according to the idea, because this is very important on language. We are rational animals. We are flesh. We are not just spirit. We are spirit and flesh. So, the rhythm, the tone, the imagery of the language has to follow the meaning. Has to follow the meaning, or else I am putting a barrier to understanding. I'm creating a barrier to understanding. That's very important on language. All these layers are important. Even the sounds are important. I'm pronouncing everything wrong. I don't know. I don't have a reasonable accent, so I don't know how to build a good phrase. I don't know how to quote a great author in English. In Portuguese, I could permeate my speech
with idioms from great authors.
From great authors, exactly, and so creating a certain intensity of the speech that conveys clearly the meaning. So that all this, see, we are human beings. We are sitting here in a place, and for example, I'm feeling cold in my knees from the window, but I want the fresh air because we are smoking. We're smokers, but we don't want to be. Our eyes don't want to be under smoke. All these things are going on. We're never completely comfortable.
And that's okay.
That's okay. So if we want to become at this moment just two intelligent persons, we have to make our language now very powerful. That makes us forget everything else. Forget if the light is bothering me, if the coffee is not perfect, if the temperature is not perfect. We have to forget all these things. And the only way to forget all these things is for the language to become very powerful, or for two persons to have already familiarity. They're friends from long years. And now they don't, nothing is foreign to each other, nothing is strange.
Who cares about the temperature?
Who cares? Who cares how you're sitting, how you're dressing, how you're looking, what's your posture? All this can be forgotten because of familiarity. Now, when you're teaching someone or in public speech, you cannot afford that. You are uncomfortable, they are uncomfortable, they don't know if you're here to fool them, to just get their money or persuade them of something weird. They don't know that.
And in order for them to figure that, you'll have to up the ante on the language.
On the language, you have to make, let us make only human speech to be present now, to become the protagonist, the hero of the situation. And that can only be done with high quality language, with many, as I said, as we said, is the imagery, is the rhythm, is the phrasing, is the words for the key concepts, and in the end, even the sound, even
though the English language doesn't have what we would call in other languages tonem, it still matters, the tone.
It still matters.
Not in the way the left thinks it does, but it does.
It does, especially in that meaning. Language is to give power to intelligence. To give power to intelligence, because let us face it, your intelligence is only yours. My intelligence is only mine, and is trapped inside ourselves.
And the only way to convey it and let it out is through speech.
It's through speech, exactly. It's the most powerful, most intense way of doing that. And that's an amazing tool. And sometimes it's the only way, not only my intelligence is trapped from the outside world inside me, but many times it's trapped from myself inside me.
And this is especially true when the language gets subverted.
Which
is exactly what the left has been able to do.
It's suddenly I cannot talk to myself what I feel, because I don't have names for that. I don't have the real names for that. The only name I have for that is racism. But no, wait, but I'm not a racist. I know I'm not. But the name of this, the new name of this is racism. But so am I or not? So you put the intelligence in
conflict.
In conflict with your own inner world. So your intelligence becomes trapped within, in a prison within a prison.
Yeah, it creates a chokehold on progress in intellectual thought, for sure.
Exactly. That's very hard to overcome. And my father simply destroyed this barrier. He crushed it beautifully. Beautifully. I am not kidding. I am not kidding. His writings will take hundreds of years of study and admiration.
Okay, so going back a little bit, because we want to wrap it up with Brazil and then go to even higher topics. We're going slowly higher and higher and higher. So we're in 2014-15. The protests happen, they get bigger and bigger, and then out of nowhere, it would seem to an outsider, emerges Bolsonaro, who at first remains pretty marginal and then suddenly becomes not just relevant, but the front runner, and eventually wins. How did that happen? Tell me more about this last 3 years. It's been crazy. I've been able to follow some of it on Gab, which is important. Social media turned out to be important, especially unfettered, uncensored social media, which Gab turned out to be. Thankfully, Gab was shut down after the Brazilian election. Now it's up again, but...
Well, what happened is, as we said, Bolsonaro was walking a path in his political history, walking a path, a very good path, from expressing his ideas in terms of the old military to beginning to express them in tune with the Brazilian people, how the Brazilian people is feeling now. And somehow, I don't know if he read the books of my father, I know that some of his sons read, are big readers of my father, or he just begin to see what people begin to express that way, to talk that way in the internet. He begin to realize suddenly that, okay, this is my language, this is what I think, this is what I think too. Kind of what happened was that. It's, oh, this you're saying, I kind of agree with that. This is what I want to do. This is what I wanted to do, and I wasn't sure how to say it before. So suddenly he was saying exactly the same thing as the people is saying, and in a clear manner. When my father noticed that years ago, he said, if this man becomes a candidate, he's going to win. He's going to win, and he's going to be a good president, and probably a great president. Because it has been a long time since we have a proeminent politician, a politician that is capable of national projection, is speaking with the people.
And not to the people.
Not to the people, speaking with the people, in tune with them, feeling them, saying not what they want to hear, but what they want to say. It is a very different thing, because, okay, I know that kind of in English people call much of this the populist movement, but populist is a bad word in Brazil, because populist is exactly that, is kind of almost the same as a demagogue for a Brazilian.
Pandering.
Exactly. So I say what you want to hear, and well, the left does that many times.
It's interesting that the slur populist is now popular on the left, when in reality the only populism that we've known in the last 50 years, almost anywhere in the world, really is left-wing populism.
Exactly. And what's happening with Bolsonaro is very different, and is in that is very analogous to what happened to President Trump. Is you're not saying what they want to hear, you're saying what they want to say. And they are afraid because everybody blames them when they say it. Everybody blames them when they say it. And nobody from the top say it from the top. We can only say it from the streets. And then everybody,
points their fingers at.
Points their finger. Okay, you're a bus driver. Okay, you're a kindergarten teacher. You know you're not in the top of the society. So you cannot say everything you think. So you feel that. But suddenly, okay, I cannot say anything I think. I cannot say anything I think because I'm ugly. I'm evil. And look, we're not evil. And suddenly, somebody in the top, he saw the people saying, and he heard, and he said, "Okay, this is what I want to. This is what I want to say too. This is what I really want to say. I really want to serve you guys." This is very honest on him. This is all he wanted from the beginning of his political life. You can see in his how he was always in the legislative. You can see how he voted, and most of the time, not every time, but most of the time, okay, you're voting with the Brazilian people. Of these two alternatives or three alternatives, you are voting the Brazilian alternative. It doesn't matter if it looks bad in the media. It doesn't matter what they're going to say, how they're going to misconstrue what you say, what you voted, what you did. He was doing it. But suddenly he have a common language with the people, and a true language, not a language of what's the name in English? When you say just a standard opinion or something that
approved opinion,
or exactly, or
just what the good people, the beyond
exactly. The commonplaces, that okay, everybody can say in public, and it's so pretty, so nice, so pink. No, it was a real language, really saying, pointing what we really think. Doesn't matter if it feels good, if it feels bad, if it
pisses off the media.
If it pisses off the media.
Yeah.
And when he began to say that, on those same terms, his popularity increased exponentially.
Yeah, and around the same period, his popularity also started increasing when, I guess here the media helped Bolsonaro a little bit, even though obviously they didn't want to, when they started digging up some of his older reactions. Because some, of course not all of them, some of them were pretty bad, but many of them were pretty like the common people would react. I mean, I'm thinking here because the worst. I was arguing this with before the first round actually, and someone was writing about Brazilian politics, and I was like, Bolsonaro for the win, I don't care. And he was like, oh, are you kidding me? That guy is the worst. And I'm like, no, he's not. And here's the worst, in his opinion, what was the worst? And it was that episode when a congresswoman falsely accused him of rape. And I saw that video and I'm like, for this video, I would vote for this man 10 times, if I could.
And of course, they never show the context.
Yes, because to his credit, the leftist I was arguing with gave me the full context, the whole video, not just the portion. And I'm like, for that video, I would vote him 10 times, because this is how normal men, outside of the confines of the political correctness, this is true in America, this is true in Europe, this is definitely true in Brazil.
This is a normal way of acting.
A normal man, when faced with a false charge in a context like that, would react in a similar manner. I wouldn't even rape you, you're ugly, get lost.
Exactly.
That's exactly how any normal man would react. Of course, I insist on saying normal man, so soy boys don't count. But normal people would actually speak like that. And it turns out that trying to smear him as a rapist increased his popularity again.
Increased because the context was the voting for a law. What happened? There was a big rape scandal. There was a young fellow of 16 or 17-year-old that kidnapped a girl and her boyfriend, and for days he and two of his friends raped her, and in the end of, I don't know, 6 or 7 days, they killed her. And now he could not be fully prosecuted as an adult for his crime because he was not. And so Bolsonaro was pushing for, look, let us change the age
of criminal responsibility.
Of criminal responsibility for these kinds of crimes, at least.
Yes.
So that we can put this guy in jail. So he was...
He was the feminist in the equation.
Come on, he was the feminist in the equation, damn it. And everybody knew that. Everybody was shocked by that. It was not just a simple rape. Like one guy raped a person once and lived. No.
It was a particularly atrocious
crime. Yes. Exactly. And so everybody was knowing that, the context of the crime. And then when we saw the video, and okay, it's evident. It's evident.
Who is the insane part?
Who is the insane part here? Who is the evil part? Defending this guy is evil. And this is another point that Bolsonaro changed the equation on values. Okay, for example, it's something. The left will always tell you that the problem is we need more money. The government needs more money, more government, more money,
more bureaucrats,
and more distribution. Okay, the problem is always in the level of the economy. But now let us be honest. There cannot be prosperity in the Wild West. If everybody's dying, if everybody's being raped, there cannot be a market.
Least of all a free market.
Least of all a free market. Exactly.
This is something that many libertarians fail to understand oftentimes.
Yes. Exactly. Many libertarians fail to understand. It's a common principle of human life. Look, for us to negotiate freely, we have to feel safe. We have to be safe. We have to be safe. And now, we have 60,000 murders per year, at least. At least. Okay? How can you talk about the economy? This is the problem. This is the problem. The first problem. People are dying. Criminals took over the country. On all levels. The economy problems is just, the corruption is just the crime reaching the top. But the crime,
the vast majority
pervades.
Of the problem, yes.
When I moved to Romania, it took me between 6 to 8 months to realize, to begin, that I can go out of my house to the street at 2 a.m. to go buy a pack of cigarettes.
No one cares.
And no one cares. And I don't need to be tense. Okay? I can, in Brazil, it's like this. Okay, let us, I'm going to take my wife to the cinema and to a restaurant. I have to know through where I go, what time I go, and I have to be alert all the time.
And be back home before 10 p.m.
Exactly, all the time. Okay, so it's insane. People don't know. Brazilians live arrested in their houses. We are in prisons. We are good citizens, workers, and we are
Tens
in
of
prisons.
millions in house arrest.
In house arrest, exactly. That's how we feel. Took me here, seriously, 6 to 8 months to realize, no, if I go out midnight on summer, the old people will be walking their dogs. They will be walking their dogs. I remember when I saw that the first time. I came in summer. I came in August here. And my wife said, no, I'm going out. It's 11 p.m. You cannot go out. What do you mean go out? No, I'm going. And then I went outside and, the old people sitting there in the benches and talking and walking their dogs. And what the hell is going on? How is possible that? You guys are in danger. It was my instinct. Okay, my mind knew they were not in danger because, of course, they're not idiots. They know their country. But all the fibers of my body were telling me, this is insane. You cannot do that. It's dangerous. So this is an urgent problem. Okay, we have experts calculate that between 10 to 20% of the population in large cities in Brazil suffer from PTSD, like they were in a war.
Not even after World War II we had so many people.
You have no idea. You have no idea. When Brazilians talk about crime in Brazil, people, as we say, we can only compare with what we can say and what we can construct with our imagination from our experience. Now, how many people you know that have somebody from the family murdered?
0, I think.
I know dozens. How many murders have you witnessed?
0.
I witnessed it too. My brother, when he was 10, he witnessed one.
This is something to be pondered upon the Europeans watching us, because with a few exceptions in Germany, where mass immigration has brought some of that, and a few exceptions in Sweden, but by and large, in London, but other than these three small areas, after all, population-wise and even geography-wise, most of Europe, even the crime-ridden part of Europe, is still pretty safe compared to...
It's amazingly safe compared with Brazil. It's wildly safe.
I mean,
compared to Brazil.
It's easy to accuse Bolsonaro of being militaristic when he says that he should be sending the military in certain neighborhoods. When you're living, or when you're writing from the offices of The Guardian, which happen to be in the safest and most expensive area of London. I've been there, I've seen them from the inside. Yeah, it's easy to call that guy a fascist and a militaristic type of... But, you know, when the situation is what it is, I'm pretty sure that many of the leftists in The Guardian, they would become pretty militaristic if you were to drop them for 3 months in Rio or in Sao Paulo.
Exactly. And while we lived there, I tried naturally to preserve my wife from that, from seeing that world as much as I could. And so my wife didn't have much idea. She was just finding weird when I said, no, we're not going through that street, we're going through that other. But it's longer, I don't care. We're going to that other. Why? Because I like. I try to spare her a lot. But a couple of months ago, she was talking with a Brazilian friend on Facebook or from a group of crochet. She loves crochet. And the lady said, oh, okay guys, I gotta go, sleep because tomorrow I have to work and I have to wake up very early. And my wife asked, "Oh, you live that far from your work?" She said, "No, I have to go very early so that nobody sees that a woman is driving alone."
You just have to go 2 hours earlier.
Earlier, so nobody sees me driving alone, or else I will lose my car and maybe my life.
Lose your car if you're lucky.
If you're lucky, look, just your car if you're lucky. Exactly. So this is Brazil. Now, in that situation, of course, economy is important. It's very important. But to be able to be free to go, okay, freedom to negotiate comes after freedom to move, to walk. I cannot negotiate if I cannot go meet somebody to negotiate. So that's priority. So it sounds when he talks about no crime and we gotta crack down on crime and we gotta go there and go against the traffic, the drug traffic, and strengthen the police and give more security, juridical security to the police, legal security to the police, so that they can act. You have no idea how a policeman cannot do anything in Brazil.
This used to be the case here. It has recently changed, and the way I know it has changed is because a few days ago we had our first proper mass Islamic immigration murder, very close to Bucharest in Buftea. An Iraqi immigrant killed his wife and his, I guess, mother-in-law. And when he tried to Allahu Akbar to the police just discharged 5 bullets and get over with it. But this didn't used to be the case, and it was considered a scandal. And now I learned, in the last 1 month before we were doing this interview, I studied a lot about Brazil, so I would be prepared to talk to you. And I noticed that the police in Brazil is even more restricted than it used to be here. And we thought it was a scandal. It was less restricted even then.
Their hands are very tired.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely need a Blue Lives Matter movement, even more so than the United States.
We desperately need that. It's as I said, it's 65,000 murders per year minimum.
Yeah, that's the population of Gdansk, Poland, I guess, or the population of, I guess, one smaller town in Romania, not necessarily a city, but a smaller medium.
Every year.
And of course, Brazil is a big country, but still, I mean, 65,000, that puts Brazil around the area of Syria, which is a war-torn country. Still lower than Venezuela, though.
I think it's higher than Syria because
slightly higher than Syria.
I think we have about 35 or 36 murders per 100,000.
Yes, Syria is about 34. But still lower than Venezuela. Venezuela is by far the worst.
The worst, yes.
And Honduras. What a coincidence, both socialists. But still, I mean, it's remarkably high. I don't think Americans can imagine a city about the size of what would be Indianapolis, I guess, to be killed every single year. I mean, in the US they complain about crime, but the crime in the US is at the very least 8 times lower than Brazil, and compared to Europe, I mean, Europe is
it's a dream.
Yeah, I mean, in Romania, 2 years ago, last year I don't know, but 2 years ago, the homicide rate was 2.1 or 2.1 per 100,000. So about 16 times smaller. A tiny fraction.
Yeah, exactly. A tiny fraction. A tiny fraction to the point that, okay, the population as a whole does not feel crime, the presence of crime. They are shocked when they hear of a murder, which is the normal thing for a human being. In Brazil, nobody's shocked on hearing about a murder because, hey, I saw a murder. I saw it. I didn't heard about it in the newspaper. I saw it. Or my cousin saw it, or my wife saw it, or my mother saw it.
So this focus on, so it was basically a perfect storm. Finally, the chokehold on language was broken. The protests happen. Bolsonaro rises. The media miscalculates the effects on older videos. There was a serious mistake by them, poor propagandists. I thought the left used to be better at this. And then emphasis on security. It was basically a perfect storm.
It was a perfect storm. At the same time, a huge scandals of corruption to a level.
Yeah. As you,
people cannot imagine.
I'm sure you know, in Romania there's always a corruption scandal. But as someone who's traveled in over 80 countries, 13 just this year, I know that the Romanian corruption, as bad as it is if it were a football division, we wouldn't even be in the 5th division. We'd probably be in the 15th division, the tiny amateurs or something like that. Tell me about Brazilian corruption.
I'm going to give you a tiny example, a tiny, very recent example. Okay, there was a program from the government called more physicians, more medics, more doctors. And this program was supposedly like this. Brazil have many remote regions that are very hard, difficult to access, and they don't have good doctors. They don't have good doctors.
Sometimes
so let us
none at all.
Sometimes not at all, exactly, none at all. And so let us create a program for that. But let us make it an international program. So people from other countries, because Brazilian doctors, Brazilian doctors, they're spoiled. They don't want to go to remote places in the country to treat Brazilian people. They don't care. They are the elite.
They will go if you pay them more money.
No, wait a minute. Let me tell you the story. Okay. And suddenly we have about 8,000 to 9,000 doctors physicians from Cuba working in Brazil. Now, the condition of these workers is like this. The initial conditions were like this, okay? They have kind of a good starting salary for Brazil, okay? It's about, what, I don't know, some $2,500, $3,000. In Brazil, that's very good money for a starting.
And if you're Cuban,
physician.
it's fantastic.
Not really, because the agreement is like this: 10% of this goes to the doctor, 90% of this goes to Cuba, because those doctors, they work for the government of Cuba.
Bloody communists.
Okay, I'm not kidding.
So basically this was a program to stifle money from the Brazilian taxpayer to give it to the terrorist regime in Havana.
Second condition, they cannot bring their family with them to Brazil.
Just so in case they might have the thought of permanently emigrating. This sounds so familiar. Ceausescu used to do this kind of shit.
Third rule, they will not, physicians that have studied out of Brazil, they have to make an exam in Brazil to check if they're...
To equivalent their knowledge. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is pretty common.
This is pretty normal. They don't have to do it.
Why?
Because no.
How do you know whether they're good doctors or not?
You don't.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure many doctors from Cuba are pretty good. I mean, that's what my American friend tell me. But still, how do we know all of them are?
Now, what happened after Bolsonaro was elected? He already said. He had said that before being elected. We're going to change the rules. They're going to get all their money. And they're going to make an exam so that we can check the equivalence of their studies, of their capacity. And Cuba, a couple of weeks ago, informed that no,
As of January the 1st, we're scrapping the program?
No. They are already, the first wave already returned to Cuba.
I see, they're not even waiting for him to get into power.
Exactly. Bolsonaro already said also, whatever Cuban wants to stay in Brazil, will give asylum to them. Even if they are not doctors and they cannot practice medicine here, they can get another job. They can work something else. But whoever wants to stay can stay. And then, then the government was forced to open inscriptions to the program again. In 2 days, 97% of those 9,000 places were already occupied by qualified Brazilian doctors. Where are the Brazilian doctors that didn't want to go to remote places?
Could possibly be that the government was keeping intentionally
Now,
incentives away.
last week, a series of secret communications between Cuba and the government came out and proved that no, from the beginning, this is proved already. This is already established. This was an excuse to send money to Cuba. Okay, what was the money that was sent? Okay, about $2 billion. This is a small thing. This is a very small thing on the Brazilian scale of corruption.
Yeah, compared to the Petrobras scandal, yeah, this is peanuts.
This is a very, very small thing. So we estimate that we already lost 7 trillion reais, which is almost $2 trillion.
$2,000 billion.
$2,000 billion. Yes, $2,000 billion to those schemes. There's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
You know, as Reagan used to say about 60 years now, almost 70 years, when he was discussing an education program that was in place during the Lyndon Johnson administration, when he was calculating that the amount the government was spending to educate poor students was so highly wasted that he was like, we could send them all to Harvard for this money and still get some change left. I mean, with $2 trillion, yeah, definitely all the areas of poverty in Brazil.
Look, cut this money by the members of the population and give a share for each one, and let us see what happens to the country. Damn it!
It would still be better. Definitely better. Definitely. Just give them everyone a tax relief until we.
Let us see what happens.
Yeah. In comparison, and you were here in Bucharest when the big protests were in August and also in early January of this year. Those protests, I mean, yeah, the one in January was entirely political. It was an objection to a particular piece of legislation. But then August was about general corruption. If you add all the corruption scandals, they wouldn't even get anywhere close to $1 billion.
So, I just gave you one that is $2 billion.
Yeah. I'm saying this for, scale.
Scale.
The biggest corruption scandal in Europe that I know of current is the Karolinska Hospital in Sweden. I've explained to you, and I've explained that one is 4.5 billion, for 4.7 billion euros, so about $5 billion. But that's the biggest scandal in Europe. In Brazil, the tiniest one.
The tiniest one. No, this is just a small example.
To Cuba. What do you expect in the future? So then we can move to more deeper stuff. What do you expect from the Bolsonaro administration, realistically speaking?
Well, first, his plan of government is very realistic. It's very modest. He's not promising any great miracles. It's very modest. And I expect 2 things. Or I expect 3 things, hopefully. The third thing, I think he will start, but it's not feasible to accomplish in 4 years. The first thing is the reduction of criminality. Reduction of criminality, facilitating gun ownership, because this is a fundamental right.
Be stopped by good people.
This is a fundamental right. We made a referendum on that. The left wanted to change this right, to abolish this right. Okay, so they made a referendum on that, phrasing in a way for the people not to understand what they were saying. And still on the referendum, we sustained it. No, we want to keep the right to gun ownership. And even with the referendum, they took out our right. They made it so complicated, that nobody can have a gun. And so nobody safe, not even in their houses, inside their houses. So I expect that to make easier the gun ownership, to reduce crime. So this is the first thing. This is, I think, is the most urgent thing, to make Brazilians feel that, okay, the streets are ours. They do not belong to the government, they do not belong to the criminals, they belong to us. The public space is ours. That's the first thing. The second thing is also with two sides, a reduction of the state, a reduction of the government, that they have very well planned, and it can be very effective. Well, after all, most of this money was going nowhere. Okay, so the government don't really need it.
Yeah, it's not that the government needs to shrink, just the waste.
Exactly. Let's just stop leaking the money, or leaking 90% of the money. There is still plenty enough for the corrupt. Okay, and that will be a great reduction of government, and reduction of the bureaucracy to making business. You have no idea how hard it is to make a business in Brazil.
The regulations are onerous.
They're crushing. There's so many. Brazilians are very skilled, but they do not have. They gave up on the experience of making businesses because it's impossible. You die from the start. So a reduction on that complication, better commercial agreements, not all the trade agreements we had were all ideologically bound.
Yes, and communists mooching off the Brazilian taxpayer.
Exactly. Basically, okay, we're selling Brazil to China very cheap. Basically, that's what we were doing till now. And so better trade, less bureaucracy for making business, and a smaller state. All this is on the economy side. I think they will be capable of doing that. And the third thing, that's what I think is the most complex, is cleaning the power structure, because as we said, look, it's not like that. You are elected, you have here the senators, the governors, and now we have the power. No. That's not how it works.
The media, the universities, the deep state.
Exactly, the deep state, the bureaucrats, all the government and employees.
The civil service.
The civil service.
Those are the people who run the country.
Exactly. So you have all that is ideologically compromised. It's not committed to the good of the country. Is committed to the cause of communism, basically, or let us call it socialism, whatever. I don't like to say communist because people always get stuck when, look, they're communists. That's what they want. And they want it in the whole world.
And they're pretty open about it. I mean, it's not like it's a secret or anything.
Exactly. They're usually, when they're talking to each other, they are very open, and they don't hide when they talk to each other. They don't hide really. If you look for it, you want. But media will always no. Let us see what they say to us. And
that's why I like to take my cameras to leftist events.
Yes, because when they're talking to each other.
To videotape conversations among leftists. And even if they know that I'm not exactly their friend and the camera is there, it's human nature, because they're all leftists there. I wouldn't even say let it slip. They just go full natural. Yeah, we should collectivize, we should nationalize. And and I'm behind the camera, I'm like, you're not gonna like this when this gets out on YouTube. When this goes out on YouTube, you're not gonna like this.
And
so you're saying draining the swamp would be
exactly. That I think it'll take longer. In education, it will take 20 or 30 years. I'm not kidding. I have many reports. I have many friends who are college professors, and it's totally taken. Basically, if you are conservative, you have to have a secret identity. It's a secret identity. It cannot be a public profile. And it's totally taken, and it's taken not only on that level, because if it was okay, college is taken. Okay, who needs college after all?
Yeah, but it's primary schools,
it's
secondary
primary
schools, high schools, everything.
Exactly. It's the teachers' unions around the country.
And almost all of them are committed to world
almost
communism.
all of them, exactly. So it's going to take a long time. It's going to take a new generation of teachers.
It took them 30 to 40 years to build it.
To build it.
It's gonna take at least 25 to unpack it. At the very least.
At the very least, with optimism.
Yeah, we conservatives tend to be slightly more efficient, but we cannot beat human nature on this.
Exactly,
we cannot need at least
exactly
one generation. Let's talk about the incredibly long and common connections between Brazil and Romania, because this is something really interesting. I found out relatively recently that the 1920s and especially 30s and 40s economic system of Brazil was primarily influenced by a Romanian intellectual. I did not know this. I found out about this about 5 days ago or something like that. When I was, as I said, in the last month, I've studied a lot about Brazil in order to appear a bit more prepared. And that was not the only connection. You told me that the head of the very famous Jesus Christ statue was sculpted by a Romanian. And then there is, your father has a long connection with Romania. I found pictures with him sitting on the head of Lenin in like 91, when the last statue of Lenin got bombarded, essentially controlled demolition, because that's how we treated communism once we were allowed to treat it as it deserves. There's a lot of connections between Brazil and Romania, and even in the when in late 19th century and especially in the early 20th century, Brazil targeted a lot of Eastern European countries for immigrants because it needed more people, and it targeted particularly Poland and Romania. Again, why? What is so appealing to Brazilians about Romania? Because the other way around, we just look, okay, Brazil has very nice football. Well, not now. After the disaster with Germany, not really, but in general. In the 70s, obviously I wasn't born then, but in 1970, my father was fascinated by the famous squad of Jairzinho and Tostão and of course Pelé. So that's what we know mostly about Brazil. And then after 1990, of course, a lot of students who are very nice at partying and very nice people. That's pretty much what we know about Brazil here. Now, of course, I learned a bit more than that, but the other way around, there seems to be quite a long connection, and it's going back at least a century. Why?
Well, I don't really know. I only have an impression. It's not even an opinion. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's not even an opinion. I would have to study the history of both countries. I just recently began to introduce myself to Romanian history, and I'm reviewing Brazilian history to see, and I see kind of some patterns that are interesting. So I think it's just an impression. People, look, okay, an impression is below an opinion.
Yeah, it's the first step towards forming a thought.
Exactly. I might change it in 1 month. I think there is a spiritual kinship between Brazilians and Romanians, and by spiritual I don't mean metaphysical or supernatural necessarily. While I don't exclude this dimension, I don't think it in these terms basically. But I think we have many common traits, even we have very different histories. We have common traits. And one common trait that it was very remarkable for me here, how little ethnicity means to a Romanian. How little, how a Romanian is basically defines himself, even without thinking, of course, by its language, by its behavior, and somewhat by its religion. So, okay, we are Orthodox, we speak Romanian, and we have this history like this, and this behavior. There are many characteristics that you can see on the daily life of Romanian, and you can trace that to the singularity of Romanian history. So that's the first thing. Brazilians also are kind of almost blind to ethnicity. No, if you speak Portuguese, you're trying to speak Portuguese, you speak 2 or 3 words of Portuguese, you just arrived, you speak 2 or 3 words, we begin to feel friendly to you. If you learn Portuguese, you're a cool guy. If you behave in a standard that, okay, it's not weird to us, it's okay, you're one of us. So
both in Brazil and in Romania, the orthodoxy of the accepted behavior is pretty wide.
It's pretty wide. Exactly.
It's quite, you have to really want to be weird.
Exactly. Exactly. Brazil went off the scale, off the charts on this. That's actually a problem in Brazil. We lost. There's no such a thing as normal in Brazil. In such a way, no, everything is normal. Everything is normal.
I can see why that is a problem.
We went a bit too far on that. At least on our mind, on our opinion, we have some feelings that no, okay, some things are weird. Some things are weird. For example, if you beat a person for being homosexual, that's weird for a Brazilian. Even for the most conservative, most Catholic or Christian Brazilian, this is very weird. Nobody will understand that. And that's very odd in Brazil, you know. Generations. So that's something very weird for us. That would... Why?
As in why?
Why? Okay, I understand that you don't approve that. Okay, no, we don't approve that too. Most of us don't approve that too. Okay?
I understand if he or she hit on you and then as a reward beat the crap out of that can understand, but just for being...
Just for being, because... No. That's
here is not even weird, it's even worse than weird, because here persecuting homos in that fashion is associated with communism, because the only people that actually persecuted homosexuals in Romania were the communists. Nobody persecutes homos more than communists. It's just a fact. The left's long history of homophobia is very well documented.
Is another common trait. So first, we are this wide, exactly. We accept a wide variation of behavior, and we really don't think. Brazilians don't think of themselves. For Brazilians, it's impossible to think of themselves ethnically. It's impossible because
it's a new country.
It's a new country. The ethnic diversity is too wide. In Romania, the diversity is not that wide, but there was remarkable ethnical differences in successive periods of formation of the Romanian people.
Yeah, various admixtures. Both us and the Hungarians are some of the most diverse peoples of Europe, genetically speaking, because there have been so many admixtures of invaders, starting with the Mongol invasion, but even before that.
And everything was assimilated and became Romanian, became Romanian, and it's a remarkable thing, because if a Hungarian is here for 200 years, but he still speaks Hungarian, he is the Hungarian.
Yes.
Now,
even though genetically and ethnically, the way Americans understand it, there's no distinction. I mean,
there's no distinction, exactly.
If I go and take a genetic study, a genetic analysis with a random person in Budapest, it's probably going to be quite difficult to differentiate who is who. But because of the language, it's clearly who is who.
They will tell you, oh no, they're the Hungarians. Mm-hmm. They will never tell they are the Romanians. They are the Romanians that live there. Mm-hmm. No, they are the Hungarians. Mm-hmm. So language is a very strong element of identity, like in Brazil, because we are the only country in South America that speaks Portuguese. Mm-hmm. So language is very important. Mm-hmm. It's a very
it's what differentiates
us. Exactly. And ethnicity is not that important. Mm-hmm. Behavior is. Religion is somewhat. Mm-hmm. Religion is with a lot of tolerance. Mm-hmm. There is a standard religious identity both to Romanians and to Brazilians. There is a standard. Mm-hmm. Okay, there is a standard. For Brazil, is okay. It was mainly Catholics. Now Protestants are a significant part, one third of the country, I would say, and for Romanians, Orthodox. But I don't think a Romanian or a Brazilian would reject someone just because of the religion he practices. That would be just a bit weird, but I don't see it.
Still within the acceptable margins of weird.
Exactly. It's still within the acceptable as long as you respect the fundamental values established by that religious identity. Because this is a very important thing. I have friends that are priests here, and they say, look, when you walk in the street here with the, what's the name of
the robe? The
robe, yeah, the priestly robe. I don't know the name in English. Let's pretend it's a priestly robe.
Well, I don't think there is a name for the Orthodox one is called patrafir, but I don't think there is a word in English for it.
I don't know.
It's probably the same because it has to.
So, if a priest walks with that in the street, he will be met or with indifference, it's just another guy, or with respect. Never with hate. Hate would be unacceptable for a Romanian. Look, no. Hate would be unacceptable. To make something against the church, go to a building of a church and break a window or painting something, that would hurt a Romanian. That would hurt a Romanian. A Romanian would feel hurt with that. And Brazilians are the same. Okay, you're a different religion, okay, but don't spit on our religion. We don't practice it, but we love it.
It has its meaning there. It evolves there. It stays there. It has a reason.
Exactly. It's part of us. It's part of us. When life gets hard,
it tends to be quite useful.
It tends exactly. We hold on to that.
Yeah, maybe not to this individual or that individual, but to most people, for sure.
But to most people, exactly, to most people. So it is kind of a consensus that, look, that is a value, is a treasure. I don't need it, maybe I don't need it, maybe I don't even like it specially, but it's a treasure and I want to keep it there. I want my children to have access to it if they want to go there. So this is an important thing. This is an important thing because if we take this out, who is going to establish what are the values of the nation? What are the values of the people? Now, priests, they only have speech. They only have speech there in their pulpit. That's their only tool. So that's a very fair tool. It's an extremely fair tool because there is a building there. You don't need to go inside, and all he can do there is to speak that you should uphold these values, and these values will enter your life in many significant ways. Even if a person says, no, okay, I'm completely against religion. Well, you can be completely against religion, but you cannot afford to renounce to the values that religion gives to your society, because you cannot create an equal society without that, because societies are not created in labs.
That's something that communists keep on forgetting. They keep
Exactly.
on trying and they always fail.
They always fail, but that cannot happen. This is the same thing with Brazilians. Most Brazilians are not practicing a religion. I mean, they are baptized and maybe they marry in the church, but probably they only go to the church 3 times: when they are baptized, when they baptize their children, and when they get married. Most of them. But go there and break an icon.
And then you'll see how much they take their religion seriously.
Seriously, exactly. Don't do that. It's part of us. It's part of us. It's a very deep part of us. And this is very deep also in Romanians. I see in Romanians, even the Romanians.
You do have a point with this. I don't know if you've been keeping track on the news, but recently the Orthodox Patriarchate just inaugurated, well, sort of, basically, more or less blessed the biggest Orthodox cathedral. It's still not finished, but they wanted to have it blessed for tomorrow. Tomorrow is December the 1st, 100 years since the unification, yada yada yada. And a lot of the people who haven't stepped foot in a church in probably decades, they all wanted to be there for a historical moment. And probably most of those people will not step a foot in a church again in the rest of their lives. But because it's part of the history of the country, and that's why the attacks by, I would say, militant atheists, rather, because I'm an atheist and I don't care, but I would say militant atheists or
foreign religions.
Or foreign religions, although that was a lot less common, but secularists and progressives and all of these people, the attacks against the Orthodox Church fell on deaf ears, because most people were like, yeah, whatever, the construction of the cathedral is kind of shrouded in a little bit of corruption and whatever, who cares? It's a symbol of the country. It's okay.
Exactly.
Let it be there.
The huge movements that we see of people when some relic of a saint is exposed or some icon goes out from a monastery and go to public exposure, we see that movement, and we see people that never go to the church regularly go there and ask for a blessing or remember that, and that's very important. That's very important, because when it's not mixed with the government or with the state, religion is the fairest source of values for a people. Why? Because religion can be shared by everybody, even by someone that doesn't practice.
No. Even if it is not the best, it's definitely, even if it is not perfect, it is definitely the best we know.
It's the best we know, because it's a very fair manner. If you don't have the power of violence, the power of the state, you only have words. You only have words and art and symbols and the liturgical music and the relics, and you only have that. And well, that's a very, very fair way of persuading a human being. There's no fairest way of persuading a human being.
And the power of the church relies on their ability to persuade. And
exactly.
If they're crappy persuaders, then tough luck. It's like in economics.
They will disappear.
Yeah.
They will disappear.
And the fact that they didn't disappear
shows that, well, that was the best religion available. That was the best way available. The other power of religion, the other great power of religion, is that religion is very elastic in terms of intellectual depth. You can have a high theological intelligence that, with speculations and studies that nobody understands, and he have a common language with a guy that is just, planting tomatoes.
Yeah, went to school for 4 years at most.
At most, or never went to school, never went to school, but he heard the same songs, he heard the same creed, he heard the same commandments, and those commandments have a core of meaning that is the same for this guy and for that top religious official. And that's very important, because it's very hard to communicate a value on all these levels without perverting it without twisting it to a form that, okay, this is not recognizable anymore. This is a different thing. So we have two cities now. You have two cities now, and with all its limits. Well, I'm compared religions professor, so that's a point of important for me. That with all its limitations and failings, because religions are composed of human beings, are not composed of angels. It's still the as far as I can see, by itself, the fairest way of sharing value throughout a whole population, of sharing value, shared values. Okay, what we love, what we hate, what we accept, what we don't. Thou shalt not murder, and then everybody agrees on that, and then okay, now somebody killed somebody, and the priests will talk about it, and everybody will talk about it, and gradually we'll decide if that case was acceptable or not.
Was it murder or just killing?
Or just killing, exactly. And religion provides the seed for this possibility of speech, of communication, of discourse, with a tremendous elasticity. Many people say, "Oh, one day science will replace religion." Well, it might replace religion intellectually or on a certain level, but I don't think science will ever acquire this capacity of, okay, there is a scientific theory here, and 10 years later, 10, 15, 20 years later, there are articles on the newspaper or the internet about vulgarizing that. And what is spoken here is completely different from what has been said 20 years ago by the scientists. Oftentimes, and the scientists now, they are thinking already a different thing from what they were thinking 20 years ago.
It's a good example with the global warming and global cooling.
Exactly.
I recently found an article from the 1920s talking about how we will all be under ice by 2010. Well, 2010 has been a while.
It's been a while.
We're still not all under ice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, there is a way for science to replace religion. There is the ideology called scientism. The problem is that it tends to be pretty totalitarian.
The problem is exactly that.
It makes the Catholic Church at its worst still better.
It's still excellent, exactly. So, okay, at least we can live. We survived. We survived 2,000 years of this. Can we survive 2,000 years of that? We don't know.
Yeah, and the main advantage of religion is that it can not create necessarily, but connect and put on the same table almost all of the social strata, of the social classes. A university cannot do that, no matter how much it tried. The left tried to make universities popular and led by the people, and it still failed miserably. It cannot connect the poorest person with the richest person, the dumbest person with the most intelligent person. Just
exactly. The noblest person with even the criminal. Even the criminal can have, he's breaking the law, he can have an awareness. I am doing something wrong.
Yes. Yeah, which is evident in the fact that how many inmates in prisons find religion. Find religion, because when you go out of the rules, okay, you went beyond the force of the state. Now there is only one reference for you, which is your conscience, and you are alone there unless you say, "God, I know I'm doing something wrong. Forgive me." You look to your kinfolk, and that you're harming, and you can see in their face maybe a mirror of a God inside you. That's the only one with whom you can still speak. Because the moment you become a criminal, you cannot speak with us anymore. Because we don't want to speak with you anymore. This is a good transition moment, or I guess I would say a segue to the third sort of main point that I really wanted to cover with you in front of the camera. We already discussed this quite extensively. This is something that I definitely learned from you, the concept of conflicted identity. The biggest enemy of a civilization, and of the West in particular now, is the fact that many Western nations have a conflicted identity. What is a conflicted identity, and how? And you said that Romania, for instance, and I would argue Poland as well, and Hungary, is the fact that we don't have a conflicted identity. We know what a Romanian is. You defined it. What is a French? What is a Italian? What is a Swede? What is a conflicted identity?
Well, in all these countries, we have to understand that first they were Christians. Well, first they were tribes.
There were tribes.
They were warrior tribes. Most of them warrior tribes. So they were warriors. So they respect courage, they respect strength, they respect nobility, even with cruelty. Okay, I'm not talking an idealistic. Let us not confuse the ideal of pure ideal of nobility with the Christian ideal of nobility that evolved in the, I don't know, from the 11th, 12th century, it's the 10th century on, right? The Christian.
In the case of Armenia, since the 3rd century, I mean, it's a whole different thing.
Exactly. So, but they were warrior tribes. How we survive? We survive killing everything that's against us. We survive and not killing each other. So we have to create systems of respect, a hierarchy of strength and courage and things like that.
Usefulness to the tribe and so on.
Usefulness to the tribe. Sometimes rhetorical skills and all that. So first that, there is an element of nobility that is violent, is cruel, many times cruel, savage even. But there is some trace of nobility. There is some trace of some potential of nobility. And then over this it came Christianity. Christianity gave a new ideal. At first, superficially, in stark contrast with this identity, because no, you don't have to kill. You have to die. You do not cause suffering. You accept suffering. So it was first, in a certain way, contrasting, but very, very luminous for those peoples, because they did convert it. They were touched by it, and that entered them, so they became Christians. This was Christendom. All Europe was Christendom, growingly Christendom. So you had this warrior element and the Christian element mixing together, and that really created an identity. That created the image of an European for itself. And well, I would say that the first identity that people have here, historical identity, is Christian. And before that you were tribes. Each one was having their own identity. But those do not become part of history, except in the measure that they were integrated in the Christian identity, the Christian identity. And at some point, there was a breaking, a rupture, a separation from that identity.
There we say a schism.
A schism from that identity, exactly. For whatever reason, this suddenly it appeared a different identity. It's a long story of how this identity the Christian identity loses the grasp on the European mind. And what happened was not a simple weakening or relaxation. Okay, of course, the missionaries come, the saints come, and they preach almost a monastic ideal for whole societies. and this has to relax in time. This has naturally relax in time.
Especially as more people absorb the teachings.
Exactly. For example, we probably there is a lot more lassitude with the religious practices today in Romania than 100 years ago, or 200 years ago, or 300 years ago. But it's still the same identity. It's an identity relaxed. And it's relaxed because it's consolidated. You can afford this relaxation
unless you're strong enough to uphold it even in a weakened form.
Exactly. So, but what happened in Western Europe was not only that, it was some sort of anti-Christian identity begin to take form. Or anti-clerical at first.
More like anti-clerical first. It certainly is anti-Christian now, but it was anti-clerical
first.
And here we have to thank to our French friends.
It's a long history. I wouldn't know without preparation to make a kind of what I see of this history since the 9th century, how it gradually grows in English without preparing this before, because this is a complex subject. I don't even have the vocabulary to speak of it in English. To speak, I can read that in English and I understand the vocabulary, but I really
coming up with it on the spot is a little bit more difficult.
On the spot is very hard. But anyway, it starts as an anti-clerical identity and then becomes anti-Christian. As a result, is with or without awareness of all this history, there are many countries in Western Europe where there is a significant, I would say, significant part of the population that hates the Christian identity of their own neighbors. So you can go to France and there are people that want to spit and destroy every single image of Christianity from France. And there are French that, no, this is what we are, I need this. And so, okay, and they're both French.
So which one is more French?
Which one is more French, exactly. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Christ said that. And so if Christ said that, that's very important, well, for mankind, but especially important for Christians. And so I don't know how they keep an identity without solving this conflict. It's something, as I said, it's something that we don't find in Romania. In Romania, the part of the population that, okay, I hate Christianity, I want to disappear completely, is
less than 1%.
Less than 1%, exactly, less than 1%, and it's tolerated. It's tolerated.
Yeah, and
as long as you don't act upon it.
It's even funnier that the only society where such a segment can even exist is a Christian society. I mean, good luck with that in Burma, for instance. Let's not pick an Islamic country. Let's pick a Buddhist country. Good luck with that in Burma.
In Burma or in Islamic countries,
you could probably get away with it in Jordan or maybe Morocco, maybe.
Yeah, as long as you don't do it in public.
Yeah.
As long as you
I don't think you
can
get away with it even in private in Iran or in Saudi Arabia.
I don't know even if you have a private life in Saudi Arabia.
Especially in Saudi Arabia, yes. Yes, that's
I don't know if you even have it.
That's absolutely true. And this conflict doesn't seem to be getting closer to be solved. Rather, it's getting wider.
I think it's getting wider. And I think it's for a while, we try to replace those things with local products. That's a thing that we see a lot. Okay, this is a Romanian tomato, or this is a French cheese, and okay, this is some element of identity, but we have to remember that, look, making food, feeding yourself is the lower level of culture. It's the first level for of beyond wild animal survival. No, we know how to cultivate our food, and we know how to make our food in our way. This is just the first level. That's
good enough to construct an identity around.
It's not good enough. It's good enough for a tribe maybe, but not for a civilization. It's not enough. It's not enough for especially these days when, look, okay, this is a Romanian tomato, but here it is, a Spanish tomato that is cheaper, or I don't know. I just say Spanish, but
makes more sense.
Or you know, an Italian orange that is cheaper, and okay, I think with my pocket, I am very proud of Romania, but I'm gonna buy the cheap tomato because I want to save for a car, I want to save for something else. So even if you love that value, you will not uphold it with your money. You will not, and so you're gonna squeeze that thing sooner or later. And besides, I hope, please, Romanians, don't be offended with me. I love Romania. I love Romania with all the fibers of my body. I'm very proud of Romania. I'm very proud because, as I said, you guys have a very clear spiritual identity with these levels and all these levels. Okay, religion, behavior, language. This is very human. This is very, very human. So there's dignity in it. There's dignity in it. Okay, this is not just. It's not an animal identity. It's a human identity, and that's very beautiful. And I really love that. So don't be offended with me when I say that. All the time a foreign comes here, you say, oh, this is Romanian tomato, it tastes better. This is a Romanian cheese. Look, don't say that. Don't do that. Say, look, this is a Romanian poem. It's like this, like this, like this, like this. This is a Romanian church. In that church, a holy person lived 100 years ago or 200 years ago. This is that city. There we fought the Turks. There we fought them. There we did this. This is Romania. This is Romania. Romania is...
Yeah, this is one bad influence, one of the many bad influences that we've got from Western Europe. Because this is one of the things that did not used to happen in the 90s. In the 90s, especially when the post-communism, immediately after the economy was utter garbage. So as a result, whenever you would have to say something about Romania, you would say, okay, fine, let's go to Târgoviște to show you where Vlad Țepeș defeated the Ottomans. Let's take you to Vaslui to see the Battle of Vaslui, which is a worldwide known historical event, things of that nature. But nowadays, with the Western European influence, this is one of the things that we imported from Western Europe, and it's a poison.
Exactly, it's a terrible fruit. It's a poison fruit,
both literally and metaphorically.
For many reasons. First, is the lowest level of human organization, producing food. This is the lowest level of organization. Second, you will not uphold it with your pocket, and you're not committed to it. You value the Romanian tomato, then there is one thing you can do. Don't talk about it. Go learn how to plant a Romanian tomato in a Romanian way, in a Romanian land. Preserve the art. Don't talk of the value of the result. Don't talk of the fruit. But preserve the art.
The craft. Yeah.
The craft. Preserve the tapestry. Preserve the embroidery. Go and learn. Consider the Japanese people. It's a remarkable people. Among the Japanese, it's considered a universal duty that each person must learn a traditional craft with the only end of preserving it to the next generation. So do this. Don't say to yourself, oh, but I'm poor, I have to work a lot, I don't have time to that. Guys, with half an hour a day, you learn a traditional Romanian craft and you preserve it.
Yeah, and with few exceptions, most of them are now, thanks to capitalism, pretty cheap to practice.
To practice, exactly. Exactly, so preserve it.
I guess
Preserve it.
gold embroidery, things like, yeah, that's expensive. But most of the rest of them are really not that expensive.
Exactly, so go learn that, and so you will keep it for the next generation. That's a noble act. That has value. Learning a craft has value. Praising the result of the craft of someone else, well, doesn't have much value. Have a lot less value. It's a lazy solution. It's a lazy. Now, to learn your poetry, to learn your literature, that has value. That has value.
Yeah, it's still being taught in schools, but lately it has come under attack by the usual suspects because, oh my God, we're not studying enough universal literature. And I guess that's fair criticism up to a point. But then again, not everyone has to be a philologist. But everyone is desirable to know at least one or two poems, one or two traditional stories. So in that regard, I would rather keep the national literature being taught the way it is now. Maybe the teaching method can be improved. I believe it should be improved. But the curricula should stay pretty much like it is now. Because, and you know, those who want to become philologists, sure, they can study as much as they want.
Yes. No, we're talking about individual initiative. You are a Romanian, you go and learn 3, 4, 5 poems, you read them out loud. You read them out loud so many times till you see, this sounds true in my mouth now. I can recreate the tone that makes this sound true and profound in my mouth. So this poem still exists.
The way the author intended.
Exactly. So it's an element of Romanian identity that you kept alive. You kept alive in person. So don't go the lazy way of praising the most simple thing that you're not going to do. Because, okay, look, even, making your food is the lower level of organization. It demands a lot of time to learn to do that way. So you cannot go. I understand. You have to work here. You're in your town. You have a job. You have a family to raise. You cannot go learn how to plant tomatoes the Romanian way. You cannot. That's very hard. That's just for a few people can afford to do that for the love of art, for preserving Romanian culture. But you can learn poems. You can learn your history. You can learn the battles. You can learn the virtues. You can learn what is a Romanian hero, why he is a hero. Somebody shed his blood so that you can speak Romanian. So that you can speak Romanian. Think about that.
I think we're pretty good at that. It's a lot.
I think you guys are. I think you guys are awesome on that.
What I don't understand, and was one of my biggest shocks when we were finally able to travel westwards and study. Let's see what those people have done good. And of course, there were many things that we could copy, and some of them we did. Some of them maybe we shouldn't have never even attempted, but that's a different story. But what seemed shocking to me is that in many countries of Western Europe, dare I say almost all of them, there is so little historical memory in the common pleb.
Exactly.
I mean, if we go out, you can do this experiment. We go out now, and we're in a poorer neighborhood in Bucharest now. We could go out on the street and ask 100 people who was, I don't know, Michael the Brave or Stephen the Great. I believe 98 out of 100 will know the years when they ruled and at least one big accomplishment of them. If we go in France and ask about the great battles with the Islamic Caliphate, maybe 2 out of 100, maybe
2
5
out of 100, and those 2 ashamed, embarrassed, because they did it in name of Christ, in the name of Christ, not in the name of whatever else you're calling France now.
The name of the Third Republic, the Fifth Republic, sorry. This is a conflicted identity. Is there any hope for that to change?
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know.
I was hoping you do, because I don't know either.
I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, this is so wild, this speculation. Maybe if Eastern Europe keep it, they will regret. They will reach the bottom and say, okay, let us return and let us relearn from you guys.
It has happened before. The Eastern Roman Empire. I mean, it wouldn't be.
Wouldn't be exactly first time in history.
In addition to repeating itself, history also has this bizarre sense of humor. In many ways.
So Romania is special because I see that in Romanians. I see. As I told you in a private conversation before, as if you go to a supermarket or to a butchery shop or any place in Romania, and you order something, depending on your attitude is how that person on the other side of the balcony will answer to you. If you come as a boss, they will almost spit in your face. They will not budge. They will not, okay. They will not bow to the client, the almighty client. Now, if you come with a smile, you say "Bună ziua." Oh, what do we have here today? If you come in a friendly manner, the Romanian 98% of the time answer with you exactly in the same tone, with friend. So Romanians don't budge, they don't bow. This is a very, very thing that is striking in the daily lives, and that probably have to do a lot with your history of, okay, now there's the Ottomans, now there's the Russians, now there is the Austrians, the Hungarians, and every big guy wants to come here and tell us to bow, and we don't. We negotiate when we need to, but we don't. We never cease to be ourselves. This is a great quality. This is a virtue. Praise this virtue. Show, learn to see, to identify daily traits that Romanians still keep, that come from a history of heroism. And praise that instead of praising a tomato.
Fair enough.
Praise yourselves, not a tomato.
Yeah, because after all, a country is not its tomatoes.
A country is not its tomatoes.
It's its people.
It's its people, exactly. It's its people. So do not lower yourselves by the lazy way. This lazy way of someone else done. Someone else is paying the price of planting that tomato, of making that cheese, and it's a high price that he's paying there in the countryside. And you just praise that value, but you will not uphold it. Okay, if you begin to praise that value, you will see that value shrink, and then you as you are lazy, because you cannot change your life from, okay, you're work with electricity in town, in the city, you work with internet. You cannot move from here and go there and learn how to plant tomatoes the traditional Romanian way. You cannot do that. So you cannot do that, but that is a value. What you're going to do, you're going to ask the government to protect that, and that's going to screw yourself, because you're going to
And it's going to screw the craft too.
You're going to screw the craft too. You're going to screw everything.
Yeah, because subsidies tend to have this effect. It already happened, actually. A few months ago, the government, the socialist government, the Social Democrats, had to admit up front that, you know, our program to subsidize it was exactly tomatoes, because that's why I remember it. Our program to subsidize it, it ended up creating huge mountains of tomatoes that ended up being rotten on the edge of the road because nobody bought them. It was an overproduction crisis. And surprise, surprise, once they cut down the subsidies, things got made great again in just 1 year.
Now, I know that Romanians, okay, again, Romanians, don't be offended with me. I love you guys, really. My wife is Romanian, okay? I've been married with her for 12 years, and I will be married to her for my whole life. I love her with everything I am, and I love Romania. And I love Romania. Okay? My intention is to live here forever because I love it. I love the nature here. I love the geography. I love Romania, the country, the land, and I love these traits of the people. I love these traits of the people. So don't get me wrong, okay? Don't get me wrong. But you guys, many times, you were bitten by the bug of envy, of trying to mirror yourselves by Western Europe because of some prosperity, because of some money, because of some prestige, and because you guys look at yourselves and we know we are as smart as those people, we know we are as competent as those people, but we are very poor. But we are very poor. And I see Romanians using that a lot, and that is something that you guys share in common with Brazilians. That is bad. That is bad. Using poverty as an excuse,
to release anger,
to release anger, and to forget what I'm gonna get learning the poetry of my country. No, I want to learn. I want to learn something that they are doing in France or in Germany or in whatever, and don't do that. Don't do that. Don't give up being Romanian to becoming European because there is no such thing as European anymore.
If there ever was. I mean, the great realization of Christendom, it was first and foremost to, and it seems weird to put it in these ways, in these words, but it was basically to discriminate. We understood that the Finns are the Finns, the Swedes are the Swedes, the Germans are the Germans, the Poles are the Poles. It was a very clear understanding of where one ended and the other one began. With the European project, that's exactly the phrasing that they use in Brussels, the European project, is the idea that basically a southern Italian and a northern Finn are pretty much the same thing, and therefore we can put them all in the same currency, in the same political union. Guess what? It just cannot work. I mean, they don't even speak a language of the same family. Finnish is Finno-Ugric. It's not even a European language.
That's absurd. That's absurd. They cannot become they can't become the same thing. Okay, in terms of legal terms. Okay, we make some deals. You can work here. I can work there. You can sell my products. I can sell my products there. You can sell your products here. Okay, that's very possible, but they cannot become the same. They cannot become the same
unless both are destroyed.
Unless both are destroyed, because if an Italian goes to Finland, in a few generations you have to change. You will have to become something else, because that's not Italy anymore.
Even with the Italian stubbornness, you'll still have to change.
You'll still have to change, exactly. You'll still have to change. And so Romanians have this, look, it's right here, your identity. It's not far. It's not lost. There is not a strong, active enemy inside Romania against it. Outside there is. The whole world do not want you to be Romanian anymore. The whole world do not want. Do not count on the whole world. But inside there isn't a strong enemy saying for you, do not stay Romanian. And the Romanian identity is not far. It's not hard to identify, to recognize. It's not far. It's within the grasp of your hand. So grasp it actively. Learn your history. Learn your religion. Learn the songs of your religion. You don't practice, doesn't matter. For the songs to survive another generation, learn them. Learn them. They have to live another generation.
In one of our private conversations, you were telling me that in Brazil the task was pretty complicated because the identity of a Brazilian had to be built. Because we at the beginning of this conversation about 3 hours ago, you said, "What is a Brazilian?" And here we don't have to do that. But in Western Europe, they're gonna have to do it again.
They're gonna have to do it again.
They lost it, and they're gonna have to do it again. because I mean, at first I laughed about 5 years ago when the previous Prime Minister of Sweden asked in public, as if it is a fair question, well, what is a Swede anyway? We don't have a Swedish culture. And I'm like, are you fucking insane? But then I realized, well, he was insane, all right, but he had a point.
He had a point. We don't have one, we have two or three.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that.
Mm.
So, okay, you don't have one, you have two or three. And they are enemies to each other.
Because even if you have two or three, that's not necessarily a problem if they don't hate each other.
If they don't hate each other, if they integrate, if they circulate.
Case in point, us and the Republic of Moldova, we're basically the same country. You used to be the same country. Yeah, sure, the Soviets separated us and all of that, the gulags and all of that. Still, if we take the train now and go to Chisinau, yeah, the flag is a little bit different, the money is a little bit different, but otherwise it's pretty much the same people.
It's pretty much the same people,
Yeah.
exactly.
Even the church is identical, and everything is almost identical, or the differences are marginal at best.
Marginal, exactly. And there are local variants, but we understand each other, we feel the same, we remember the same. We remember the same. The memory of great accomplishments, of courage, of bravery, of sacrifice, of understanding, of when we learn something, when we learn what was good, what was bad, what was true, what was false, what we learned, what we know, that we know, that it was how we learned. So Romanians have to seize that, and you have to tie yourselves to that. You have to tie that in your flesh, not in the country. Okay? It's enough that 5%, 3% of the population have to put this actively in their flesh. Okay? I know this poetry, and I know, not only I know to say it. I know this history. But not only I know it, but my heart beats faster when I remember it. It's a small part of the population have to put it inside themselves, alive. So because only we are alive. Culture is not alive. Human beings are alive. Human beings are alive, and culture is only alive in us. They are not living forms. There's not a species, you know.
Yeah, let's grab a culture and pet it a little bit.
And pet it a little bit, exactly. Oh, here it is, the 10 Commandments. Let's get a commandment here and eat it a bit. It's not there. We are alive, and so we have to make those things live in us. If you do that, only a natural calamity can make you cease to be.
Let me pivot a little bit back to education, because I said this is still a shock to me, although I've been aware of this for at least 20 years, that in most of Western Europe, history starts with maybe 1938, maybe 1912, 1918, 1914. I mean, in Britain it's a bit longer. It starts with the 1890s with a few socialists here and there, but nothing beyond that. I was telling you before we started the camera how I piss off the British nationalists when I remind them of the Dánielagen, and much to my shock, even those that call themselves nationalists have no idea what Dánielagen is, even though it's an integral part of the British history. And in the Netherlands, the history starts with the World War II, and in Germany the same thing. And maybe in Germany it starts with 1929-ish, but still, I mean, most of the 100, maybe 120 years. Nothing of 400 years ago, even though most of these countries, France in particular, Germany too, Italy not to mention. Italy, it's an open-air museum, it's a lovely country from a historical perspective. They have a lot of things to talk about and to remember from 400 years ago, 500 years ago, but they don't. And most of the population doesn't have a historical memory. And you told me in one of our conversations that the university was a shitty invention, and it was one of the bad ideas, especially.
I think it was one of the most terrible ideas.
And the university is one of the reasons why many Western Europeans don't have a historical memory.
I think the university was a bad idea because, for one reason only, they invented the degree. they invented the paper that give you access to a profession. That's the only reason. The university says, okay, let us gather here and let us study and debate and discuss things. This is genius, this is great, this is excellent. To have a dedicated space for doing that. It's an achievement. But look, I'm going to tell you something. The monasteries were doing that a long time before.
Yeah, the concept of university in that sense has been around even before Christianity.
Even before Christianity, yeah, exactly.
But the modern university, maybe I should have phrased it like that, the modern university was more like a shitty invention.
It was a shitty invention because it inherits this association of this space for the discovery of knowledge with also a space for an authorization to a profession. Look, these are two things that should not mix.
And maybe we could compromise on, I don't know, maybe surgeons, maybe things like life and death. But
yes,
but the moment you get told that you're not allowed to talk about I don't know, the history of Britain unless you have a degree in British history. And maybe I would have been willing to believe that 25, 30 years ago. But nowadays, after having met a few British historians who knew even less than I do, and I don't consider myself an expert on that, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe having a license is not particularly...
It's not good, because licenses only work when everybody's honest. Or when the majority is honest.
Which is a shitty assumption to make to begin with.
Look, we are mutable beings. Okay, we are mutable. I can learn something today and forget tomorrow. The same way, the society cannot be better than that. It can learn one thing one generation and forget the next. So, in successive iterations, there will be inevitably a generation where in this college, most people are dishonest people. It's
just a law of big numbers.
A law of numbers, exactly. At some point. And well, at this point, that place will be destroyed as a place of knowledge. Because search of knowledge without honesty and sincerity is completely impossible. It's completely impossible. So at some point, it'll be. Now, if you do like this, okay, on this place, not only you get knowledge, but you get access to a profession, to a social status, to a place in society. Now, okay, there are two kinds of people coming here. People that are coming for knowledge and people who are coming for a place in society. And
those two again cannot mix.
Exactly, that will complicate and will make it easier. Well, at some point you might have not only you have 2 points of failure. If it was a space for knowledge, you have 1 point of failure. At some point, everybody there can be crazy, right? And dishonest and insane, simply insane, and they're preaching something stupid. It's a 1 point of failure, but now you have 2, because, well, at one point we can have crazies, at another point we can have only people that is there for a certain social status. And now you destroy the place of knowledge. You have 2 ways of destroying the place of knowledge. And that's terrible, because having a place of knowledge, a place dedicated for knowledge, is an achievement. Actually, having a place for knowledge, I would say, is the highest social achievement possible for a human society or a civilization. We have a dedicated place to that. The first thing is we know how to make our food. Now we know how to prosper and to be just to each other, to be fair, to live in peace. And okay, the last thing, now we have all these things, and we're just going to sit here to see if you can answer my questions and I can answer your questions that are just questions that only exist because I have a mind. So this is a great achievement to have a space for it. That's not just in the privacy of our homes. We have a place dedicated for it, and nobody will disturb us, or nobody will blame us or shame us because we're seeking knowledge. This is a beautiful thing.
Or if they do, if we can definitely afford to ignore them.
To ignore them,
I remember
exactly.
a portion of in one of the interviews your father gave, when he said that basically, you know, my wife loves me, my dog loves me, my children love me. Why do I need more?
Why do I need more? I don't deserve more.
Yeah, why do I care whether someone on the internet says that I'm a racist or a Nazi? Or screw them.
Exactly. So it's many points of failure. Many points. Then we create a third point of failure. We want public money for this.
As always.
We want public money. We want the force of the state that only exists, that is only justifiable to keep peace in a fair manner, or in the fairest manner possible for these people here, around here. Okay, force is only good for that.
And even the force can only go to only as much as the average society can tolerate.
Can tolerate, exactly. As we said, as much as the society think it's fair. Beyond that, you cannot do it. As we said, in theory, the state should not determine the values. Okay, what are the values here? So the laws are when these values are violated in a way that breaks the peace of the society, and that's it. We only use force when violation of the values breaks the peace. So that's, let us say, ideal government, right? Now we want you guys to protect us from the people, or from the ignorant, or from the priests, or from whoever
and not just
else.
to protect us, but to enforce our ideas.
Our
Pay
ideas.
for our ideas and then enforce
And then
them.
enforce our ideas. So it's another point of failure. And so that's
it
why
will attract power-hungry people instead of people there for the knowledge.
Exactly. So what we have to do, we have to remember that, look, a place for knowledge is the highest achievement, social achievement, a public space for knowledge. If it's the highest, it's probably the most difficult to maintain, to achieve and to maintain. So it will need a lot of adaptation
along the way.
At some point it will be in the monasteries, at another point it will be in the seminaries, at another point it will be in college, at another point it will be in forums in the internet. We have to understand that this space have to walk around. It cannot stay. In a certain way, this is, you can see that when Christ says that the Spirit bloweth where it wills. You cannot hold it in a place. You cannot keep it there in the college. And now the Spirit will be here. The Spirit, the intelligence, the light will be here. No, it's not going to happen.
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. It's not a material thing that, look, I'm going to keep this here as long as this exists. And if somebody comes, I will force against. Well, knowledge is not here. Knowledge is only here.
Yeah, and if I move, knowledge moves with me.
Knowledge moves with me, exactly. And now we are replaced. I will not be here forever. Somebody else will have to replace. Maybe I could afford to live here, and the person that inherited my knowledge, if somebody did, will live there. And now that knowledge is there. The same knowledge moved.
I take it that you view very favorably the move of universities basically on YouTube and on the internet in general, because
yes,
and
I see it as natural. I see intelligence as something that, look, you cannot hold. You cannot hold it in yourself. You cannot learn something today and guarantee that you will know it in 10 years.
Yes, that's absolutely true. This is something else that it's harder to remind people, in a way.
Exactly.
It even happened to me. Someone told me, oh, but 5 years ago you said this. I don't even remember saying, maybe.
Exactly.
Maybe.
So it was in me, and now it's not in me anymore. But because I spoke, maybe it's in someone else. So it changed, it shifted places completely. That's the nature of knowledge. That's nature. It's the most intimate thing that we have. Only you know what you know. Huh? Only I know what I know. It's the most intimate. It's the most private thing. The most private thing. So having a public space for it, it's very hard. It's very hard. It's easier to have a private space for sex, a public space for sex, than for knowledge. Why? Because sex is in our bodies.
Yeah, it comes natural.
It comes naturally. You just carry yourself there and done.
Yeah, you don't even need more than 60 points of IQ, but it's a lot more complicated with the knowledge.
Exactly, exactly. So it's very fickle. It moves. It's a wind. It's a breeze. It's a breeze that moves. And when it moves, you gotta go where it is. You cannot complain and say, no, but it should be there. Listen to me. It's not a thing that you can move back there. It's not a thing.
This was my next question. The former places of knowledge, still mistakenly called universities, are seriously complaining that
the knowledge is going out of there. The authority, the intellectual authority.
The intellectual authority is moving out. Jordan Peterson comes as a very good example for the English speakers. He basically quit a tenured position, a very high status job, to become even more high status and even more influential and even more relevant on YouTube. Your father, the same thing. I mean, he quit academia and became a lot more relevant in the end.
Exactly.
History proved him right. Even though it took decades to prove him right, but it still proved him right.
Exactly. If we love knowledge, we have to go where it is. And we have to remember, it's a spiritual thing. You don't need to think spiritual in a metaphysical manner. You don't need to create an ontology or follow an ontology of that. You don't need to be a religious person. But you need to see, look, it is in yourself, in a place that you cannot hold. Within yourself, it is in an intangible space. It's not on physical space. I'm not saying that it's not somehow related to your brain, but okay, get it.
Good luck with
get
that.
it and put it on the other person's head. You cannot
or
put
the hard
that
drive.
or in the hard drive. Exactly. So it is in a not tangible space, and it moves. And it moves, and it moves where it wills. It's kind of a live thing by itself that we follow, that we hunt. At best, we can hunt that, and we can reach some of it, and that's very precious. But we cannot imprison it. We cannot imprison it, and so we have to accept this nature of it. And follow where it goes.
Yeah, and try to work with it
and
to the extent that it is possible.
Exactly.
Right.
We're
gonna take a short break, I guess.
I guess.
And I was expecting to be long, and I'm enjoying this quite a lot. I hope you're good on time, because I'm enjoying this.
Now I'm enjoying it very much, because now I'm on my field. Okay, this is what I love.
We're getting even closer to your field after the break. Right. So we're sort of back. We haven't been out for that long, but I had to change the cards. Let's go to the topic of young people, because this is increasingly, even on the left, they started figuring out that young people are kind of getting a shitty deal. In many ways, not just economic. I mean, on the economic front, the left has had criticism on this for quite some time, but now they're starting to figure it out Of course, their solutions are absolutely wrong, but their criticism is correct in the sense that young people, especially young men, are getting a very shitty deal. And as a result, I'm sure you've noticed this, and I definitely did notice, you noticed it in your classes for sure. Young men today are a lot angrier than they used to be, a lot more frustrated than they used to be, and they kind of have a point. They have a good reason.
They have many good reasons. They have let us say a plethora of good reasons. First, they are not understood. The concept of men disappeared. Actually, now both the concept of men and now the concept of women is disappearing too, with gender ideology, and all these concepts are blurred, and so they do not exist intellectually. That's the first thing. We really misunderstood the idea of equality between or parity between men and women. We started with an idea of the marketplace or social standards, and we ended up with almost kind of an in principle ontological equality. We are identical beings, just with different sets of genitals, and that's obviously not true from a simple biological standpoint.
We're even worse than that. It is hate speech, what you just said, in several countries of Europe. Not this one.
I hope not this one. Okay.
Not this one, but in many countries of Europe, it has become hate speech.
Hate speech, to say that.
So we're even further down the road.
Yes, but we have to remember one thing. I know it's pretty to think of us as a special thing, special human thing. And it's amazing because we live in a very materialistic era, and yet we think of us as something unique and special and completely different from all the other living beings around us. And
especially smarter than the ones that came before us.
Exactly. We forget that, look, we are one among them too. We are animals. We are living organisms. We have a bodily shape, bodily capacities that determine what we can be. What is a being if not, let's say, the form in the Aristotelic sense of its capacities, of how we differentiate one being from the other? Well, by what kind of things they are able to do. Lions can bite and cut flesh with their teeth, other animals cannot, and things like that. The bodily form determines a lot of capacities. I would say that boys have a worse situation now, but I don't think it's going to be for long. I think very soon women are going to lose their place too, in the way things are going, because at first, because we want women to be able to work in things that they didn't before, having some social roles that they couldn't afford before, and let's try. And at the first moment, men lost a little bit of something, lost a bit of space, because you have to share this space with women now, and you have to learn to share it with women because you don't know how to do it. One thing is sharing it with a man. They are considering that men and women are different things, and the other is sharing with men and women. Oh my God, I lost myself. It's very hard to speak in English. I have thought that so many times in Portuguese, but it's so hard to. Let us go. At first, men lost a bit, but later we gained something in return. We gain something in return. We can afford to be more lazy, for example. We don't need to pay all the bills. Something came in return from that. But now the problem is that we change it to this idea, strange idea, that we are identical beings, and that not only we are identical beings, as we don't need each other. And that, what you mean we don't need each other? How can we survive without each other? That makes no sense. That
this kind of transhumanistic idea.
Exactly. A woman doesn't need a man, and a man doesn't need a woman. Okay, individually you might not need someone else, but as a species we need each other. Of course we need each other. We
haven't invented the asexual reproduction yet.
Reproduction for humans, right? Maybe we can return to the state of amoeba or something like that, and then we'll all be happy in a very, very egalitarian society.
Yeah, here's a society where communism could work.
Could work, yes. I think everybody is kind of the same there. And if you're alone, you just split.
Yeah.
If you feel alone, you just...
Yeah, and you can split equally. So.
Equally, exactly. Equally. We need each other, and... okay. Now I have to decide one thing, and I cannot decide that without asking you one question. How much freedom I have to talk about this to Romanians, or to your audience at least? Because... I'm going to treat the problem from, let us say, a scholastic, a medieval perspective.
Please do.
Okay? From a medieval perspective. Let us pretend that
we're in the modern 1200s.
Yes, exactly. We are there. We just had the class with, I don't know, Thomas Aquinas or somebody else, or and now we're discussing things about human beings, because we are college students and we only think of one thing: women. Of course, we are 18, 19, 20. It doesn't matter that, we just had the most pious and deep theology with our master. Now the master is not looking. What are we thinking of? We are thinking of women, of course, as the vast majority
of 19-year-olds today would do anyway. Yes.
Would do anyway, and the vast majority of girls will be thinking of men,
of course,
thinking of boys in the same age. And we have to understand that, okay, this is a natural fact. This is transcultural, right?
Yes, absolutely.
That happens even with lions and lionesses and wolves, it happens to everybody. And so we are doing that, and we have to think, what do we have to offer each other that is so evident to our senses, okay, so evident to our perception, that we never needed an intellectual justification for it. This is a very important thing, because we never needed to justify the fact that men want women and women want men. We never needed it. It was evident for perception. And now we have to understand that for scholastic philosophers, human beings have three kinds of perception. They have three sets of perception skills. Okay, the first set of perception skills is the senses.
Absolutely.
A vision,
what I can
hearing,
see, what I can touch,
what I can taste,
yes.
what I can hear. And an immediate effect of the senses is I can classify the objects of each sense in an order of preference. I like this color better than I like that other color. I like this sound better than I like the other sound. I like this taste better than I like the other taste, and so on. So this goes for all senses. This is remarkable, because this classification creates inclination to act. Oh, I like this, I want to stay near this. I don't like that, I want to stay away from that. That's very useful for us and for all the other animals that have similar skills, similar capacities. Most animals, probably all animals, have some kind of sense perception. At least it's a very good guess.
Yeah.
And they also have their preferences. These preferences are very useful because many times they coincide, or by the miracle of evolution, or by the miracle of creation, they coincide with what is good for us. We tend to like the taste of things that are food and not poison. We are pleasant with forms, shapes, movements that also are beneficial to us and not harmful. But the scholastics noticed a difficulty with that. And the difficulty with that is like this. Look, suppose you have here a gazelle. And the gazelle is thirsty. And you have there the river. Now, by the sense perception, the gazelle might be inclined to go towards the river. Now, in the middle of the way, there is a lion. Now, is the lion unpleasant to the gazelle? Does the gazelle hate its smell, or its shape, or its color? Seems not very likely in all occasions. Or instead of a lion, there might be a hole in the ground, a hole in the ground, something that the gazelle has to cross, and so the gazelle goes and
notice that it's harder to cross.
That is harder to cross. Now, the gazelle cannot, by sense, by color, by shape, by sound, by touch, desire to jump over this hole, because that's not a desirable thing in a sense perception way. See that? See this point is just very interesting. So the gazelle must have another set of perception skills that they called estimative. Estimative is the capacity to see the relation of things, of sense objects, to your own capacities, to your own body and to your own capacities. So the gazelle sees a hardship and it measures the hardship, the size of the hole, the depth of the hole to see if it's too dangerous, and the strength of his legs. It measures those two things.
And estimates whether it can jump over it.
Exactly.
What are the dangers if they misjump?
Misjump, exactly. And with this estimation, it decides to jump and get the water, or to avoid it and wait for water in another opportunity.
Or walk another kilometer
to it. Exactly. So it measures capacities to act. This is very important because capacities to act, the act is not an object of sense perception directly, because it didn't jump it yet. And the gazelle cannot learn to jump holes by practicing with small holes. And now I discovered the hole that I cannot jump. Or if you discover the hole that you cannot jump, you're screwed, because now you die. So you have to know that before having the sense perception, the perception of the jump. So we must have estimative. Estimative is a very important thing, because through estimative, a gazelle can predict that a lion is harmful before she is attacked by the lion.
Before even the lion sees her.
Before even the lion sees her, she doesn't need to wait. Okay, I just saw a lion eating another gazelle. That's probably not a cool stuff, not a cool thing. It doesn't need to see. It will feel the shape on the shape and attitude of the lion, in the teeth, in the claws, in the body, the capacity for aggression towards her.
That thing could definitely eat me.
That thing could definitely eat me. Look, that mouth, why that, it's the little Red Riding Hood, Listen, why that mouth, why those teeth, The gazelle can make that evaluation. And they say, usually the most perfect animals have these two sets of skills. With these two sets, they can live animal life perfectly. Well. Kind of perfectly. It's enough for living like animals do. And we human beings, we have a third set of perceptions. Is that we can get both the sense perception and the estimative perception, that we have those two sets, and we can abstract universal ideas from those experiences and memories. I'm going to give a simple example that, for example, a monkey have a very good estimative for, can I climb this tree or not? Is this tree capable of being climbed by me? Am I capable of climbing this or not? To what point of the branch I can reach before it breaks? They have a very good estimative of that. So good that they can jump with that skill. And that's how they escape many predators. Now a man can do that too. Not as efficiently. First, because he cannot climb as efficiently as the monkey. But if he has to, he learns that too. And he can also do that. I think if I sit on that branch, it's going to break and I'm going to fall. But a little nearer to the trunk, and it should be fine. It's the same estimative. And I need this distance between supports, and then at some point we think, wait a second. I got climbability from the shape of the tree. And with the idea of climbability, for example, I can invent the ladder. I can create ladder. What's a ladder if not the idea of climbability in my mind and something that didn't exist before? Now, monkeys will never make ladders, much less they will make lifts or automobiles, because they cannot separate these ideas from their memory or from their perception.
They don't possess the third level.
They don't possess the third level, exactly. That's the greatest difference between us and them. But as we know that we don't need to think or to have much philosophy to desire women, and women don't need much philosophy to desire men, we have to think the perception that moves us to each other must be on the two previous levels. Must be necessarily on the two previous levels. Because we don't need philosophy, we don't need a justification, we don't need a commandment for that, we don't need justice to impose.
Yeah, we need a commandment the other way around.
The other way around.
To control, exactly. Thou shalt not covet your wife's neighbor, the neighbor.
The neighbor's wife, exactly.
Neighbor's wife, yes.
So it must come from those two first levels. And how it comes like this. Now, we don't think those things because we don't need to think them. Thinking depends on that capacity of separating ideas. We don't need to think, but we perceive that. And what we perceive, the average man, for the average man, puberty is a great experience of freedom. Why? Because when we reach puberty, there is one day we are sitting at the breakfast table, and on the other side of the table is my father. And up till now in my life, in my whole life, every time I was sitting there, my body, through estimative, was saying, that's a danger that you cannot overcome. My body was saying that on estimative.
And at some point you start seeing him as a peer.
Exactly. At some point in your puberty, you're looking, okay, you're just a guy. I might love you, I might respect you, I might trust in you, but I'm not afraid of you.
Not anymore.
Physically afraid of you, not anymore.
Yes.
And that's an amazing moment of our life.
That's the first story we tell to ourselves.
To ourselves, exactly.
Probably the moment you break away from childhood as a man.
Exactly. So this is delicious. The very next day we begin to do stupid things. We go and we stay out the whole night with our friends. We throw toilet paper in houses. We drink. We do foolish stuff because it's just an experiment of freedom. It's not because we're mean or we want to destroy things, but it's such a rush to be free.
It's a newfound thing. How does it work?
How does it
around? Yes.
It's a delicious thing that we experience individually and collectively with our friends. It's a delicious. So that happens why? Because we have become a standard predator there. We are not bodily, we're not under the species. We are not the model of predator. It was my father. It was the father. The father was there, and I look at that body. The child looked at that body and said, "This body can crush my body." And of course, the child didn't thought that, but perceived through estimative. Perceived. It's a perception. It's an evaluation, very precise and correct, objective evaluation. And so the body, the idea of conflicting that, of conflict with that, shrink the body. And at some point it doesn't anymore. So it's a great experience of freedom. So we go out in the street and we begin to measure the other guys.
And on top of the estimative, we also start telling stories. Maybe I could overcome this one. Maybe not this one
maybe
yet.
Not this one.
Maybe
exactly.
not this one yet. Maybe not. Maybe this one never. That guy is a professional fighter. Maybe.
Maybe not. Yeah, better not. Only in last case. But in last case, we have a sensation like this. Sorry. If people come against me, I'll probably not fall alone. This is a very important thing. I will not fall alone. Somebody else will fall too. This is it's a normal experience for us. So at this moment that we feel, okay, your body tells you, you can do whatever you want. Go and grab it. Grab a piece of the world. And then we look around. And we look around and there is only one piece of the world that is interesting, really interesting, which is women. Till now they were just girls. Now they're really interesting. Now they're really interesting for many reasons. One, we are full of testosterone. What gave us that was a lot of testosterone. And testosterone is the inducer of sexual desire. It's a great inducer of that.
And a great incentivizer for the pursuit.
For the pursuit. Exactly. So it's a drug. And we're full of it. and we don't have a choice. And we're full of it. But there is another element on it. There is an element also on sense perception and estimative. The element on estimative is, okay, we enjoy the company of our friends. But there is always an element of tension. There is always an element of tension. Of, oh, come on, man, stop annoying me. Shut up. It's not very pleasant sensorially. And then sits a girl by your side and you have a whole lot of different sensations. It smells different. It moves different. It looks different, and there is no fiber of your body is physically afraid of it. It's morally afraid because you don't know how to handle that. Because you know, I desire that, but I don't know how to grasp it. I don't know. So you feel insecure, morally insecure on what should I do, but physically very secure, very peaceful, very relaxed. Very, very relaxed and very pleasant. So that's the first thing. Men go after women because they are very pleasant. It's a pleasant sensation to be by the side of a woman, and the more have indications, symbolic indications of femininity on her that can vary a little from culture to culture,
but not by much.
But not by much. The more she presents that, the more pleasant it is, the experience of just looking at it. Somebody on the Facebook, my Facebook, another day posted, all men spend on average 1 decade of their lives looking at women. And I said, just a decade?
Just a decade?
Are you sure? That research was not made in Brazil, right?
I'm pretty sure the math is a bit wrong.
I'm pretty sure the math is a bit wrong.
I mean, I can understand if the study was made on 25-year-olds. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, yes.
Maybe that would make sense. But if it has been made on proper adult men, older than 25, I don't think it is.
I think you guys are off by a long shot.
By about an order of magnitude of 4 at the very least.
Why? Because it's a very pleasant sensation. It's a very the center is on sense perception with an element of relaxation on the estimative part. That's just a touch, together with the pleasant sensation. Now let us think what happens with the girl in puberty. Because it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. Why? Because, okay, the girl, first she reaches puberty before us.
Slightly earlier.
Slightly earlier. Second, she grew a bit in strength, but not significantly. Not to the point to look to the body of her father or of an adult male, and the estimative evaluation is, we're equal.
Yeah, no.
No. The estimative continues the same as the childhood, as in childhood. The body wants to shrink, like an animal. We are animals. We are animals. Okay? The body wants to shrink. Now, the boy also passed by this difference, but it's more significant for girls. The increase in IQ, also puberty, both boys and girls increase a lot in IQ. We understand life better. We see more about life. But the boy, that's not important because I'm feeling so free. Who cares what's the meaning? Life is not complicated. I am free. Life is only complicated if I am arrested. Life is complicated for a child. It's not complicated for me. I know exactly what I want. Now, a girl, she begins to think with the increase in IQ. What do I want for life? What I want from my life? What I want to do? Where I want to go? What I want to buy? Now, each time she thinks on some good in the world that she wants to reach, her body, through estimative, tells her, what if somebody else wants it too?
What if there's competition for that?
What if there is competition for that? What if
for boys it's like competition, I'm in.
Okay, that's fair. For girls, what if my father doesn't approve? What if my mother doesn't approve? What if my girlfriends don't approve? What if society doesn't approve? In a way, it's like this. It's think like a rabbit. Okay, the difference is not that big, people. I'm not saying that girls are rabbits, okay? But please do not think like that. But the rabbit goes out of his hole and he have to think, I want a carrot. But he cannot stop thinking on that. He have to think, okay, where is the hawk? Where's the wolf? Where's the snake? And he cannot simply go out of here, go straight to the carrot. I have to go in such a way that I do not meet the hawk, do not meet the wolf, do not meet the snake.
Get the carrot and then get back to the
hole. And then get back, also without meeting them. See, it's a very complex path. This complex path is not chosen. So it's not an experience of freedom.
It's a natural constraint.
It's a natural constraint.
But a constraint nonetheless.
a constraint nonetheless. Exactly, it's an experience of oppression. That's why feminist message is so powerful over a woman. Because if you tell a woman you're oppressed, yes, I am. I know I am. They know they are. And when we hear that, we think, how come you are? No, you're not. Because we are not. Okay, feminists lie when they say that we oppress them.
Yeah, or the way they describe the oppression, which
describe the causal process, the explanation of the oppression. I think it's fundamentally wrong. I think the main fundamental cause excluded the situations of clear injustice, okay, or bad societies. But the fundamental cause, I think, is a biological one. It's estimative. You have to think, okay, I want this. I want to be a dancer, but my father will not let me. He will say no. It's simple like that. You're 16. You come to your parents and you say, this weekend I'm going to stay in the beach with my friends. Your parents will have to think. They are in a dilemma. They don't trust you because you're an idiot, you're 16. But their body feels, if we try to hold him, he will probably, a significant portion of men will simply jump out the window in the night and go and stay the whole weekend with the friends in the beach. Anyway, I would do that. I did that so many times. Okay? And I'm not a big guy. I did that many times. Many men will do that. We have to remember, if you remember old times, every family had an uncle that ran away. That run away and look, I want to live my life. I don't care what you guys think. Because societies were very rigid. This is why it's so
funny when the modern academics and the wider left try to regulate teenagers according to their ideology, and I like, especially teenage boys, I'm like, you're all gonna fail. Like,
you're gonna fail miserably.
The last thing a teenage boy wants to hear is that he's not allowed to think in a way, or to draw something, or to play something. Yeah, it's gonna do exactly that.
He will, because his body will measure. If the body doesn't warn you, you're gonna die, he might do it. Why he would not do it? Freedom is so good. Freedom is a very great good. Everybody loves to be free. Everybody loves to be free.
And in the vast majority of the cases you described, eventually, as it turns out, the teenager has a point. Because in most cases it's not a life and death situation, or it's not even a milder issue. I mean,
exactly.
What's the worst that could happen? Oh, you'll get drunk.
He'll get drunk. So what the parents are going to do with the 16-year-old boy, they will say, yes, son, go. Take your phone with you. Call us if there is a problem. Not because they trust him, because they know, okay, I know you're mature enough. Okay, 1 in 100 might be, maybe. Yeah. But most parents will not, they will not allow him because of that. If they're very smart, they will allow because, or else he will do it without our support. And then if something goes wrong there,
he won't tell us.
He won't tell us, and things will spiral down.
Yeah, and then the trouble starts.
And then the trouble starts. Now, it comes the girl of 15 and say the same things to the parents. No way! Are you crazy?
Yeah, the likelihood of the parent to be as open is a lot lower.
It's a lot lower. Sure. By instinct.
Libertine parents exist, but...
Yes, of course. They might. We have a third set of perception that we might use. But we only use that in last case. In most of our actions, we don't need to use that. For most of our actions, we don't need to use intelligence.
And our bodies as parents tell us, no way the 15-year-old girl is going
alone. No way! No way. And when they say no way, her body shrinks. And she wants to go, but her body cannot...
Cannot bring itself to protest.
Some adventurous girls will go. But in a smaller number than boys. It's a lot
rarer than in boys.
And when she goes, first she will go with other friends that she trusts, and she will be a lot more careful. Because she don't want to get screwed. Because she's afraid of the world too. She's not only afraid of them, she's afraid of the world too. She's afraid of other predators too.
It's not just the snake; it's also the wolf and
the wolf and the hawk and all the others. And so, what happens? So puberty is many times for a girl a time of deep complexity of how can I find the right thing to do, the thing that I want. My parents will say, "Oh, what a beautiful girl we have." My friends will say, "Wow, we're proud of you." That's a conundrum.
Yeah, and it's a tight rope.
It's very
rarely connected to all of these dots.
Exactly, it's very hard to find that. So it's very oppressive, very difficult, and that's why women are always trying to justify what they do. They always have a rule that justify what they do because they are trying to defend themselves from aggression, from aggression. Really, it's just they feel it like an aggression, a potential aggression. So it always has to be there is a reason. There is a reason. That's one of the reasons, for example, that women like more religion than men. Religion gives a set of rules.
Provides a structure.
A structure that is manipulable because it's very rational.
So you can play
exactly. You can use it to attain what you want. And wait, it's not because I want something. This is the rule. Women love to use religion against their husbands. It's an easy thing. It gives them peace. Now, even boys can be somewhat pleasant aesthetically for a woman. She's not much in need of physical comfort.
Not yet, anyway.
Well, why? Because, let us say, physical comfort is cheap. The more attractive she is, the more people are willing to give physical comfort, to hold her, to kiss her, to protect her, naturally. And her parents have the same feeling. They have this protective attitude to girls that they don't have with boys, naturally. All that is estimative. Doesn't depend on human element, which is intelligence. It's kind of the same among all developed animals. Now, that's not very interesting for her. It's a bit interesting, but it's not enough. The main component of attraction of a man, of a boy, to a woman is not that. It's estimative. It's these guys are feeling so well with life. They're so okay with life. Life is so good for them. They're joyful with life. They're joyful. They do what they want and they are enjoying it and nothing troubles them. And so this is at the same time is scary for them because okay, he's doing what he wants and he doesn't look around, so he might trample me and pass over me when he wants something. But it's also captivating because how cool is to live like that? How cool is to live like that? And I see that I attract him. That something in me fascinates him. So maybe I can share this freedom. I can take part of it. I can associate.
I may not be able to be the main driver of it, but the passenger seat is still good enough.
It's still good enough as long as we're going where I want. Or at least we're going where I want half the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes. So it is an enlargement of freedom. Women look in men freedom, for freedom. We look for pleasure. We don't feel that our freedom is going to increase with a woman. We know
it oftentimes doesn't.
We know that it's going to be restricted. We know that. We know. You can imagine. Oh, okay, you're gonna get this girl, and you can get any other girl. Yeah, try to do that with many at the same time, for you to see where it goes. Your freedom. You're gonna see that. Okay, getting a woman is a restriction, because now I have to please her. Now I have to look less to the others, or at least in a more discreet manner. I cannot touch the others, and it's of course it's a restriction. It's a sharing of freedom. I have this amount of freedom. Now it's mine. Now I have a girlfriend. Now it's half mine and half yours. Half mine. It's just half. It reduced my freedom. Okay, it's reduced my freedom. Now what happens? The first principle of disagreement between men and women is that we don't know that that's going on each other. A boy have never been a girl. A girl have never been a boy. They didn't have that inner experience, and they didn't abstract all this turn those experiences into speech. So what happens? A boy gets a girlfriend. What he does? He tries to be pleasant to her. He kisses her, he holds her, he says she's beautiful. And he thinks he is doing much, he's doing a lot. Because, well, that's all I want. I'm doing to you. We love each other as ourselves. I'm doing to you exactly what I want you to do to me. Exactly. By instinct, because I'm doing by instinct. I'm not doing by intelligence, I'm doing by instinct. And now we have to understand this loving, pleasant sensations, they fall on the inner female universe, and they reducing value a lot. Why? Because the offer for this, let's think of it like a market. There are lots of other guys that want to kiss me and hold me and tell me I'm beautiful and sleep with me. Lots of others. You're not the only one. That is not worth much in this market. What I don't have in this market, freedom. Somebody that will help me figure it out, my path to reach what I want, and will put away some hawks and some snakes and some wolves for me to reach that. Somebody that will support me when things get rough. That will help me deal with this difficulty. And we don't know that. So we don't offer that.
Definitely not at 16.
Not at 16. And it takes a long time for us to understand, look, your value for a woman is the freedom you create for her. It's not the freedom you give for her in the sense of, go do the things without me. This way you're not creating any freedom for her. This way you're thinking that she has freedom by default. You're acting with her like you act with your friends. If a friend of yours come and say, I want to do something stupid. Oh man, don't do it. Don't be an idiot. But if he goes, well, he went. He have his freedom. So we think that giving freedom to a woman is to let them do what they want. But it's not that. Giving freedom to a woman is to help her navigate. It's like this. What's troubling you, dear? And for that, universally, women have too often only two answers. And the two answers are nothing or nothing. Those are the two answers. And those answers, what they are indicating? They're indicating, I am afraid that when I tell you, when I reveal that, the body is afraid. It's not a thought process. I'm describing it as a thought process, but we have to remember it's not a thought process. It's an estimative.
Still at the second level, yes.
It's still at the second level. What I'm telling by this answer is that I am afraid that when I tell you, you will be another predator against it.
Or you might use it against me.
Exactly. I am afraid of that. And so the guy already get upset. Because if a friend comes to you and, okay, a guy, and you see that he's upset.
Troubled.
Troubled, exactly.
What's the matter?
What's the matter? Nothing. Okay.
Then that means it's nothing.
That means it's nothing. Exactly, it's not serious enough. He wants to handle by himself. Why? Because handling by himself is cool. It's nice. It's freedom. So when the woman answers nothing, part of us think, okay, she wants to handle by herself because it's fun. No, saying nothing because she is afraid that you're going to restrict her even more. And then if you insist, and if you create a relationship of trust, she will open her mouth finally. Gradually, after a few hours or sometimes a few days even. And then when she tells you, and then comes the second part that is hard for men, is this: when she tells you, she will not tell you one thing, she will tell you 5 that are contradictory to each other. She will describe the maze she is in. It's not like us. It's like this: okay, I want more money, but I'm too lazy. What's more important, my laziness or my money? It's a very simple problem. Very simple. We think like that all the time. And then, no, I want more money because I'm going to get a prettier wife, or I want more money because I'm going to get a car, or I don't know, this lying down here in this hammock is more cool. I prefer that. Simple. It's a very simple. Our choices are between senses and stimuli. Very, very simple. The woman is usually in a maze. There is one thing that she wants to do because she thinks it's cool. It's her freedom. But maybe if she does that, her friends are going to think that, or you are going to think that other, or her father is going to think that other. So there is something else that she wants to do to keep her father away from this decision. And when we hear that, we know immediately it's impossible to do those 5 things. It's impossible.
You have to sacrifice at least one.
We know immediately that. It's why we know immediately that? Because we're men. Because we're predators. And we know, look, you cannot hunt 5 prey. You cannot hunt prey and fight a predator. You cannot do all those things at the same time. You have to choose one. And then comes our second mistake, to say, okay, choose one and I'll help you, woman. And I'll do anything for you to help. But no. Her main problem is the maze. So what happens if you care for your wife or for your partner and you know her long enough? It's also not very hard to detect what among these 5 is deeper in her, is more personal, is her. It's her identity. It's her. This is what she wanted to do. And so what a good partner, male partner, have to do is, okay, this is what you wanted to do. Hey, I think, let us do this first, okay? Then we're going to handle the other. And you put your energy, you pour your energy, you help her choose, and to give a certain priority. And you handle the difficulties of the others, the objections of the others, but you don't try to solve all of them. It's a very exhaustive task. This is very exhaustive to men because we are not that complex.
Or even if we are, we do something that in modern programming would be called backtracking. It's basically we split the problem into 100 small simple problems, and in the end, at the result, it appears that we resolved something complex, which we did, but by simple tasks rather than tackling the 100 problems at the same time.
At the same time, because we know, look, those things are not possible because this person hates that one. And so if you do this, you're going to please this one and that one is going to hate it. And that's inevitable. You cannot change that. You cannot change the other persons.
Yeah, you got to pick one.
You got to pick one, exactly. And she cannot do it. Well, it's not that she cannot do it. Of course, she could be a philosopher and think and analyze her soul. And
yeah, but we're talking regular people.
But we're talking regular people, exactly. Okay, the wife of the bus driver. Okay, she cannot. But the bus driver, because he knows his woman and he loves her, it's not hard to see. Okay, when you talk of this problem, this is your voice. When you talk of that one, I can hear your mother's voice. We hear that very easy. I'm hearing your mother's voice. I'm hearing your friend's voice. I'm hearing your cousin's voice. And now I'm hearing your voice. we have this facility of doing that because we know that very clearly on us. What's my voice? What's the other people's voice? And so we have to help her to uphold her own voice. That's the base of the analogy that St. Paul makes in the scripture. He said, okay, the husband is like Christ and the wife is like the church. And many people don't understand this quote, but this is simple. This comparison is simple. Christ have only one voice. Go and ask Christ what he wants. He will tell you what he wants. Go in the church and ask what they want.
The church is the parishioners. It's 1,000 voices.
Each one of them is going to say a different thing. So it's very hard to handle with that and find, wait, what's the authentic, more authentic, collective, deeper voice here that, look, let us do this, and all the others will accept, because this will benefit them all. Even they don't want that. So it's a judgment that is needed. Well, for us it's very easy. No, usually I have a very single voice. Is money or laziness. It's very simple. It's very simple. And so a woman needs that, and so a woman needs an ally, a deep ally, and confident, and a confessor ally. It's kind of a priest, a judge, ruler, and partner at the same time.
Preferably at the same time.
All at the same time. It's an articulated form of friendship. That's what she wants, and that she can concentrate in one person.
And this is the part that the feminists perverted. They describe this as patriarchal oppression when in reality it just fills a very obvious need that's been around since there's been humans.
Exactly. Exactly. Since there is enough dimorphism between male and female in the species, that's gonna happen.
It's been around 100,000 years, probably more.
Exactly. And so she needs that, and then comes the problem. The other problem is that because that's what she wants, that's also what she offers you when she is dating you or she marries you. She wants to be your friend. Because she wants this friend, this unique, best, intimate friend. She wants to be your unique, best, intimate friend. But the problem is, look, I'm gonna be honest, please, women, don't be offended by that, but your friendship is a burden.
Most of the time, for sure.
Most of the time. Like, I don't know the word for that. There are, let us say, more soft forms of friendship, like co-workers or two people in a class. It's the same if you're a man or a woman, but it doesn't change much. But this near friendship, it's a burden. You know why it's a burden? Because it's like this. The guys that are my friends, their friendship usually costs a beer. A beer every week, a beer every month. It doesn't cost much. And occasionally it costs a lot. Okay, occasionally.
But upkeeping it costs very little.
Costs very little. And when it costs a lot, he praises me a lot for doing that. He recognizes that. He acknowledges that. Thank you, buddy.
I would not have been alive if not for this man.
If not for this man.
I would have been in jail if this man had not helped me. And so on.
It's kind of an unspoken deal that we have among each other.
Yes.
That's why it's so easy for us to keep friendships for decades. And I see the guy once in each 3 months or once in a year, or even one. I meet a guy that I didn't saw for 10 years. We can sit and talk.
Yeah, and pick it up from where we left.
Pick it up from 10 years ago. Because it costs very little.
And they also tend to be more profound. something that I've noticed not just on myself but also on other people around. It tends to be, male friendships tend to not just function entirely different than female friendships, but they tend to be more profound and more on point. Less about touchy-feely stuff, but more on point.
Exactly. Because we are more on point. Our instinctive psychology, sense perception and estimative, is more one-pointed. It's more very, very clearly directional.
Cause and effect, very linear. And oftentimes very logical. I mean, sure, we do illogical stuff from time to time.
We do illogical stuff, but we do it for logical reasons.
Oftentimes, yes.
It's like on the Magnificent Seven, right? The guy that jumps into the cactus, right? Take out his clothes and jumps into the cactus, and then they say, "Why you did it?" Oh, it looked like a good idea at the time.
Legit.
And then I did it. So we are usually like that. Well, it looked like a good idea at the time. Been so life danger, so maybe I lost money, maybe I lost people. Some people don't like me anymore. Maybe my parents are pissed off. Well, I'll survive all that.
I'll make other money. People will move along.
Someday my parents will need me, and they will forget that because I'll go there to help them. It's simple. It's very simple. It's usually very simple. We can afford, because of our physical structure and the testosterone, we can afford that. We can afford the price of many choices.
And even if we don't, managing the consequences is, at the very least, feels easier. Even if it isn't easier.
Even if it isn't, feels easier because, hey, I did it. The I did it is a very, very important thing for men. I wanted and I did it. It's a very important thing. So, okay, now it's terrible. Oh, I screwed my life. Yeah, well, I screwed my life.
Yeah, and probably this is why it's harder to teach women personal responsibility.
It's a lot because all responsibility is communal.
Yeah, whereas with men it kind of comes naturally, or at the very least you learn it really fast in your early puberty.
Exactly, because now we have to understand most of our instinctive responsibility is individual, and most of the instinctive responsibility of women is communal.
Communal, yes.
Communal. So,
or at the very least subjected to peer review.
Exactly.
Not necessarily communal in the sense with the whole society. But networks of girlfriends and parents.
Exactly.
Yes, and the cousins and the extended family and so on. Right. And this is all of this has been with us humans, or us hairless monkeys, as another YouTuber would say, has been around for at the very least 100,000 years. What changed in the last 50 years, and more pronounced in the last 20 years, at least in some Western societies, not here, but in Brazil it has definitely been attempted, and in North America it's gone full crazy, is that all of these have been perverted to the point of not being able to recognize them anymore. And one of the factors that was used is, it sounds, now that I think about it, it sounds like exploitation of women in a way, because not just the gender ideology, but feminists in particular, exploited the fact that for the last 100,000 years seemed quite irrelevant, but now it's very relevant. Women start with a maximum sexual market value, maximum societal power, and as time goes on, it declines. Men start with -1, not zero. -1.
Exactly. Nobody wants you.
Yeah, sexual market value and social power. But by the time you're 30-ish, it gets pretty high, and you can expect it to, at the very least, stay high for the next 40 years.
Exactly.
If not even go even higher.
If not even go higher, exactly.
Yes. So, we reach our peak value at 30-ish.
and
it stays there.
There.
Or if it goes down, it doesn't go like that. It goes maybe a little bit, maybe the next decade a bit higher again. It stays pretty stable. And this hasn't been a problem for the previous 100,000 years, because at the end of the day there were always predators, there were always problems, and somewhere the sexes would intersect a little bit, just enough to form families, just enough to perpetuate the next generation, and maybe even teach the next generation one thing or two that was not known 2 generations before, maybe. Best case scenario. Sometimes we kind of fucked it up, but most of the time it kind of worked. Obviously we're having these conversations, obviously it worked a little bit. But in the last, especially in the last 20 years and generally in the last 50 years, this has been broken, as in entirely. In our civilization, not in Islam, not in East Asia, not in other places, but
in Western civilization.
But
yes.
in the Judeo-Christian civilization, for sure, it has been perverted.
It has been perverted, and that's extremely dangerous. That's extremely dangerous for the first reason is like this. Now, if I am not capable of making heart surgery, I don't feel humiliated. Because I never wanted to learn to make heart surgery. I don't want to see a heart. I don't care how it's a heart inside. I don't even care if there's somebody knowing to do that. Because it's just an idea. It's something that I can do or not do. It's just a social role. A possible social role that exists now. Very good, saves a lot of lives, but didn't exist in other times. So it's not written in our nature.
For the vast majority of our existence, the notion of heart surgeon didn't exist.
Did not exist, exactly.
We even learned how a heart looks like just 200 years ago.
200 years ago.
Which in evolutionary terms is like this morning.
Exactly, exactly. So it's not part of our nature, it's part of our culture. Now, a physical need is part of our nature. The need for food is part of our nature. The need for rest is part of our nature.
Although you and I have been working around the rest part quite a lot. Don't try this at home. Leave it to the professionals.
Now, that's something. We know we are very different from the other animals. We know we are intelligent. We know we can do stuff that they can never dream of doing. Not even do. It's not only do, they cannot even dream of doing.
You can let it pass another 100,000 years, a lion will still not create a video camera in the internet.
It's not going to happen. As long as he stays a lion, he's not going to be that. He's going to have to change into something else. So we know that, and we know that we are damn proud of that. With a good reason, because wow, it's awesome. It's really awesome. We accomplished a lot of things about that. So in a certain way, physical needs, the fact that we still have physical needs, even we are smart, that smart, it's kind of embarrassing for us. It's something very deep in the human psychology, okay? Physical needs are embarrassing. If you need food and you cannot get it, it's extremely embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, yeah.
It's extremely embarrassing. If you need clothes and you cannot get them, it's extremely embarrassing. Because those are physical needs. Nobody asked you, do you want to need food? Do you want to need clothes? Nobody asked you.
It's been imposed.
It's been imposed. It's like the price of the original sin. It's been imposed upon our intelligent mind, our spiritual being.
Yeah, and no matter how intelligent we may become, we can overcome it in the sense that, okay, maybe I don't have to eat every other 12 hours, I can eat every other 24, but you still need to eat.
You still need to eat.
and maybe I don't have to drink right now, I can drink 2 hours from now, but you still need to drink.
To drink, exactly. That's why people, it's so easy to shame on people on anything that they need physically, bodily. It's so easy.
That's why shaming men for wanting women worked.
For sex.
Yeah, worked so well.
It's just, of course, because it's a physical need. Nobody asked you. Before your puberty, some scientist came and said, do you want to need desperately to sleep with a woman every day. No. If somebody asked that as a child for us, the answer would be no. Of course not. I want you to do it by curiosity or freedom if it's cool, but I don't want to need that. I don't want to need that. We don't want to need anything. Physical. The same thing, on the same way. If we don't want to, we are embarrassed of needing the pleasure and the satisfaction and the sex that women provide. Women are also embarrassed of needing to increase their freedom from men. Equally embarrassed, if not more. So those are embarrassing things. Things that we don't want to confess to each other and say, okay, let us make it a public speech. Okay, let us be honest. You women, you need men. Men, you need women. No. It's embarrassing. So we don't talk about it. No society talks about it. Okay, no society. And we actually we probably invented houses because of that, so that we can satisfy this mutual need in private without being embarrassed by others, by others seeing that we need that we need someone else, because food you might get for yourself, clothes you might get for yourself, but a woman you cannot get by yourself. You need the woman.
You still need the woman.
You still need the woman. Even if you force her, you need her.
It still needs to be there, yes.
She still needs to be there. And the woman, the same thing. She cannot get by herself because she still needs the man to be there. So it is a physical need that I have no choice on it. I have no call on it. And I have to negotiate with someone else.
In order to get it fulfilled.
To get it fulfilled. I have to negotiate it with someone else. That's very hard. That's why relationships are hard. Because we don't want to sink on that as a need, a fundamental need. Nobody wants that, because will feel like a failure. In a certain way, we judge ourselves as angels. I think this is the worst sin of mankind. I think it's worse than thinking, okay, judge human beings as beasts, as animals. It's wrong, because we're not simple animals, because we have intelligence.
It's less wrong than
But it's less wrong in a way, exactly. We are a lot more in common with them.
On a scale of wrong, judging them like angels is far wrong.
It's far wrong. It's far wrong. So we judge ourselves by those standards. No angel needs another angel. They only need God, but God is above everything, so nobody cares about needing God. Okay? God is not an equal. Needing an equal, that's terrible.
That's terrible.
That's terrible. Okay? Enjoying the partnership of an equal, cool. Let us play a game. Okay, let us make a team. Because we enjoy. We don't need to do that. We don't need to play football. We don't need to play basketball. We do it because it's cool. But the conjugal relationship is based on a fundamental need. And the only physical need that I necessarily have to negotiate is the only one. Okay, food, I can learn how to hunt. I can learn how to fish.
Sure, it's more profitable even there to negotiate, because through the market you can get it cheaper, faster, better.
Exactly.
But if I don't want to negotiate, there's still the option not to negotiate.
Not to negotiate, exactly.
It cannot be done, however, with the need for the opposite sex. And this is another thing that definitely few people dare to speak in public. Definitely even fewer men. For women, the need for male presence is, as you said, to extend freedom, and it's more abstract. But for men, it's not just the pleasure, but it is a literal physical need. This is something that is really difficult to convey to women, and I say to women, not to feminists. To feminists, you don't convey anything; you just throw them off helicopters. But
yes, but see the term that you used. The need of the woman is more abstract. It's more abstract for us.
Or dare I say, I should have said more complexness, not necessarily more abstract, but more complex.
Yes, but for her it's as evident and painful in her psyche as our need is from her. Don't be fooled. It's the same. It's as intense, as painful.
And the physical living of it, I'm sure that's...
The physical sensation of that is as deep and as primal as our own.
That's
as
definitely
primal
true.
as our own.
That's definitely true. I was just... The manifestation is entirely different.
Entirely different. And when I think of the need, well, I can only feel it abstractly. Because, no, seriously?
Yeah, because
you really have this problem?
Yeah, because in the from a male perspective, it's just, yeah, there is a maze. How about you just kick them all in the teeth? It's just what you want, and that's it. Because that's what we would do in a situation like that. In a situation like that, where we have peer pressure. Sure, sometimes we might abide.
Yeah.
But if we really don't want to, we can just tell them all to fuck off.
Exactly.
And,
that last stand is there, and we know it's there, and knowing it is a great feeling. It's such a great feeling.
Yeah, and in women this exists at best in 10% of the female population.
Exactly, at best in 10%.
And with men it's at worst in 90%.
Exactly.
At worst in 90%.
There is an old medieval tale about that. It's amazing. I think why this is not taught in every Western school in the world when people are 14, 15.
We discussed in the first part. The history starts with 1940s in most of the West.
So there is a tale called The Marriage of Sir Gawain. The Marriage of Sir Gawain is a tale of that. King Arthur gets a curse, and the only way to solve the curse is somebody has to find out and go in a chapel and say what women want. And Gawain, which was brave and noble but not very smart, raises himself. I'll find that solution for you, my king. And he goes after it, and he spends some 2 years looking for it. And he asks one woman. One woman says one thing, the other says another, because women want different things in life. Of course, one woman loves music, the other loves money, the other loves power, their tastes are as diverse as ours, exactly as diverse as ours. Their instinctive psychology is not, but their tastes can be as diverse as ours. If it was not as diverse as ours, there would be some profession that was doomed to be single. There would be some profession. Okay, that skill, no woman likes that. So you're going to be single. And then he spends many years, and after some 2 years he gives up, and he's walking in the road and thinking, I'll never solve that. For my eternal shame, I failed. I'm the first knight of the round table to fail in a holy quest. And then it begins to come in on his direction, an old woman in the street, and he sees that it's the ugliest woman he ever saw in his life, and he shrinks on the ugliness of her. And he begins to walk like this, and when she passes by him, she says, I know what you seek. I said, you do? Yes. You seek to know what women want. Oh, I do. Do you know it? And she says, I do. Then tell me. And she said, everything comes with a price. If I tell you, you have to promise to marry me. Look.
That's quite of a high price.
That's the highest price possible. It was not simply an unattractive woman. It's the ugliest woman you ever saw. Okay, that's, as we say, we want an experience, a consistent experience of pleasure there on women. And okay, this is the ugliest, and it's old. There's nothing here.
Might be an experience of pleasure, but definitely not a consistent one.
No
matter how hard you try. It's
no matter how hard you try, exactly. But then he thinks, okay, but I have my honor. And she might know. And besides, she probably doesn't know. She's going to answer me something else that is not going to work too. And I don't have to marry then because it's not going to be the truth. And then he said, I agree. If you tell me, and it is the true answer, and the king is freed from his curse, I will marry you. And she says, the woman want to be free to do whatever they want. Whatever the hell they want. I said, what? That's so silly. Everybody does what they want.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, not really. Everybody that's a male. And then he goes to the king with this answer, and the king goes to the chapel, and then the curse is lifted, and he,
damn it.
Damn it! I kept my honor, but at such a price. And then he goes and settles the date with her to marry her in the court. And in the day he's waiting for her to arrive, and he be mocked by everybody, and she comes completely covered in the wedding, and they made the ceremony, they get married, and they go to the couple chamber. And then she take out all her clothes, and it is the most beautiful woman he ever saw. And he said, what happened? And she said, well, I can have this appearance or the other appearance. And then, okay, he is okay. She said, oh, wait a minute, there is a condition. There is another clause to our contract. You have to choose. Are you going to have me like this in the night for you here, and like that in the day in the court? Or are you going to have me like this as a beautiful princess in the day in the court, and the old hag here in the bed? What do you want? He, as a good man, he doesn't need to think much. Well, I want you like this here. And this is a very important thing. It's a very important thing because it's a last element of a woman's need, is that men are tempted to use their wives as trophies.
Which again in modern world gets exploited quite a lot.
Quite a lot. And that is a great cause of suffering for them. Because we have to remember that social exposure for a woman is also exposure to a maze of behavior. How do I put a dress? I have to put a dress that shows that I'm a hot wife, but I'm not a slut, but I'm also a good mother, but I'm also an intelligent woman. So every kind of social exposure is a test, a terrible test for a woman. So the man,
feminism added to this maze.
Exactly. So if the guy uses her as a trophy, he's adding to that. So the last element of happiness for a woman is a man that learns, I'm not going to use her as a trophy ever. I'm gonna keep. And then he says, I want you here in the bed like this. That's a smart choice. That's a smart choice. That's more important.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, it's a more important thing. And any sane man would do that. Only a too proud man would do the contrary. And that's evidently a disturbed man. And then she says, because you have chosen right, I'll be like this in the day and in the night. And then the story ends. So it's Middle Ages. It was indicated there, okay, what women want. It's things like that give hints. It's poetry gives hints, myths give hints, fairy tales give hints. And it's something that we have to remember these days, today, that these dispositions in men and women, and the level to which each individual is affected by that, because individuals are different within the same sex.
Especially
different.
Within men.
Exactly, especially within men. It's not a choice. It's not something that you can change in your life. It's not. It is a destiny. It is a fatality of nature. It is a, okay. It's data of the objective world, of the physical, natural world. Is not a creation of your mind. So we have to yield to it. We have to educate ourselves to it so that we can become better partners to each other. Because to become better partners to each other, I'll have to remember, okay, marriage costs 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day. 1 hour, I need to be the best friend of my wife. I don't know if it's going to be in the morning, in the middle of the day, or in the night. But I'll have to be that guy. I'll have to think how I'm going to increase her freedom there. And 1 hour in that day, that woman will have to think how I'm going to be an experience of pleasure to this guy. If we do that willingly, that 1 hour for each other every day, we build a progressively happier relationship because we are gifted with memory. We are both gifted with memory, and this is a cumulative experience. But if we don't think that, we think, no, we just choose, or we find magically the best. And no, there is no such thing as magic, okay? At least not in love. There's no love potion, okay? It doesn't work like that. It works, we are human beings. We have to understand our animal nature, and we have to use it in our favor.
And embrace it.
Embrace it. Embrace it.
In Jordan Petersonian terms, integrate our shadow. Exactly. As it were. Yeah, all of these have been perverted. You said that, for instance, in marriage, it's 1 hour I have to be the best friend of my wife, and 1 hour she has to think how she can be the best object of pleasure for me. The second part is now completely obliterated. Women are no longer taught that half. It is still rigorously enforced on men, probably even harsher than in the past. But the other half, the very idea of women having responsibilities to men as men is now absolutely haram.
Yes.
as it would be, because we're going to talk about Islam a little bit later, but it hasn't been made absolutely haram, and that creates a lot of negative tension. We were talking before we turned down the camera for the second part. Thank God for video games. Imagine a world without video games, but the world being 2018, not 1218.
Not 1218. Yes.
No, 2018, not 1218. So in 2018, without video games, it's easier to take the example of the United States. Have 40 million or 35 million-ish young men between the ages of 16 and 24 at the prime of their physical abilities, but still not at the highest level of their IQ. At about 24 you get the highest possible, and then of course it can increase even more, but then it increase slower than but 16-24, no video games, but full feminism. Violent revolution would have already happened.
Oh yes.
Would have already happened.
Yes.
And it didn't happen, largely thanks to pornography and
video games, sports,
and of course rigorous conservatives will hate us for saying this, because rigorous conservatives have been fighting against pornography and video games and losing, of course, because they picked the wrong targets. And they targeted the symptom, not the problem.
Not the problem, exactly. The symptom. This is just, look.
You want fewer video games and fewer porn? Fix this intersexual relationships.
Exactly, fix that. And we have to remember that, look, we have industrial society created a very different environment for men and women.
That literally didn't exist for the entire history of mankind.
A history of our existence. And which is like this. Most societies had some kind of social separation between men and women, and some kind of professional conjoint association of men and women. Okay, a couple, they were farmers. They were farmers in the same land, and they divided the tasks according to their
abilities
that they could negotiate there clearly. It was evident. They didn't need the society to tell them what is the division of tasks, because
communism had not been invented yet, and the rest of the society was fully aware that the owners and the operators of the land definitely knows more about that land than the guy living 50 kilometers down the road, or 10 kilometers down the road.
And we have to remember, and then, okay, with the first waves of urbanization, the same thing. The guy was a craftsman. He was working at his house, and his wife was working the same thing. They were both shoemakers, and they were dividing the tasks there. They were both
She might
shoemakers.
be a little bit more of a support role, but still in the same craft,
in the same craft. There was the same creativity and the same idea that we are accomplishing something together. We are accomplishing something together, and socially some separation, so that we don't get other women and women don't get other men. But those two, they were it's a very important business partnership. Marriage was most of our history, and even before history probably, a business partnership a lot.
Yeah, this is another thing that is very hard pill to swallow, especially for conservatives, but in general, marriage out of love is invented yesterday.
Yesterday.
At best yesterday. I mean, the first ideas of romantic chivalry are like in the 13th, 14th century, but become generalized in the 16th century. So about 5 centuries ago. Yeah, yesterday morning.
Exactly. And associated with marriage in the 18th century.
Yes. I mean, Romeo and Juliet is one example that even in the 15th century, marriage out of love was still kind of haram.
Kind of, yes.
And
it's a beautiful thing, but not of this earth.
Yeah, and the norm was still a business partnership, a business contract.
Usually negotiated between two families, of course, because families were also business associations.
And
that's another thing.
Yeah, and who to ask best to know about it than the previous structures that have already created the business association.
Exactly, with the idea that, look, there are some needs that you two have to each other. If you fulfill these needs, love will come out, because we are animals. That's a fact. We are animals. If a woman comes, look, you're an 18-year-old guy and an attractive woman just comes and, come here, sleep with me. And she does sleep with you. And she doesn't sleep, you see, she doesn't sleep with other guys. And she's nice with you. Well, you begin to like her. You simply begin to like her. It's natural.
Yeah, this is again very politically incorrect to say in these days, but arranged marriages tend to
be more stable,
and have more higher rates of success. Now, I'm not saying that we should necessarily come back to that. It's probably a lost cause. Even in India, they're abandoning it slowly. But nevertheless, we only study the bad part in history. Oh, they were all arranged marriage and it was kind of terrible, and the worst excesses of that are emphasized. But the fact of the matter is that the arranged marriages represented a form of progress. It replaced mass rape.
Yes.
Just like slavery represented a form of progress on the arc of history. Before slavery, you would kill all the men and most of the women from the conquered tribe.
Exactly.
Slavery was progress. Now we no longer kill them. We put them to work for us, and they still get to reproduce. Maybe not all of them. We might castrate some of them, but still, most of their genes might survive.
It's a betterment. It's an improvement.
It was an improvement for sure. Slavery was an improvement. There you go. Take that quote, Vice, and put it there and say, well, son says slavery was an improvement. It was. Seriously, it was. Yeah, but all of these things, and I don't know how we were going to, because this is obviously quite complex, but how we're going to negotiate this, because today, because I want to bring it back to video games for several reasons. First of all, is because the industry is being under attack by leftist ideologues in ways that it was unimaginable 20 years ago. I mean, the gaming industry is about 40 years old. I'm not a gamer myself, but a significant portion of my audience is. And the industry is about 40 years old, probably even slightly more than that, video games in particular. And for most of the time, it was the marginal, nerdy thing, whatever. But now it's under significant attack, and significant products are being intentionally mutilated to fit the feminist ideology, which has the unfortunate effect of alienating the core audience, which means studios go bankrupt. It even now has the English speakers have come with a proverb: get woke, go broke.
That's a great danger. That's a great danger.
And if the industry continues to collapse in this way, that would mean
these guys are going to kill somebody.
Yeah, basically it will, because it seems that it's hard to convey this message. I've been trying to force myself to make a video about this, and I still haven't, but I will eventually. It seems, and I'm going to put this to you and tell me your thoughts on it, but it seems that if a society has no or almost no outlet to spill frustration, that society is bound to fail soon.
Yes.
And as a supporting evidence to this, I would bring the Romanians under communism. There was, I mean, even the communists allowed sort of some frustration to be spilled in the stadiums. But the moment they tried to censor the stadiums, the stadium moved in the street and the regime was out in 2 years. If you remove porn and open internet and video games, if you remove all of those, you're gonna have all those incels that you like to hate, you're gonna have them in the street. And you know what? They can fire a weapon. They may not be impeccable physical fighters because they've been sitting on their asses for the whole day, and maybe they don't run that fast. But you know what? They've been playing military strategy games. They know how to coordinate an urban guerrilla. Sure, they may make some mistakes, but if there are 50,000 of them, they'll be good enough to take down the regime. Maybe not a country as big as the United States, but a country as small as Sweden, or a country as small as Norway, or even a slightly bigger country, let's say the Netherlands. It's not really that difficult.
It's not.
And
it's not.
How will this be corrected, if it can be corrected, or are we just doomed to?
Well, I think the first step is we have to begin to re-educate ourselves about human nature.
We seem to have forgotten all of it.
About human nature, in a way that now that's very hard. Why that's very hard? That's very hard because the easiest way of doing that is by affirming that we are immortal. Is by there is one region on your being, maybe you're not the whole of it immortal, but there is one region of your being that is purely spiritual. That's the first thing. That's the easiest thing. Now, if we cannot affirm that it's immortal, at least we have to affirm that it's holy. That there is somewhere inside there that it's a holy ground, a sacred ground, that I do not have the right to interfere, no matter what's the justification. No matter the good of society, the good of groups, the good of family, the good of mankind, the good of the cosmos, the good of the universe, the good of the planet, doesn't matter. That ground is sacred, is yours, is only yours, only you can tread upon there. And I cannot interfere. That's the first thing that we have to remember. We have to educate ourselves, because human beings are preached against that in the West as often, at least, as they are preached that they are immortal. Now, the preachers that preach they are immortal, they are not very competent. We do not live in an age of, let us say, religious enlightenment. Or you don't have a lot of Saint Francis's hanging around and giving you, okay, if that guy doesn't know what human life is, what the meaning of human life is, nobody knows, so we will trust him. We're not living in that time, so we cannot count very much only on religious preaching. That because religious preaching, okay, it's good. There is something that is immortal, something that is your Buddha nature or your immortal soul, and it's made for God. It's made by God and for God, and it will be always there, and you will pay the ultimate price of your life. So we cannot do that fully. I mean, we cannot impose that, or it's very hard to make that popular. Why? Because, in part, because it's cool for young people to be against that. Because when religion weakens, religion becomes a set of rules. And what we just said about our puberty,
young men and set of rules.
And set of
that's
rules.
never a good combination. In that combination, 98% of the time, the rules lose.
The rules lose. It's more likely to succeed with the girl because rules make a territory more easy to navigate, easier to navigate without judgment, without criticism. And so it's more likely. So it's a lot. You go to any church and it's,
this is again another hard point to sell to feminists. I got kicked out of a feminist conference when I tell, look, the reason women like religion more is because it creates freedom. Women are freer because of religion.
Because of sets of rational rules that are valid for everybody.
Yeah, and you can lawyer yourself around them.
Exactly.
And that's a very haram point to make these days.
Yes, it is.
Even though it's true.
It is. Well, what can we say? It's a fact.
Yeah,
it's a
and
fact.
the fact with the holy ground, I guess, can be assimilable definitely to property, but not just property. As in, the state cannot enter into my mind and should not even attempt.
Not even attempt. Doesn't have the right to attempt. Doesn't have the right to attempt. It's wrong. It's violence when it attempts, and we have the right to fight back. So that there is this inner sanctum of human individuality, of human identity. I don't like to say human individuality because that gives an impression that it's an arbitrary thing. And that's not an arbitrary thing, because we are talking of our intelligence, of our capacity to choose consciously, of what only I witness inside here, of this capacity to witness myself in an objective manner. So it's not a simple individuality. I would say no, it's our core of spirituality, and I call it spirituality. Well, first because I'm not a materialist. I believe that there is such a thing as spirit that is not reducible to matter. But you have to call it a spirituality, because if it is just some piece of your body, well, then maybe
you can transplant it.
Maybe you can transplant it. Maybe you can sell it.
We can sell it, yeah.
It will raise the question why this piece of flesh is more sacred and that other piece of flesh is not. And so we'll have to say, no, it is your spiritual identity, because it is your capacity to witness objectively your own self.
And it doesn't even have to involve supernatural or
No.
metaphysical, because you construct that spiritual identity by yourself
exactly.
over time.
You can say it's a potential, it's a natural potential of human beings from conception.
But the way we construct it differs quite radically from one
radically, evidently. Okay? And now, that the best way, now we have to understand that this inner core existing in this body, have a certain structure, and the structure is that one that Plato describes in the Republic. There is a man, there is a monster, a hydra, and inside the hydra there is a lion, and inside that lion there is a man. So it's a very inner core, a very deep core, hard to access even by ourselves. Even by ourselves, it's very hard to access. But we have to understand, okay, how can I have a kind of a general guideline of what is a meaningful life for this kind of being with this whole structure. Is that this is not only arbitrary, this must necessarily be found by yourself.
And at best you can get some help to it.
You can help
but
to
nobody
it.
can do it for you.
But we have to have some education on, look, I'll give you some chart, I'll give you some hints, I'll give you, these directions must be available. So that's one lesson that we're going to have to learn. Look, to have a meaningful life, you cannot shame yourself for being human and not being an angel.
Speaking of meaningful life, in one of our conversations you said that one way to change things is by the power of example. By creating not necessarily numerous, not necessarily even very influential, but a class of people, even if it's 1% of the population, that by the fact that it lives well, it's joyful, it's successful in their own way, is good enough to serve as an example, and maybe in 2 or 3 generations turn the things around. Because, and you do have a point, because I've had a lot of young people, especially on the Romanian language channel, not so much on this one, coming after about a year of watching some of our shows, and they're like, at first I thought you guys are a bunch of lunatics, but then I noticed that all of you are very joyful, very content, and as a result, I want whatever you're smoking, I want it too.
Exactly. Human beings, now, this is another point of scholastic, let us say, anthropology, or that's very important. That is, look, it's not only anthropology, I think it's biology even, because it's
the two are related.
The two are related. Anthropology is just a subset this is with those specific differences because of objective intelligence, but it's the same thing. We're still a rational animal. We're not a rational angel or a rational spirit. We are a rational animal. This is the type of thing we are. Is that, look, there is no natural being that doesn't have a natural perfection. This is a very important thing. It's something that people doubt these days. Many people, it's very common. I also had thousands of students, and wait, you're telling me that life has a meaning? Really, that's unbelievable. You must be in an illusion, because nobody knows what's the meaning of life. That's kind of a common statement. Nobody really knows. You have to figure it out. No, look.
Just because nobody knows a universal meaning of life, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And also, just because you have to figure it out doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Now, let us go to the inverse way. Who says that nobody knows a universal meaning of life? Nobody knows a large enough set of individual meanings of lives.
In order to create an aggregate out of those.
Exactly. So we don't know, for example, I cannot tell what's the meaning of your life. Because you're not just a universal system, an abstract system. You're not a human being. Okay? You are Lucien Valsin.
And as a result, it has a portion that is common with the rest of the humanity, but a portion that is definitely shaped by experiences.
But the reality of that is a potential scheme. The reality of it can only be built by yourself in a very unique way. That will never happen again. Never. There will never be another Lucien Valsin. And that's the point. That's the meaning that we don't know. Nobody knows fully. Of course, we might meet people that are very alike us, and so we have a lot of experience on the meaning of their life. We can have a knowledge of some subsets of human meaning, possible meanings, but we cannot know. I cannot guarantee, look, the meaning of your life is this formula, like this. But I can tell you like this, look, the possible meanings of human life are like this type. Now you're gonna have to try yourself and find out what combination, real combination of types you are. So, in a certain way, we can know the universal meaning of life, but we cannot know the individual meaning of life. See, that's the point. Individual is sacred in a certain way. Got it? The abstract universal is not sacred because it only exists in us. In real individuals.
That's why humanity doesn't exist. That's why society in the political sense doesn't exist.
Exactly.
But only the individual can exist.
Can exist and can realize and can accomplish a meaningful life that is real and not just possible. It's effective and not just possible. Now, the scheme of possibilities can be understood because that's what characterizes our intelligence, the capacity to understand abstract systems.
Yeah, and it can be understood because it's not unlimited.
It's not unlimited, exactly.
That's another thing that is, I don't know if it's intentional, but it's definitely systemically and institutionally taught wrong. We're taught, well, not me, not you, but especially younger people today are taught that there is a limitless specter of choice. Wrong.
Wrong, very, very wrong.
I cannot choose to become Superman.
I cannot
choose to become Spider-Man. I cannot choose to become Chinese.
Exactly.
I can become a Chinese citizen, but I cannot become Chinese, no matter how much I try.
And as surprisingly as can be, people, I'm going to tell you something. You cannot choose to be a dog. Okay?
You mean there is no such thing as trans species?
Well, I mean, there can be somebody that wants to do that. That's possible. That's evidently possible. But you cannot accomplish that effectively. You can only accomplish that fictionally. Now, okay, you can accomplish fictionally. And why I don't suggest you to do it? Because there is another thing that happened to us on puberty. And that we didn't say it because it's a common thing between male and female. It's a human thing. It's one of the most human things that happened. It's like this. When we were children, we human beings can tell stories. We have narrative. We can tell stories. Animals cannot tell stories to each other. Not full stories, not narratives with meaning, beginning, middle, and end. We can. And that's very cool. That's very cool. Role playing is something very cool. It's something amazing. Now, when we are kids, we don't mind telling to ourselves, creating to ourselves a fictional narrative. When I am a kid,
knowingly so.
Exactly, knowingly so. When I am a kid, I can be Superman for a couple of hours, symbolically. I know it's fictional.
I can even get a mantle.
Get a mantle, exactly, and put my underwear over my pants. And I can do that. And I play and I create rules for playing with each other. And okay, you're Batman, I'm Superman, and the other is, I don't know. The Joker, exactly. So we can, and when it's done, that narrative, we are not saddened that it's not real. We are not saddened.
Because we knowingly created it to be
fictional. Exactly. Now, when we reach puberty, we have a certain problem with fictional narratives for our lives.
They no longer satisfy
They
us.
no longer satisfy
We need
us.
our own story.
We need, exactly.
That has to have at least a marginal connection to reality.
Exactly.
It can be partly fiction, but it can no longer be entirely fiction.
Entirely fictional. And it has to be progressive. It's not, I have a real narrative for today, and tomorrow I have another one that has no relation with this one. It has to be a progression.
Because if you create two or more narratives for yourself, that's a short way to get to a conflicted identity as an individual.
Exactly. That's the problem of trying, okay, you think of yourself as a dog and you want to be a dog, okay, but you can only be it fictionally. You cannot be it for real. Okay, you're not going to have puppies unless you buy them. Okay, and the dogs, they don't buy puppies. They make them.
And you cannot feed them like the bitch would do it.
Would do it. So it's going to be fictional, and that element is going to always hurt you. The fictionality of it will hurt you. Okay, and that's not only for this case. Even if you tell any story to yourself, when you say, oh, you're in a relationship and you begin to imagine how it's going to develop in the next month. So you're telling a story of the next month of that relationship, and then things happen differently. You get pissed off and you get frustrated, and
you have to change the script.
You have to exactly.
And if you don't, then you end up like the modern left. They still keep the same script even though reality contradicts it.
And then you're miserable. Then you're miserable. You hate everything. You hate everything because nothing is going according to the plan. So
to make things worse, the more you progress into it, the more you realize nothing can work according to the plan. Ever.
Exactly. And that's terrible. And you have many days that nothing happened really, and so you don't know if you went ahead with the plan or back, and you don't. It just didn't ended. You have no. It's not a chapter that okay, one step in the narrative and another step in. And the worst thing is that look, because of the nature of sleep, our life is measured in days.
We measure it in nights, but
even we measure it in nights, but
still in 24-hour intervals.
24-hour intervals of conscience. Is look, I was aware of myself and trying to accomplish something, and now I gotta become unaware of everything. I gotta sleep. I gotta become unaware of everything, and I cannot become unaware. It's not healthy for me to become unaware. And I don't know if I gave a step, if I advanced my narrative. I don't know. This I don't know. It's like a Buddhist past life not resolved. Now tomorrow, this day is going to have to reincarnate tomorrow, and so tomorrow you're carrying 2 days. You're carrying 2 days with you, and so on. Each day we have to have one indication. So first, the narrative must be real. The narrative must be capable of progressing with my whole life, or with a substantial part of my adult life. And I have to be able to measure it regularly, preferably every day. And wow, what are the options? The options are very few. The options are very, very few. That's the truth. There are not many things that we can do that are capable of doing that. And the first mistake we make in modern times is to associate this narrative with a profession. That is the first mistake. I'm going to be a doctor, and then I'm going to heal people, and then I'm going to make some money, and then society will like me, and then you go and look, what happened in the day? What happened in the day is like this. You just saw blood and bowels and a lot of suffering, and the person died. You didn't heal the person, the person died, and you come back and nobody applauded you. They only say to you, you did your best. So that narrative will suck many days. Maybe you really hate that profession and you don't know, because how can you know what profession you're going to love your whole life at the age of 18?
Or even at the age of 25.
Or even at the age of 25. Exactly.
Yeah, it's now it's getting, finally, the labor market is suffering a long overdue market correction. But up until about 20 years ago, it was really weird to have changed professions 2 or 3 or 4 times during your lifetime. Nowadays, it's becoming increasingly more accepted. Which is good, because that's
very good.
That's what it was supposed to be, and that's how it was for most of our existence. But the last 100 years was quite a historical anomaly. With having the same profession, or almost the same profession, for the entire life. That was definitely a mistake. Now, admittedly, a mistake that kind of had to happen. We wouldn't have developed this modern economy.
We have to remember also, yes, we didn't have modern economy, and we had one thing. Marriage was a family business. Because marriage was look, we're animals, okay? I don't think, I hope Romanians don't think that I think low of human beings, okay? I personally, I am a believer in God and in the immortality of soul. I think we are sacred and immortal things. I think we are made for heaven. I think we're made for that. Okay, I have a high standing on human. This is the highest standing you can have on a species. Okay, it's higher than that. Okay, what can be higher than that? God. I have a high standing, but let us remember one thing: we are animals. Now, animals, if you breed them, you specialize them. It's a fact. Get strong, aggressive dogs and pair with strong and aggressive dogs, and you're gonna create an aggressive breed. We have to think that. Now, okay, in pre-industrial times, families were marrying people of similar skills.
For building upon that knowledge, because it was a business contract.
Because it was a business contract.
And the profession was basically the profile of the corporation.
And we have to understand that, well, maybe skills have some genetic component. Why not?
At some point they do become epigenetic at the very least.
At the very least, exactly, at the very least. So, hey,
not in 20 years, not in 200, but in 500,
in 500, 1,000, exactly.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Very likely.
Very likely. We are not angels. There is an angelic core. There is a spiritual, sacred core, but we are not all that core. We have even a monster inside us. Let us remember Plato, okay? That's a good description. So we go from the holy center to a hell. There is a heaven, there is a hell, and there is an earth inside ourselves. We are a microcosm, right? And let us think, what if profession is by itself more related to earth and to genetics and to our bodily structure than to our spiritual structure? What if in principle they are more related to that? Okay, then is families that marry a long time. It's not uncommon to find families that, for 7, 10, 12 generations the guys are doing some things very alike on this, and man, they tend to do it well. I don't know if it's just a cultural thing because they learn from small seeing people doing that or capable of doing that, or if it's genetic. I don't care. I think it's
likely a mixture of both.
Likely a mixture of both.
We discussed this about 6 hours ago when we were discussing my family tree, because almost all of them tend to be either intellectuals or warriors.
Exactly.
And if 2 generations is a coincidence, 3 generations, 7, maybe it's not a coincidence.
Maybe it's not a coincidence. Exactly. So maybe it's that, and only secondarily subject to the influence of our spiritual, free, intelligent core. Secondarily, through some effort and mutation. Okay? But not naturally. Okay, that means what? That if it is like that, choosing a profession is very unlikely to give you happiness. Very unlikely, even if it's a very good profession for your skills, your natural set of skills.
Sadly, we're going in the opposite direction. We were discussing this a few weeks ago with the whole corporate culture thing, with now more and more people, even though they do change profession much more often, which is good, but on the other hand, on the cultural front, we're going backwards in more and more people identifying with the corporation, identifying with the corporate culture rather than their childhood friends or their families, and that's kind of terrible.
That's kind of terrible. Yes, that's kind of terrible.
It's not civilizational collapsing necessarily, although it could become, but it's kind of terrible.
Yes, because it's an ultimate level of divorce between marriage and work that was already harmful for us. Industrialization brought that. Okay, now you live here and you work that in the factory because you cannot make cars in your house. You cannot. It's not possible. Okay, so we have to go out there, and that's a complication because you have to go on one place. Now, okay, let's think about it. Fair enough, your wife also wants to go do something creative. We might say, okay, oh, the noble vocation of women is raising babies. Well, might be a noble vocation, but might not be a personal aspiration. Come on, what if her personal aspiration is, hey, there are lawyers, it's a cool thing to do. So she will want to do the same. That creates a stress because she will go to and have one set of problems, you will go do your job, you're going to have a totally different set of problems, you will not be cooperating on work. It's not like, okay, we're both lawyers and we're going to be lawyer partners. I think that's going to work a lot better. I think if you both have the skills for that, I think that's going to work a lot better. Because when you need to, okay, now one of us needs to stay more at home, the other needs to stay, that will come more naturally because we're not competing as much as we are cooperating to. Like, hey, we're accomplishing something, we're doing something.
Yeah, and divorcing completely the marriage from work is something that never happened. So
Never happened, exactly.
As a result, we don't know how it would work out, but probably not that good.
Probably it will not work exactly.
It will probably not work at all to begin with.
At all.
We can already see some signs of this, especially at the corporation that owns our venue, YouTube. At Google, we can see that because once individuals started bringing up, elements about human nature, basic biology, and all of that, suddenly the whole corporate culture started really, really shaking. The whole company trembled a little bit. And if they can tremble from something that minor, that minuscule at the end of the day, then that's probably not a solid foundation to build societies.
To build societies, exactly. So,
and especially not civilizations. Maybe you can build small societies like Silicon Valley, which is its own parallel society. Sure, that can work. But try making a Silicon Valley the size of Brazil.
No. I don't know. I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, it's probably not going to work.
Not going to work. So that's another point of our narrative. That look has to be real, has to be capable of progressing ideally throughout my whole adult life, has to be measurable by me, by my own individuality, measurable by me, but objectively. This is a very important point because we have objective intelligence. Subjective taste is not enough for us. Must be of my subjective taste, the narrative, but I have to be capable of measuring it objectively. That's a very important because objective intelligence is a part of our being. And there is a fourth element. Preferably, it must be compatible with the narrative of my wife. Those narratives cannot compete with each other because our works and domestic needs are already competing to each other.
Adding an extra layer of competition.
And stress and tension between us. Now, if my meaningful narrative is in conflict with the meaningful narrative of my wife, that's a sure path for unhappiness. So
it's very hard to tie the two together. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's unlikely.
Nothing is impossible, but it's unlikely. Now, how we can think of that? Well, we can think on let us start with the starting point must be a meaningful narrative must be based on a natural feature, not on a culturally dependent feature.
Because cultures changed. But
Cultures change.
But the human nature, not so much.
Not so much. Exactly, not so much. So must be first based on nature, and of course I can only accomplish it according to the rules of the civilization, the cultural rules available, but must be natural. Because if it's not natural, it's kind of almost arbitrary. Almost arbitrary.
Probably, which is why video games have become so popular, because when you rob boys of avenues in other ways, and in education, boys are getting seriously hammered in many trades. They're being fooled with diversity hires and they destroy this, destroy that. Well, in video games, it still appeals to the natural tendencies. Yeah, we want to do strategy. We want to build stuff. We want to
build stuff.
Fine,
we want to compete.
Fine, it's going to be only in virtual, but it's still competition. It's still building stuff. It still trains the exact same stimuli.
Exactly. It's the same fundamental needs.
Yeah, and going back to 2 hours ago when you said that we tend to shame people or tend to be ashamed for our physical needs. Nowadays, young men are being shamed for liking video games, and they say, oh, it's terrible because it appeals to the male fantasy. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a feature, not a bug.
That's a feature, exactly. That's a feature.
And once that falls,
we're doomed. If that falls before we build a better base, very well built, I'm sorry, but I don't know what's going to be of us.
All right, let's go to what's going to be of us, and it's probably going to be the last topic. You're quite a connoisseur on Islam, likely even better than I did. And we were discussing in our private conversations that on one hand, obviously, Europe might have, at least portions of Europe might have an Islamic future. It's still not a done deal. There's still, but the more time goes on in certain countries, it's gonna take even more blood, sweat, and tears to turn it around. And I mean, it takes one cost now to turn things around. 10 years from now, it's going to be even more expensive.
It's going to be
more expensive, yes. But on the other hand, Islam is still not, even though it's our civilizational competitor at this point, it is still not fully understood. We're finally reaching as a culture, I mean, not me and you as individuals, but we're finally reaching the point where we can finally at least understand that, look, Islam wants to survive, wants to thrive. It has a will to live, of course, as a civilization.
As a civilization, yes.
We, as in we in the Judeo-Christian world, not really. We don't know.
We don't know, exactly.
Do we want to survive? Well, maybe. Do we want to thrive? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not, because, you know, we're imperialistic and white cis racists and whatever.
And nobody knows the meaning of life. Life probably, my life probably will not have a meaning. And
whereas in Islam, even though we sometimes might regard, and sometimes even correctly regard it as some of their answers to be primitive, but there is an answer.
There is an answer. That's why you should not underestimate it. If you just no, they're as lost as we are about that.
That would be a best case scenario.
Then there's nothing to worry about it, because they won't accomplish anything over us.
Their answers may be simple, but they exist. And they're internally consistent to a certain extent.
They're reasonably internally consistent. Well, consistent. Maybe they're consistent for that group of human beings. We have to understand also that we tend to think of ourselves as mankind or as humanity. But look, this is a overrated concept. Okay, we are very small groups. We are very small groups, and
it's not just culture, but it's also I guess race, but more precisely genetic inheritance.
Genetic inheritance.
There's a reason Islam in Albania is not the same as Islam in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
Or the Islam in Bosnia is not the same as Islam in Morocco.
Or exactly.
Islam in Libya.
There is this genetic element. There is the purely geographic element. We see things. We see nature, we see what is the world around us, and if that world differs very much from another world, we develop different traits, of course, because we have to adapt to our circumstances. And that, remember, we are very sensible to narratives. Now, those narratives, they cannot be purely based on nothing They cannot be complete, even when they are fictional. They have to be kind of based on reality. So let us imagine, okay, you're 10 generations in the desert. What are the plausible narratives for human beings in the desert? Certainly they are not the same as in the rainforest.
For sure.
Those narratives are completely different. The dangers are completely different. The advantages are...
the opportunities are different.
The opportunities are different. So human stories are different there. So we might have to come to realize that, look, mankind will never be one.
Oh yeah, no. That's why I always laugh at even the mere suggestion of creating a one world government. And this is one of the reasons why, even though I know that there are elites all over the place who actively work and actively want to accomplish this, it still amuses me because no.
Yes.
Because you can't even properly unite Europe, which already has a common civilizational root, and it's still very hard to unite. Good luck uniting, I don't know, South Africa with Singapore.
Yes,
no.
I am even more pessimist. I'm not only completely against the idea of a world government, as I don't think it's possible a world spiritual identity.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Which is the base previous to a government. How are we going to make a fair government? Well, the fair rules, fair is what? No,
the median of the society.
Let us see what we think is fair here.
Yeah, and
right?
what is the median of the globe?
The median of the globe is very far from anything acceptable for the majority of the globe.
For the majority of the globe, yes.
And we have to accept this as a natural fact. We have to accept this as a natural fact.
Why are we having such a difficult to accept this today?
Because we like to think of ourselves as angels.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it seems that I'm not a Christian by any means, but I'm raised in a Judeo-Christian society. So in some way you could call me an Orthodox atheist. But it seems to me that the notion that human beings are fallible is self-evident.
It's self-evident, exactly.
Every single individual, even low IQ individuals, can recognize that they have flaws.
And not only fallible, that's not the only point. There is another point, is that, look, if it was just fallible, okay, we could accept and just get pissed off with it forever and say, man, damn you, God, it should be perfect.
Couldn't you have made us infallible?
Exactly. But I don't think it's just that. I think we are, look, our perfection is an individual perfection. Our perfection is not an universal perfection. Our perfection have universal guidelines, but our perfection is not universal, an universal abstract that can be
even imagined, let alone achieved.
Imagined, taught, and now everybody agrees on that, and we have the same sets of values. No, because the values, they come from this abstract intelligence, okay, but there is also then a freedom of will that comes from this intelligence, this objective intelligence, because I can discern what's going to be harmful to me and what is useful to me or pleasant to me. I can make free choice. Free choice is just that. I know what's okay, this is good for me, this is bad, but okay, this is bad but pleasant, and pleasant is better than bad. So I can make a rational. If I was not capable of making this rational scheme, I would not have free will. Free will is just that, the ability of creating a rational scheme that really describes the situation and allows me to choose. Now, this freedom of will is not only an echo or an epiphenomenon from rational intelligence. It's a substance in itself. It has reality in itself. That means what? That means that there will be some of this freedom that cannot be reduced to a concept, cannot be explained. Yeah. It's not irrational because it's not against intelligence.
It is a product of intelligence.
is shaped by intelligence, shaped by intelligence, but it's not the same as it. It's a different, almost like a different substance. Like, imagine like this, like there are three beings inside yourself. There is a man, there is a lion, and the lion is a different being. It's a different creature inside yourself that can be trained by the man, but cannot become a man. The idea of creating a system, a universal system of values that can be applied and turned into a set of rules, and now we have all one spiritual identity. I think it's the problem of this is that, look, the lion inside yourself is not human. He's not capable of that,
and is never going to be.
It's never going to be, and you have to love him by what he is, because that's part of you.
And evaluated by what his strengths can be or are.
Exactly. So you put it to work for your intelligence, but you cannot hate it by not being. I cannot deduce what this being have to do. I can deduce a certain set of options, and within the set of options, well, who's going to choose? You. Just you. I can deduce some options that are unacceptable. Even they are very hard to for example, murder is unacceptable. This killing for another human being, ending a human life for no reason at all. It's unacceptable. I can establish that this choice is unacceptable. But then
comes the degrees. What sort of killings?
Exactly.
What reasons are acceptable? And then it gets really complicated.
Then we have to say, look, there is not a universal rule for that.
Yeah, and there cannot be.
Exactly. There cannot be. Not even a moral rule, much less a law. We're talking about a value.
Morally speaking, cannot be.
It cannot be.
Law, not a chance. I mean, how do you enforce it on a global scale?
Exactly. So we have to think that, okay, there is a certain latitude that communities have to choose kind of by themselves within this latitude, and we might be able to agree not go beyond a certain latitude to each other to avoid biggest conflict, but we cannot impose the same rule substantially to every community, because that is to think that we are or rational beings, purely rational beings, angels, or pure mechanisms that
without
can be programmed without freedom, without free will.
Yeah, we can't all be NPCs. I know that.
Exactly. So we have to remember that, look, we are between those two things. Somehow we are between those two things. We have to accept this human condition. We are not a mechanism, and we are not an angel. We are something that, on one extreme is very alike a mechanism, and on the other extreme is very alike an angel. But
most of us are somewhere in between.
Exactly. So the substance of our life is more to the middle. The substance of our life is more to the middle. So there is no way of imposing a set of values. So I don't believe on a it's okay. Everybody is going to think I'm a heretic now. I don't really believe on a universal religion.
It can be universal, universal,
exactly.
Maybe,
exactly.
But universal, no.
So really, you're really capable of moving everybody. I don't think so. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure. So let me keep this door open. But I'm not 100% sure, and I know that all the great religions, historical religions, kind of will, okay, we don't like you now because you're saying you're religious, you're saying you believe in God, you're saying that religion is very important and you have to choose one, and some religions propose themselves as at least potentially universal. right? Like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, they say, well, this
could be universal.
In principle, is for the whole mankind. And if reached the whole mankind, the world would be a better place. And I say, yeah, I think that is symbolic. It's symbolically universal. It's universal to the point you can reach.
Yeah, because in practice we see the problems when Islam tries in Scandinavia. Good luck practicing Islam correctly by the Hadith in Scandinavia, where there is no sunset during
and it's like this. It's, look, to what point Islam is universal? If it's really, if there was something, some set of values that, no, this is really universal. We are kind of angels. We have a kind of a universal scheme. We are a pure intellectual scheme, like a mathematical theorem or a treatise. Well, I think sooner or later this would reach everybody. But what we're seeing is that, look, you can do that with not much violence to a certain region, to a certain geographical line. Look, you can reach to here without much violence. Beyond here, you're going to have to do a lot of violence to impose your set of values.
And even there, you go with violence, and then at some point you even reach the line where even violence.
The violence from the other side, the reflux of violence is stronger, and then you have to come back. So we'll have to accept, like, look, okay, your system is symbolically universal. If the world was heaven, if the earth was heaven, maybe it was possible to expand this to the whole mankind. But the earth is not heaven. So you're going to have to accept the fact that, look, beyond this point, nobody wants to be that.
This is a point where leftism holds in common with religion. Because leftism also starts from the point that
they are a universal set of values.
They are universal, and if the world was heaven and the whole planet were socialist, then it would be all awesome.
It would be heaven.
Yeah,
it would be heaven.
It would become paradise on
earth.
And in the pursuit of paradise, 120-ish million victims later, it's still the pursuit of the paradise, and the paradise just refuses to come.
So I think we have to accept this. I think in the 7th century, Saint Maximus said that most evil in the heart of man come from not accepting the duality between world and Eden. And so, that's very wise. Most of when we do evil, we are trying to blame the world for not being the Eden, and we're trying to punish it for it and to correct it because it should be Eden, instead of no, look, this is a duality that we have to face.
See, this is why conservatives are not popular. We tell people that there are limits.
There are limits.
We tell people that there are no limitless choices. We tell people that freedom can only exist within a structure. The way the Orthodox Church thinks of it is like a huge pillar, and on top of it an open field on which you can do anything you want, and it's surrounded by a huge fence, but the pillar is very, very wide. There is a lot of space in there. Inside of it is the freedom, but the fence is the orthodoxy. You just do not cross. Or if you do, you're gonna fall.
You're gonna fall.
And that's why conservatives are not popular, because whether it's secular conservatives or religious conservatives, we always tell people that there's a limit. There are things that you can only go so far.
So I remember when I started studying comparative religion, my father gave me a great warning. And he said, look, you have to understand one thing. Religions, the great religions of mankind, they're planets. They're different planets. Those people...
The only thing they have in common is that they're planets.
Exactly. They're planets. The border between them will never be crossed, because they're planets. Imagine, watch a movie, a sci-fi movie, and see another planet with other forms of life, and other colors, other planets. You will take your whole life to understand that, and you're never going to feel at home there. You never probably, it's very unlikely. Of course it can happen that somebody's born in a certain religious world or spiritual identity, collectivity, and de facto identifies with another one. Then, okay, go there. Please, go there. Okay, and live there. Change planet. Today, we have the physical means, the material means to change, to move from one planet to the other. Okay, we have that. We have planes. We have ships.
Yeah, getting from here to the Muslim world is just a 2-hour flight.
It's a 2-hour flight. So you are really convinced that that is a fundamental set of values. Try to go there and do not try to impose it to the whole community here, because this is another planet. You are only going to destroy this planet if you try to do that, or destroy yourself.
Either way, you're not getting what we want. You want. We're not getting what we want. Everyone loses.
Everyone loses, and I think that's that's kind of the base of the narrative. There is a narrative these days that religion is bad because religions are always in conflict with each other, and I think that's a ridiculous thing. Because human beings are always in conflict with each other. That doesn't mean that they're bad. Or every day I piss off my wife somehow. Every day. Doesn't mean that I'm a bad presence, an evil presence in her life. But we are in conflict with each other, and even to ourselves every day. Every day there is something in me that, I don't agree with that, but it's going to happen anyway. So do not blame religion for something that is within our nature and that we can see that is within our nature. I think it's a mistake that. I think it's something that we are forced to accept now, is the fact that, look, there are limits to any religious world. Those limits can change in history. Of course they can, because people change, because there will be other people. It's not that the limit changed, the people changed. Those people died, and now we have other people that have other identities or other preferences, and they changed. Okay, but don't push too hard for that, or push maximum with words. Religion can only be preached. That's the first thing that I think we should admit, or at least it can only be preached at least to another people. Okay, we're Orthodox here, so okay, we can kind of force us a bit to be Orthodox, a little bit, socially, not by law, but socially. We can make social pressure, a lot of social pressure. We can even blame people. Oh no, you're a great sinner, we hate you. Okay, that's tolerable, but we cannot push the guy in another world.
You cannot go to Amman and impose orthodoxy on them. And they cannot come here and impose Islam here. Okay, I think that we have to establish that a fundamental right for great religious worlds. I think this is an acceptance of our human limits. Maybe your religion is indeed the best religion. Maybe it is the best possible religion. But the fact is, I reserve my right to refuse.
Exactly. Human beings are sacred. Because there is no religion without human beings. There are human beings without religion.
But the other way around.
But the other way around, I don't know how you're going to do it.
Yeah, probably the religious world, as in Christendom, the Islamic world, the Buddhist world, are the maximum amount of community that we can tolerate.
That we can tolerate.
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, the nation, you said that the nation, you said in the conversation private that the nation state is maybe the religious world would be the maximum.
Maximum in terms of value.
Yeah.
Not in terms of law.
No, in terms of law and politics, the nation state is the pinnacle. It's already slightly too much.
It's already slightly too much, exactly.
And we shouldn't be pushing harder than that.
Not at all, not at all.
That's why I'm deeply skeptical of things like the European Union, the United Nations. They're like, what do you mean the United Nations? Where Qatar has an equal right with to vote with by people on values? Yeah, no. No, just no.
No, we can vote things like this. What can I do when I go there? and what you can do when you come here. That's okay.
We can negotiate.
We can negotiate.
We can
exactly.
argue, whatever.
Argue. Exactly. A forum for that, for deciding that. Well, okay, fair enough. You have your law. We have our law. You have your values. We have our values. We decide how much of your presence is acceptable. That's why the forced immigration and mass immigration is such a monstrosity.
And
because it's a fundamental violation of this idea.
Yeah, and why it will trigger even... now, for now, Europe has been remarkably nice in the sense that the violent backlash, it's not really that violent, and the backlash happens still at the polling place and not in the streets, for the most part. And we've been really nice so far, but if this migrational wave continues, we might not be so nice in the future.
Yes.
And the saddest part is that we might not have a choice in being nice. We're gonna have to be not nice.
Not nice, exactly.
And I'm talking here about bombings, wars, or whatever, but self-defense is still a legitimate value.
Exactly.
And that includes the rights of civilizations to defend themselves.
Exactly. I think, okay, look, so as I said, it's a fundamental crime. Forced mass immigration is a fundamental crime, because I believe there are limits to the community of values. There are limits, and these limits do not coincide with the limits of Earth. They do not coincide with that. They usually coincide
portions of Earth.
Portions of Earth that, somehow we end up speaking the same language, accepting some things that, okay, this is not okay. This is cool, this is not cool, this is holy, this is not holy, but acceptable. It was kind of a negotiation. Maybe accidental.
Part of it is definitely accidental.
But it happened. And it happened, so we cannot violate it too much.
And this is something that our cultural elites, in a way, are trying to take away from us by forcing us into a binary, because you said, there is cool, there is acceptable, there is unholy but acceptable, there's holy but desirable, there's holy but difficult. There's various degrees.
Exactly.
Between I hate it and I love it.
And I love it.
Between I love and I hate, there's at least 10 degrees of acceptable and unacceptable.
And unacceptable, exactly.
But in the current year, our elites from the academia and from the government, especially in Western Europe, they tell us, no, if you don't approve of mass Islamic immigration, that means you're a xenophobe and a hater and an evil.
You're evil.
How about
you're saying that? You're saying that human beings are not equal. Well, look, pay attention. The problem is you're basing your equality, your notion of equality, either or in angelism or pure materialism, mechanicism. Okay, or these are mechanisms and they are of the same nature, and so they are just like cars. Human beings are just like cars. You can paint them a little different. One can be faster, the other, but they're all cars. It's the same set of rules.
They are equal.
Exactly. Or they are ideally equal according to a universal set of values and laws that are enlightened. So I think both things are wrong.
Because we're not all angels and we're not all mechanisms.
Mechanisms, exactly. We are a different thing.
And the degree that I explained a little bit earlier applies to humans too.
Exactly.
Even to humans, there are people that are definitely, it's probably recommended to hate, people that is probably recommended to love, and 10 or 15 degrees between them.
Exactly.
People that you find acceptable but not necessarily love, people that you find unacceptable personally but tolerable at the society level. And we're being shamed for that, for having a private position and a public position, so somehow it's bad, but really everyone has that.
So we have to have this more this deeper sense of humanity, of human being, that does not reduce it to or one in one direction or on the other direction, because if we do it, we're going to try to build something that we cannot sustain. We cannot sustain. If we try to build a community, a universal community of values, or even worse, a universal community of law. We cannot sustain that. That is going to be a calamity.
The universal community of law will die before it was even born.
Before it was even born, exactly.
The problem, I mean, if that were the only issue, then it would be tolerable. What makes it intolerable is the cost that it will have to be paid in the process of attempting it. Because by the time we collectively figure it out that, okay, it cannot be done, we might end up paying...
Might be too late.
Yeah, we might end up paying another 200 million lives at the very least, probably even more.
Probably even more.
Probably even more.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, we're laughing here and having a cigarette and whatever, but this is very serious.
No, this is deeply scary.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, deeply scary for sure.
This is deeply scary.
Mm-hmm. Because and that's, I guess I'm coming back to the first question. How do we parse these things in a way that are not terribly complex? Because this video will probably have around 7 hours, which is terribly complex. I'm not gonna do the unthinkable and ask you to summarize it in 5 minutes, because it cannot be done. But how do we broadcast this in a way that is more accessible? Because let's face it, this conversation is probably going to touch maybe 1,000 people. And of those 1,000, half of them will not understand at least a quarter of it. So how do we boil this down a little bit in a way that is easier to broadcast? And I'm asking for my personal gain, in a way, with the scare quotes, because I'm due to teach younger people very soon, like 2 weeks from now. And how do I teach this to 12-year-olds, to 17-year-olds?
Well,
it's not easy at all.
First, you have to remember them that being Romanian, that they cannot cease to be Romanian. Mm-hmm. The advice on each country has to be different, because the situation of identity is different on each country, right? It's very different on each country. It's very idiosyncratic. Again, trying to give let us give the universal formula here for every community, and
there is no universal formula.
No, that's a lie. There is, as we said, a universal abstract scheme of human life, or structure of human life, that you have to learn how to figure it out and do it for yourself. And well, we kind of can boil it down to 3 problems. 3 problems. Okay, you're 18. Look, there are 3 things you need to know about life. The first thing, okay, I know it might sound weird to you now, but I guarantee you, I've been studying this for 30 years. First problem, you're going to die. Mm-hmm. You're going to die, okay? I know it's awesome to be alive, especially if you're 18. Mm-hmm. If you're 18, you know there is something awesome about life. Mm-hmm. You might be losing your faith on it, looking on the perspective, on the scene, but inside yourself there is something that
in the here and now,
in the here and now, that says there is something awesome about life. So you have to understand that you're going to die, and to solve that, to live with the fact that you're going to die, there are only 2 ways. Okay, there are only 2 ways. The first is by far the best. I'm not kidding. Is find a good, decent religion and go practice it in a decent manner. You don't need to be very devout. You just need to be regular and follow the main rules, the substantial rules of the thing. You don't need to be a saint. I'm not telling you go and stay hours in the church and kiss the feet of the priest and say that the Pope is always right. Sorry, the Patriarch is always right. Okay, I'm not saying no. You have to
That's
love
beyond
God.
the reach of most people anyway.
Yes, I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm telling you to do. And I'm going to give you a Christian example. Understand, it's because you're Romanians. Mm-hmm. If I was doing the same thing in Jordan, I was not going to give a Christian example. I was going to give a Muslim, Islamic example. If I was doing this in Japan, I would do a Shinto or a Buddhist example. I would give a different one. I don't care what religion you choose. I really don't care. But you have to choose one. And look, I'm going to tell you something. Don't choose a new one that is a new fad. Choose something guaranteed.
If it's at least 1,000 years old.
At least 1,000 years old. Yes.
It's a good metric.
That's the scale. That's the scale. Because we know very little about human life. Very little. And so we need things that, look, if this survived 1,000 years, there must be something into it.
Even if objectively you can say 90% of it is bullshit, it's still got a 10% that allows it to survive.
The 10% is everything you got. It's everything you got. Okay? And the second thing, second reason, so I said, I'm going to give you a Christian example. It's a very good example, but you are also Romanians. And so it's easier to become Orthodox. Let me explain why it's easier to become Orthodox. It's easier for you to not to be fooled by a bad Orthodox. By a perverted Orthodox. If you go to an Orthodox church and somebody wants to teach you something that is evil, you will detect. If you go to the Muslim world and I want to be a Muslim, how do you differentiate a good person from a bad person in the Muslim world? How you will detect that? You will not be able to detect that, and you might go there and in 5 years you were putting a belt of bombs and killing innocent people. Do you understand that? Why? Because you don't know how to navigate. So always go by what's familiar. Always trust your base of experience. Do not go by theories and universal formulas based on your personal experience. And here you know a lot of Orthodox, people that are pious, people that are hypocrites, people that are kind of pious but not much, people that are very relaxed, people that, okay, I'm just not going to offend you. Okay, you have a feeling of that, and at the same time you have another scale to evaluate Romanians, that you know who is a good person and who is a bad person in Romania. You know that better than me. I don't know. If I go in the street, how can I identify who is a good Romanian and who is a bad Romanian? I know very well to identify a good Brazilian from a bad Brazilian. Yeah, as a person.
5 years is not enough to.
It's not enough
to acquire that level.
It's not enough. Okay, I can learn and study what's the good Orthodox and bad Orthodox, because that is a theoretical structure. But a good Romanian, so you might become a good Orthodox and simultaneously a bad person.
Yeah, that's perfectly possible.
That's perfectly possible.
There have been several examples in history.
Do you understand? So you have to go on your familiarity. Here you know, you have some idea of who is a good person, who is a bad person. So you have some criteria to, okay, who are going to be my examples in the religion here? Because if this guy says he's a very good Christian, but I see he's a bad person, I see he's a bad Romanian, I don't care, I'm not going to listen to him. Doesn't matter the theory of the religion. Got it? Because the theory is just a theory, it's not something that you know yet. So you need those two sets. That's the best way to navigate. And the same way, if you're born in Jordan and you live in Jordan, you're born in Morocco, look, it's a lot easier for you to identify who is a good person and a bad person, and compare this scale with who is a good Muslim and who is a bad Muslim. This is the greatest problem of communication between religions. Okay, because somebody can be, by all standards that I can understand, a very good Muslim and a very bad person. As far as I know. Maybe a Muslim will disagree with that, because a Muslim have both experiences
and both scales
available to him. Got it? The same thing. It's very hard. You guys are going to say, okay, I have this scale very well for an Orthodox person and a Romanian person, a human being here in Romania. And you can make, okay, where I meet above average quality on both things. That should be your standard of your religion.
Quasi-decency as a human, but quasi-decency in terms of religious quality.
Exactly. So you have to set that, and then on your religion, you do like this. You discover, look, what are the worst sins? You go and ask These people that you measure on these two ways, got it? Don't go just to read the book, because it's not going to help you, or ask any priest. No, find these persons, concrete persons that, look, on those two measures, these people will lead me to the next step. Next step of integration in this. And then you ask, okay, what are the worst sins that I have to avoid at all costs, at maximum? And then you try to avoid those. You focus on those. Don't focus on all sins. Okay? Don't focus on all sins. You try to avoid those. Why you try to avoid those? You're trying to get the goodwill of God. Okay? You're trying to get... You're going to fail on them. It doesn't matter, you're going to fail. But you have to try that standard. That standard. Okay? I'm going to give you an example. For example, if... Okay, you're 18 and... Or you're 20 and your girlfriend is 18. And you guys sleep with each other. Well, you were both kind of innocent, naive. You're equals. That's a certain sin, right? That's a certain sin. Now suppose you're a 30-year-old guy. You have a lot of experience already with lots of women. And there is a 16-year-old or 18-year-old girl that is very naive, very innocent, never been with a man. And, I just want to sleep with her. I just want to sleep with her. And you go and you do it. Oh, that's
suddenly worse than
that's
the
exactly
previous
that's certainly worse than the other. See, because now you're using someone deliberately in a way that is going to brand the life of the person, might hurt deeply the life of that person. Okay,
it might not, but the chances are
it might. But chances are it's going to brand. It's fraud. There is a strong element of fraud there. Okay?
At the very least on a moral level.
On a moral level, exactly. So, okay, this is a harder sin. No, there is a woman that's well married, but you're deeply attracted to her. But look, she have children. Do you want to create a tension there that those children are not now going to be without a father or without a mother? So you have to learn to measure those things. What is more harmful and what's less harmful. And the only way of doing that is looking for the people that, look, I think on those two standards the people are up. That's the first thing. The second part of religion, okay, and that's going to sound very weird for you guys. Very, very weird for you guys. Okay, it's like this. Religion is composed of three things. Three things that you have to do by yourself. That you learn with a priest, you learn with a pious person, maybe a pious person in your family. Maybe you have a grandmother that knows religion very well. Maybe you have an aunt that have, maybe you have an uncle that have. Use that as your starting point. Remember, you're not making a commitment for life. You're just trying to advance a step of integration and knowledge, of exploration of your life. Okay? It's not like this, you need to convert tomorrow and now you cannot go back and... No, slow down. Life is not definitive till you're dead. Okay, when you're dead, you cannot change it anymore.
Yeah, that's the only definitive part.
Exactly. Then you now you cannot change it anymore. But till then, you can change it. So don't worry. You might regret and say, "Okay, this was the totally wrong religion for me. All of them are wrong for me." But you have to try to make this evaluation and this development, so that you learn that there are things, acts that are worse, that are deeply hurtful for your neighbor. For the others, and others that so you have a nuanced morality. You have to acquire a nuanced morality. That's very important, and usually people don't acquire that before 35-year-old. But I'm going to tell you something. You need that at 22. You need have some guideline of that at 22. So you need to strive for it. The other thing is, religion is composed of three things: prayer, fasting, and almsgiving. Okay? Okay, prayer. Listen to me. You pray a little bit in the morning, you pray a little bit in the night. Morning and night. Beginning of the day, end of the day. You do some Prayer, okay, I'll do the Lord's Prayer. I'll do some traditional prayer. Do a traditional prayer. Don't use your words. Your words are not important. You are worth nothing. Your words are shit. Okay? Use words that are worthy of something. Somebody wise or deep, or lots of people did that. So that you assimilate a bit that. Do that in the morning and in the night. Needs to be a short session? No. Doesn't need to be short or long. Doesn't matter, but has to be constant. Every day. Every day. Every day. Needs to be devout. Oh, I have to have good feelings and think of God. Well, if you can, yes. But some days you're going to be so tired, you just do it. Okay? But then you do it. Don't.
Routine is part of the structure too.
Routine, exactly.
Over the long run, it breeds self-discipline.
Let us remember one religious, at least religious truth. We are made of earth. Earth can only be worked with a lot of patience. Every day you take the weeds, you take the stones, every day a little bit of work. You cannot work, okay, I'm going to work this week and then now I'm going to wait the whole year. You cannot,
for the crops to grow. Yeah,
for the crops to grow.
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. You're going to die. So you are made of earth. You are the same. You have the same nature. You have to work a little bit every day. You have to work a little bit every day. You don't have to be devout. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. You don't even need to believe it. You don't even. The priests are not going to agree. If you tell priest, can I pray without believing? I said no. Without believing is not good. But I'm talking about the starting point. The priest is going to ask the ideal, tell you the ideal measure. Don't.
But many priests are not particularly good at explaining how you get closer to that.
Closer to that. I don't know what level I'm going to reach in my life. I don't know. I have to know what's the starting point. And I'm going to tell you, the starting point, if it's a traditional prayer, you don't even need to believe it. Okay? This is not required. But it's required that you do it in the beginning and in the end. Second thing, is required that you practice fasting. That's very, very weird. I know people say, but why? Why should I?
Delayed gratification. That's why.
There's so many reasons for that.
In the past, it was to fit with the seasons and made it easier to go through the periods when it was harder to acquire decent food. But in the modern day, it still serves the purpose of teaching delayed gratification. Start
with a simple thing. I'm going to give you one example. You're a Christian. Go on Friday, think, oh, on Friday Christ suffered. So I'm not going to eat red meat every Friday. Start with a simple thing. Red meat every Friday. I'm not going to eat in honor of Jesus Christ. I don't know if he existed, but I'm going to honor him, even if he doesn't exist. Doesn't matter if you know if he exists or not. Doesn't matter. Okay? For a starting point. At some point you're going to have to decide if he exists or not, if those things are real or not. At some point you're going to have to. But at some point in life, not at starting
point. Which can be even as late as 10 years from now.
It can be even as late as 10 years from now, exactly. So you do a small sacrifice, and then you do almsgiving. How you do almsgiving is you do like this. You get your money. Every time you get money, pay attention, understand something. Every time you get some amount of money, you separate a small amount that you think you can afford without deeply modifying. You change it to small money, small notes, okay, bills. Not high value bills, unless you're rich, and then okay, your small part is going to be a lot, but usually it's going to be very little. I don't know, $5, $10. Then you change in ones, okay, and then you change in ones, and you're going to walk, and you're going to see people in the street, and you're going to give them money. Oh, I know that's right, but wait, they're going to drink, they're going to buy drugs. Well, it's their money now. It's their money now.
How are they going to learn if they're not allowed to make the mistakes?
I am giving them a statement. When I give them money, when I give them food, I'm helping them. When I give them money, I'm giving them a statement.
I trust their judgment.
You are a human being. You might be a shitty human being, and you might go and buy drugs, but you are a human being, and now you choose. He might not be capable, understand something, he might not be capable of using this opportunity because this opportunity is really very small. And so he might buy drugs or alcohol, and then you will remember like this, but okay, he might not be capable. And I might not be capable of accomplishing a meaningful life too. I don't know. I'm just starting this business. I don't know if I'm going to accomplish that. And so we are equal. We return our equality on that. And that's a fundamental thing. That's a fundamental thing, that you return to that awareness of the hardship of human condition, and that you might fail. You might fail. Okay? He failed, and he might not be able to recover it, and you might fail too. So, but even if he fail and you fail, you are still brothers.
And at the very least you tried.
And at the very least you tried. Exactly. So it's a statement. Okay?
More than the amount itself.
Exactly. You're not going to solve his life. You don't know how to solve his life. You're trying to solve your life. Okay? This is the very first
Sort
step.
yourself first.
Exactly. So forget solving his life. Okay? You're not going to solve his life, but you're making a statement. A statement of brotherhood, of kinship.
Yeah, kinship is a better word.
It's of kinship. We are same. We are brothers and sisters in this hard, dangerous, terrible world. And I might fail, and I really don't want to fail, and I don't want you to fail too. Don't do anything else. You don't know how to fix his life. This is a temptation. This is the devil. If you say, no, I'm going to now clean him and find him a job, and listen to me. This is the devil fooling you. Think like that. Think that the devil is trying to fool you. This is the devil trying to fool you. You don't know how to fix his life. You have to learn how to fix your life.
And that's okay if you don't know. I mean,
it's okay. Of course it's okay. He has the right to try to fix his own life.
And has the right to failure, just
and
like
to
you do.
failure, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, again, that's why conservatives are not popular. We tell people that they have a right to failure.
They have. There is an amount of nonsense and absurdity in this world that will never end. Okay? It's not heaven. This is not heaven. Okay? This is earth.
And it cannot be.
And it cannot be. You know?
Only if we can convince our communist friends of that.
There's a beautiful Chinese symbol. If you see the I Ching, which is the main kind of Chinese scripture, they say that all in nature is represented by two principles. Heaven and earth. All comes from heaven and earth. And heaven is represented by a continuous line. And earth is represented by a broken line, two pieces of line.
Because the earth is fundamentally broken.
Broken, exactly. There is dichotomy here that is ultimately not...
It's immutable.
Immutable.
You take it as it is.
You take it as it is, exactly. You build the best you can within this domain. And you might have some heaven inside. Okay? So you do that, now you have religion. Now you have religion, I'll tell you something. Be at peace. You're trying, God might save you. Okay? God might forget, think. Okay. Do not think. Now, you might feel very good after you do that for a few months. And then you think, oh, I'm being called by God to be more devout. If I pray more, pay attention, if I pray more, if I give more alms, if I be more devout, I read more about the God's going to love me more and I'm going to feel better. No, that's a lie.
Hubris.
That's a lie. This level of religion is only for one problem: salvation, death. This is a deposit you are making to withdraw when you die.
Because death is definitely certain.
Exactly. Okay, so you gotta save it for that. You don't need to deposit more. Okay, it's not like God is not a businessman. Or he's gonna save you, or he's not gonna save you. And it's not like this. No, if I do more, he's gonna save me more to a higher level of heaven. Forget about it. That's not how it works. Heaven is not broken. Heaven is not broken. It's a continuous line. Saved is saved. So, okay, that's solved. Good. Now, I'm doing that for 6 months, and there is a problem. The problem is, I'm not dead yet. I'm still alive. And I still have problems because of that. What am I gonna do with my life? Religion is what you're gonna do with your death. Now you have to answer the problem. What I'm gonna do with my life? And now it's time that is not, you don't go to ask the priest, because the priest is going to tell you more religion. Do more religion and it'll solve also life. And in my experience, more religion solves the problem for 1 in 1,000 people. About 1 in 1,000, 1 in 1,200. Okay, and then they become monks and priests. More religion solves their life problem. Okay, but it's a very small number. It's a very small number.
Not a good bet, for sure.
Not a good bet. Not a good bet. Okay, how can you solve the problem of life? Well, the problem of life is like this. There are only 3 things in earth that have a potential for the life problem. Okay, a potential.
Intelligence, wealth.
Exactly. It's also knowledge and wisdom, dignity and honor, wealth and prosperity, comfort, material prosperity. Okay, those 3 things are very meaningful for us. They're all, first, try to see and understand that they are all desirable. That everybody prefers, I prefer to be right than wrong, and not be taken by surprise and be a fool. So I prefer to know if it comes for free. Not everybody wants to seek knowledge, but knowledge itself is attractive. Not knowledge of this science or that science, it's a pair, knowledge and wisdom. Okay, it's a pair. It's a full understanding, a philosophical or mystical or spiritual understanding of human life, of our condition, a certain understanding of the place of each science and art. It's a whole universe of knowledge and wisdom. Okay, this is one thing. Dignity and honor. Everybody loves to go out and to be respected. Now, remember one thing, okay? People tell you, you have the right to be respected. No, you don't.
No, not really.
Not really. You have, if you didn't commit any crime, you have the right to be tolerated. Do you understand that?
Not to be confused with acceptance.
Exactly.
Tolerated.
Tolerated means like this. We are in the same bus. I cannot kick you from the bus. I have to accept, okay, that let the guy be in the bus too. Tolerated. I don't need to like you. I don't need to admire you. I don't need to respect you. Okay, you have.
I don't even need to not hate you. I can still hate you.
I can still hate you even.
Yes.
Okay. Now, but everybody loves to be respected. Respect is a lovely thing. When you go out and the neighbors, oh, professor, oh, Mr. President, oh, doctor, oh, master, oh, everybody loves to be respected. Okay. Now.
But that's an acquired thing.
That's an acquired thing. And how we acquire that? What is the intrinsic or natural mean of acquisition of, for example, if I say knowledge and wisdom, studying is the natural form of acquisition. You have to study a lot. You're gonna have to study. Now, dignity and honor, respect. What's the natural way of acquisition? It's very simple. There is a natural way of acquisition, okay? Because you want first the best kind of respect and dignity and honor. And how you get respect and honor? It's very simple. You free other people from suffering. That's the way of being respected. Because each person you free from suffering will respect you, will treat you like a demigod.
Possibly for good.
Possibly for good. Possibly for good. So you have to understand that. Okay. So it has to do with what? Knowledge and wisdom has to do with truth and acquisition of truth through studying. And dignity and honor has to do with goodness and acquisition of goodness, moral goodness, greatness, through freeing your neighbor or the others from suffering. And when I say neighbors, the same way that you cannot limit knowledge to, no, I want to know this, I want to know mathematics. Oh, fuck you. Okay, that's not meaningful. That's a job. That might be very cool. Okay, I loved studying mathematics when I was a teenager. This might be very cool, but it's not meaningful because you're putting an artificial limit to your intelligence. It might be a starting point, but don't put an artificial limit. The same way with goodness, do not put the artificial limit of your friends and family and co-workers. No. You gotta get out and see where in society there is suffering that I can personally free. And it might be in many levels. There might be, for example, old ladies that do not know how to fill documents to have some health treatment. Might be people in orphans. Okay, might be poor people that needs somebody to distribute blanket. Okay, there is suffering out there that you can fix by your own action. Might be my wife gave an example the other day, and I don't remember now, something that we need in our building. And then we thought, oh, okay, yeah, we should buy that, because everybody in the building, if we let in the administration, everybody can use that. It's going to make everybody's life easier. And done, you solved something, you know. I don't even know the people that live in the building, but the problem will be solved for them. And they will remember that. A little bit. They will not think thank you, St. Francis. Thank you, St. Anthony. Okay, not all that. I'm not Christ yet, okay? With buying one thing for your building. But you're going to increase in dignity and honor. And if you do that regularly, you're going to increase a lot in dignity and honor. And the third thing is prosperity, wealth. Wealth is also very desirable. Man, it's very, you want to buy a thing, you want to have the best bed, you want to have the best TV, you want to have the best car, you want to have the best house, okay? You want to have a big pool, you're going to have houses in many countries. Wow, that's awesome, okay? Awesome. Now I'm going to tell you something, okay? There is only one way of acquiring wealth, okay? It's creating value. You have to create things that are beautiful, valuable, useful, and desirable. And it must be things. Don't get only on ideas. Okay? It must be things. Even if the thing is, okay, this is a software. A software is a thing.
Is a thing.
Yeah. Is a thing. Okay? It's not just an idea in your mind. Okay, you can say, no, I'm going to attain knowledge and then I'm going to teach people. You're going to have a little bit of prosperity. That doesn't give them much prosperity. Okay, even if you're Socrates, it's not worth much in money. Money is like this: is people want to trade wealth, for phones, for clothes, for paintings, for got it? And you have to think, what is valuable and meaningful for me. You're gonna buy your own stuff. You're not going to buy your own stuff, okay? You're going to have to think what is valuable, beautiful, desirable for your other people, for your fellow men, exactly, because you're not going to buy your own shit. Okay? If you already have the money, why are you going to buy something then? Just waste it. So wealth and prosperity is like that. You have to learn how to produce beauty, value, utility, usefulness, useful things. You made a faster car. You made a
faster computer.
Faster computer. You made a better clothes, more beautiful clothes. You gotta make something like that. You have to think of that. Okay. Now, again, conservative perspective. You cannot be excellent in all three. Give up.
But you can be good at one.
You can be excellent at one. I bet you can be excellent at one. Okay? And excellent of one will give you a way of, with the excellent, to acquire a bit of the others. A little bit of the others. Enough for living. Now, what you have to discover through your own effort is which one of the three should be my focus. And there is only one way of knowing. I'm going to tell you how it's gone. You woke up in the morning, remember, and you did your short prayer, right? You did your short prayer. Okay? Or if you didn't do your short prayer because, no, I am already fully convinced that no religion is good. Okay, do your meditation at least. Meditation. Try to notice this inner core of your being, silently. This is not bad. Okay, this is going to do you good. And then, okay, you ended your short prayer. The first thing you have to do is like this. If you have no idea, if you have already an intuition of which one of these three is good for you, you're gonna have to try that one first. Okay? If you have no idea, you try the first one, knowledge and wisdom. And thinking, okay, what am I going to learn today just for the love of universal knowledge and wisdom? And you're going to do it for 1 hour. You're not going to do it the whole day. You're going to do it 1 hour. You're going to try to study. You're going to try to buy a book. You're going to try to research on the internet, read some books, okay? And you're going to try to acquire that in the 1 hour in the morning. After 1 hour, you go, get out, get a job. Any job. Oh, but it's not my vocation. It doesn't matter. You're going to leave this job soon. Okay? I'm telling you, I guarantee you, you're going to leave this job soon. But get any job. When you are in that job, you do not attack it like people usually do. Oh, I don't know if this job is good for me. It sucks because I'm just flipping burgers here. It's not meaningful. You're going to do like this. I know it's not meaningful. You're not there to acquire meaning. You are there to acquire skills. Do you understand? You're going to learn how to flip a perfect burger, how to treat a boss, how to treat a co-worker, how to clean this. You're going
how
to attack.
Show up in time.
Exactly, how to show up in time. You're going to attack that like, I want to be the master of doing all the tasks around here. All the tasks. You're going to, do you understand? I want you to conquer skill. The moment you conquered all the skill you can on that job, or you ask for a promotion, or you go after a different job. Don't be afraid. Oh, but then what's going to happen? I'm going to starve. No, you're not going to starve. You have good skill. You're going to have a good letter.
Nobody can steal the skill from you.
Nobody can steal the skill from you. Exactly. And then, okay, you got your job. You work it the whole day. Very hard, but you have to attack it like a lion. To learn skill. Mastery of yourself. Okay? And then in the end of the day, you come back to home. And you get a bit of rest, you eat, you get a bit of rest, and now it's getting the time to go to sleep, and you're going to make your night prayer. But before you do your night prayer, you're going to ask yourself one thing. What did I learn from what I proposed in the morning? Remember that in the morning you studied a bit to learn and understand some things of acquiring knowledge and wisdom. And you're going to ask, what did I learn from that? Did I advance at that a little bit or not? And your answer is going to be either yes or no. I learned some interesting, important things about human life, about society, about history, about Romanian poetry and literature, things of universal value, about the principles of mathematics. Not mathematics as to become a mathematician, but as an understanding of acquisition of knowledge of reality. Okay, knowledge of reality.
Another tool to assess the world.
Exactly.
Can't assess the world without mathematics.
Exactly. What you're measuring here, okay? What you're measuring here is if you can make, if this can appear, knowledge and wisdom can appear as something that you love for itself. For itself. You're trying to discover that, to find out that. And for finding out that, you have to start it in the day, in the early of the day, beginning of the day, establish a goal, and in the end of the day, did I accomplish it? Did I advance it a bit? And if you say, yes, I did, I learned some cool stuff, I understood some cool stuff, then you're going to say like this, your prayer has to be like this: my God, thank you for this opportunity. I learned something. Now, God, I am a mutable being. Plant this knowledge in me, because I can learn something today and forget tomorrow. You cannot guarantee fruits in the future for what you this that you learn today are seeds. Are seeds that you need, this awareness that you depend on reality, on God, or on your deeper self to plant it in your body, your earth, and now you get some seed, and now you ask to plant it, and you go sleep at peace. You accomplish the narrative of the day. Okay?
The overall life narrative has advanced.
Has advanced, exactly.
Bit, but it did advance.
A little bit, but it did advance, exactly. Then you're going to do that, and you're going to do that with the same goal for 4 months. Pay attention, okay? I know, oh my God, I'm eating. 4 months is a lot of time. 4 months is nothing, guys.
It's 120 days.
It's 120 days. You're going to mark in the calendar. First day I tried to acquire. Some days you're going to come to the end of the day and you're going to say, man, I learned nothing. The job was very tiring. My girlfriend cheated on me, or she left me, or my mother got sick, or somebody beat me, or I'm pissed off, whatever, okay, whatever. Something happened and you lost the track of that goal, and you reach the end of the day and you say, oh man, I learned nothing of that goal. No problem. You're just going to say, God, forgive me for this day. I threw it away. I wasted it. I wasted it. No, but I helped my family. I helped my friends. I went out with my friends. It was lots of fun. No, I don't care. You can do anything throughout the whole day. I told you to study 1 hour in the morning. I didn't told you to study the whole day. So it doesn't matter what happened. I want to know if in the end of the day you reached some accomplishment. Honestly, you have to be the only witness of that.
And you are also the harshest judge of yourself.
Of yourself. So. And so if you didn't, you say to God, I'm sorry, I wasted my day. I threw my day out. If I die tonight, my God, do not judge me for this day, because I wasted it. Judge me as a child, because I wasted, I lost it. Do not find excuses. This is an experiment you're making. It's an experiment you're making. If you do that for 120 days, two things might happen. You might realize, man, knowledge and wisdom is the meaning of my life.
Or the opposite, it's not for me.
Or it's not the meaning of my life. Exactly. Oh, damn it. Guys, sorry for being that excited and passionate. I'm Brazilian, okay? Excuse that. I'm not a lunatic. I'm just a Brazilian, okay? Just Brazilian. That's totally, if you go to Brazil, understand, that's totally normal. That's how we are, okay? I know you guys are all European. You guys are all serious and sober and with gravity. You know, you guys are old people, old cultures. You have, we are not. We're just kids.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just historically we're just kids, and I'm one of them. And what can I do? I'm not going to spend the whole life crying, oh, I wish I was born in a wise people, old. Well, I didn't. I got to change that.
I dealt with the cards that were dealt.
That were dealt to me, exactly.
And you said there's two ways. There's the path to pick a religion, which you described very detailed. What's the other one?
The other one, just to finish the wisdom and knowledge thing. Okay, then you found out wisdom and knowledge is not for me. It's cool, it's good to learn things, but I just like to learn things for using them for another purpose. I don't like to learn things for itself. That's not something that I love by itself, for the knowledge's sake. I don't care for that. I understand it's an important thing, it's a noble thing, but it was not fulfilling. Then okay, you try dignity and honor. You start the day and you think yourself, okay, who am I going to free from suffering today? I have to free somebody from suffering today. Okay? I don't care how.
This can get really dicey because it can tickle the Messiah instinct, Messiah complex in people.
Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, all this, okay, will show in time a lot of weeds, a lot of bad things in you, because we are earth, and earth, man, cultivate earth and weeds will appear. Got it? Weeds and plagues will appear. In your life, weeds and plagues will appear, but they will not change the meaning of the activity. The meaning of the activity will save you from the weeds. Believe me, if the activity is meaningful in itself, it's okay, I love this just for having this. It will save you from the weeds. And when it cannot save you from the weeds, the limits imposed by religion will help you in the last case. Remember, that's why there was there are some worse things that you have to learn that you cannot do. Okay, and so you try that, helping somebody, freeing somebody from suffering, and then you go work, and then in the end of the day you do the same thing. Who did I free from suffering today? Nobody. Oh my God, I wasted this day. Same process, exactly same process. Okay, and you do that for 4 months, and okay, man, I still don't know. Okay, then you do wealth. You're going to start every day in the day, early in the day, say, what can I produce? What can I create? What can I do of value today? Of value. Where can I create wealth? Okay, what can I create of beautiful or valuable? And if I cannot create anything, what can I sell? Buy in one place and sell in another. What can I transport to the client? Got it? You're going to think that.
The service is still a thing.
Service is still a thing, exactly. So you're going to find that, and you're going to do it, and you're going to have to measure the end of the day and say, I created a little bit, very little bit, $10. Okay, you're just starting. It's your first day. $5. I sold a pen. Okay, I sold a pen. $5. But you accomplished something. And then you're going to say, God, please do not let me waste this money and lose everything. Because in the beginning, as you're very young,
the other half of the wealth is knowing how to spend it.
How to spend it. So teach me how to spend it wisely. Don't let it to be without fruit in my life. Okay? And don't let the things that I produced or sold to be harmful to people, because I'm not sure yet. I'm learning these things. Okay? I don't know if they are going to be good or harmful. I don't know. And I don't want to be an evil person. But help me. Always you need that help to close the thing, because that help will come from inside you. And you might call it God, or you might call it your diamond, or you might call it your spirit, or you might call it your intelligence, okay? Or you might call it your rationality, but it will come from inside if you do this very often, regularly. Then you do that for 4 months too. And after that, wow, it was a whole year. It was 360 days. I'm gonna tell you, you will begin to see that there is a certain formula for you. Not necessarily a formula that is only one of these components, but there might be a hierarchy of them. You might think, oh, for this, the topmost for me is this one. The second one is that one. The third one is that one. Okay, then if you have this hierarchy, you're going to have to find out how you're going to distribute this hierarchy according to your days. All this time having a job doing something else, or going to school doing something else, okay? All this time, because you have to learn skills. Skills are independent of this. The skills are very important, because if you are doing this and you find this meaningful formula, meaningful daily formula, and you are acquiring skills, I guarantee you that in the short time of 3 to 5 years, you're gonna begin to find the alignment of a profession, of a job opportunity with what is meaningful to you. You're going to begin to find this alignment. Gradually, this alignment will appear little by little in your life. It's not going to appear suddenly, magically a profession. No,
not all of a sudden, yeah.
Exactly. It's like this. First created, the soul is more than the body. Okay, created this direction, meaningful direction in your soul, and time and attention and acquisition of skill will begin to show you how to create an image of it in the social interaction, in the job market. Got it? And in 10 to 15 years, when you reach 30, 35 years, I almost guarantee you will find a vocation, an integration of job, work, making money, and meaningful life, meaningful activity, an integration of all these dimensions.
A combination.
A combination, and that is a vocation. And a vocation is a cause of happiness. It's a great cause of happiness.
But it has to be discovered. You cannot know it beforehand.
Exactly.
Whereas in the current year, we're expected to know it beforehand. And we
exactly.
can't.
You're not a programmed machine. You're going to have to write the program.
So see, this is the positive message. You're not an NPC.
You're not an NPC. You're not an NPC. You're going to create a destiny. Okay? And then, then we have a third problem. But first, I have needs. Yeah. So, look, I almost guarantee you that in some 3 years doing that, after 1 year doing, alternating this, if you don't have any intuition, if you have a strong intuition, you are the only witness of your own interiority. That's a very important thing. So if you have a strong intuition, do not start with knowledge and wisdom. If you have a strong intuition, I think the best thing
start
to create
with the least likely.
If you think that, then you move to a different one. If you don't know, then there is an order. Then there is an order, and that order is very important. Knowledge and wisdom first, dignity and honor second, prosperity and wealth third. It's very important. I might explain that in another day. That the explanation would demand some 3 hours.
Yeah, that takes a while.
And you do that for 1 year, and then I kind of figured out a bit of my formula, and then you try to do that formula. In about 3 years, you probably have your formula figured out. You probably know. No, I'm basically just this, or I'm just this and that, or no, I'm treat them in a very clear order. There must be a very clear order. Do not treat them all as equal. You will not accomplish it. You will not. You will fail. You will fail miserably. Okay? Believe me, you're gonna get the 3 things, but not if you try to get them equally.
Yeah, and not in equal amounts.
Not in equal amounts for sure. Because the whole point of society is that we will trade that. We will trade that. The accident of knowledge. Somebody will pay for that. Somebody will honor you for that. The accident of wealth. You buy honor. You build an orphanage. You build a church. Yeah, you donate and you buy honor. Yeah? You hired a consultant to advise you. You buy knowledge. You understand? The accident of anything can be used and trade with other human beings to acquire the needed of the others. It's a natural fact of human beings, and that's how the fabric of society really works.
And that's why socialism can never work.
It can never work, exactly.
Because it discounts, it only focuses on the wealth, it discounts the very existence of the others.
Of the others as human goals, natural human goals.
Yeah, the very existence, especially the dignity part, but also the wisdom. I mean, the notion of wisdom in the way the word wisdom means
exactly.
is entirely denied under socialist regime.
On socialist regimes, or at least they're considered like side effects of health. They're both side effects of health. Wealth. They are just superstructures built to sustain or the capitalistic wealth or the communist wealth. They're wrong. They're wrong. Those three things are fundamental human goods. If you check yourself, just check your own being. You don't need society, you don't need philosophy, you don't need religion, just check your own being. If I had the option of I have a pill now, I have 3 pills now, okay? And I can get all of them, or I can get just 1 or just 2. And one pill will give me full wisdom. The other pill will give me full dignity and honor. And the third pill is going to make me filthy rich. You would take all the 3. You would not mutilate yourself voluntarily and say, no, I'm going to take just 1. Well, that means you're an idiot. Okay, and you deserve to fail. If you had all those 3 for free.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
In the blink of an eye.
Exactly, this is heavenly life. This is heavenly life.
Filthy rich, full wisdom and all dignity. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
It's perfect life. So those are natural goods, things that we aim because we are human. That's a very important thing, because those are human goods. None of those 3 things are good for animals, for other species of animals. These are our goods. Got it? This is our nature.
The closest would be the domestic cat, which hoards wealth and hunts just for pleasure, even though it already has enough food in her stomach. That's the closest.
They have exactly. There are analogies between them.
Yeah, but that would be the closest that comes to mind. I don't know of any animal that yearns wisdom. Definitely not.
Exactly.
That's already beyond the reach of any animal.
All is beyond. Exactly. Okay, there are hierarchies of power among animals, but they are not hierarchies of honor and dignity.
Yes.
There is sympathy.
Power can be dignifying, but dignity
can be vilifying too, right?
Yes, but dignity itself does not necessarily mean power.
The accident of dignity and honor will open the door for power, for political power. Of course it will.
Political or social power, or both.
Exactly. It will. It's the natural accident of it. Political power, or let's say natural or fair or good political power, is the natural accident of dignity and honor. Is that guy, that team player that we know. Look, he's the best player, but he also makes us better players. He makes us strive to be a better player. That guy that we honor in the team. And okay, you're the captain. So this is an accident. Because he's not only a good player, a great player, but he also brings
with him in the field the whole squad is superior.
Exactly. We want him to lead us.
It's a natural hierarchy.
To vote for him.
Yeah, it's a natural hierarchy.
It's a natural hierarchy that is not based on power but on honor. On honor. It has to have an element of power. He cannot be an incompetent player, because then we don't want to play with him. We accept to play with him. But if he's a competent player, we not necessarily want to play with him, because he can be a player that harms the team. So if it's a great player and he makes the team better, he's a natural leader. He has become a natural leader. When I mean natural, I don't mean by birth.
No.
I mean that he shaped himself to this form.
Yeah, and his very presence there makes him a leader.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what the spreadsheet says. If the coach decides to put the captain on the goalkeeper instead of the number 10, that's okay. It's still the number 10 is going to be the de facto leader.
Exactly.
You cannot change it.
You cannot change it. You cannot change it. Exactly. So there will be, the accident will benefit always society beyond, like the accident of knowledge and wisdom is teaching. People will come after you. If you study 10, 20 years, and then you write one little thing there, one little, people will come for your knowledge. They will come.
And they'll be willing to pay for it.
And they'll be willing to pay for it, and they will honor you for it. They will always say, oh, professor, thank you so much, that was great. They will always do that. It's a natural thing. It's a natural thing. And the same way, wealth buys you some respect and some knowledge. This is our form. This is our life. This is being a human life. Is achieving one of those things mainly. Let us say that's everything that's in human life. No, but it's the goal of human life is achieving one of those three things, because those things.
And the vast majority of joyful people have achieved one of those.
One of those things.
Yes.
Exactly. Who have achieved one of those things in a higher than the average level, because you have to find the one that, okay, I'm going to be mostly skilled on that and I love this better by itself. You will achieve a higher level of skill. It's inevitable.
By virtue of interest.
By virtue of interest, exactly. What you cannot do ever is to make of these things by themselves, by this effort, a mean to another end. That you cannot ever do, because if you do that, that means that's not the measure of your life. You have to find another measure.
You're using the wrong scale.
The wrong scale. If you acquire wealth, and okay, but all you do is to, okay, cars and bitches. Okay, it's a fun life, but that this wealth is not going to bring you happiness and a sense of accomplishment. Got it? Because you're just wasting it. It's not going to achieve.
Yeah, because the second part, as I said earlier, the second part of wealth is knowing how to spend it.
It's knowing how to spend it. It's the accident of it. Is exactly.
And oftentimes the knowing how to spend it is a lot more difficult than acquiring it. Especially now when in this quasi-capitalist framework or milieu where we are in, it's pretty easy to acquire amounts of wealth that would have been unimaginable to Thomas Aquinas. Unimaginable. Impossible to fathom.
To fathom.
And still, acquiring wealth now has become definitely easier. But knowing how to spend it still does make a difference. And it will continue to make a difference probably for the next millennium at the very least. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the post-scarcity type of scenarios, I don't think. Because, human time is still limited. Good luck achieving that.
Exactly.
Good luck taking my time into post-scarcity.
No. This is all of fantasies that they haunt us because they have some analogy with potential, let us say, local scenarios on mankind. But I don't believe that they can be universalized and happen and, okay, this is the destiny of mankind. Everybody that tries to predict the destiny of mankind as a whole, and it's not saying, oh, the destiny of mankind is like this. One day, God is going to end the story and he's going to judge everybody. Okay, that's a fair myth. You don't know. But it's a fair myth. There is a just end. A just end. Because this is fitting to our intelligence. This is fitting to our intelligence. But to say, all the others, okay, they're poor myths. Because, think about it. The end of history is beyond history. So we're not going to witness it as end of history. So every end of history...
Fukuyama was very sure that we were.
Every end of history is not capable of historical witnessing. We are historical beings, so we're not going to witness it. It's going to be over. Even if we witness it like
even the end of history needs a postscriptum, which means ahistorical, beyond
history. So everything you can know about the end of history is a myth. Okay, I'm going to tell you, the myth of final judgment is the most healthy for you. because and all you have is a myth. If you say no, I'm going to predict the end of history. That's what communists try to do. Okay, and
did not quite work out that well.
Did not quite work out very well because it's a bad myth. It's a very bad myth. Okay, so you might need a myth about the end of history. I am telling you, the final judgment is the best one. It's the best one because it appeals to the most objective, impartial, fair, beautiful part of your being.
And it's the closest to the limits of human mind.
Of human mind, exactly. It's the closest to the limits of, exactly. Because, okay, I might not reach the final judgment, but I might reach the final judgment of my life. I might reach a moment in my last breath, in a hospital bed and say, was it good? Was it good? I can't. This judgment I will reach. And or I'll be able to do it, and be able to answer it positively or not. And so at least this judgment in this level of final judgment that we're going to reach.
Yeah, that one we know for sure.
For sure.
So yeah, what is the second path?
The second path for the first problem, the problem of death. Well, the second path is to raise children. It's the only
stake in the future.
Exactly. It's to raise children in a worthy manner, thinking, how can I show myself to them as an accomplished and worthy human being, and give them this opportunity from nothing. Because when they were born, they didn't have this opportunity. They didn't have the opportunity to live. They didn't have the opportunity to eat. And they didn't have an opportunity to live. They had the possibility. They had the possibility. And I accomplished that.
By being as best of an aspirational figure that I could be.
By accomplishing this. By accomplishing a full life and showing that, look, full lives exist. They are a fact in human history. And so to make them, so there is only two ways, the Romans said, the old Romans said, and the old Chinese too, there are two doors out of this world. The door of heavens and the door of the ancestors. And the door of the ancestors is this: if I live an accomplished life and I raise a child to give this child the opportunity of seeing an accomplished life, this child now have a path in life because of me. And now I died, but I will always be her ancestor for as long as she lives. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I will be that effectively, not just, I raised the child. Well, dogs do that.
But they don't beat death by that.
Exactly.
But we can.
We beat
Here's
death
the first
by
yes
that.
we can that I'll probably ever say.
Yes,
But
yes.
The narrative that the child will have because it was impacted by you as an individual basically perpetuates your own narrative beyond your death and makes a difference in history, no matter how small.
I'm going to give you an example, okay? It's just a personal example. You guys might not be familiar, but my parents did, as for as long as I know them, they had an accomplished life. They had a goal in life, meaningful, and they were doing like this. I never saw my parents fighting for a bill or for something in the family or work or something in the house. Okay, always that they were discussing philosophy, they were discussing religion, what's right, science, values, and they always measured their life like this: what I'm going to accomplish today, I'm going to learn something. They both had knowledge and wisdom as their goal, okay, and their measure in a daily life, and the impression I had, that was such a strong impression as a child, that when sometimes I was going to spend a few days in a friend's house or in a cousin's house, the impression I had is that all people were made of cement and they were gray. There was no blood in them. There's no life. They were not going to somewhere.
And
they were just resisting. They're just resisting, supporting life, resisting. Okay, one more day, one more day,
just
one more day,
grinding at
just
life.
grinding at life. That was the impression I had seeing them. And when I look at my parents, okay, man, I hate you guys. You don't let me do this. You don't let me do that. But I was seeing that they are attaining something every day. Every day they are attaining something, and they're thankful and happy because they are attaining that.
Not just hanging in there, but progressing.
Progressing, progressing. And sometimes, okay, they had better jobs, and so we had more money. Sometimes they had worse jobs, and we had less money. You know, I didn't care the less. I couldn't care the less if we're in a better house, a worse house. One year we get awesome Christmas gifts. The other year we got the most simple Christmas gifts. Man, that didn't make any difference in my life. But the fact that I was seeing, the fact is, when I reached 14, when I was 14, I remember walking with my mother. We were going to the subway from our house, and she asked me, "What do you want from life?" And I say, "I want to know everything. I want to know everything." I knew that. I knew that. And she said, "Look, you might not. Maybe you will. But that's a meaningful life. I don't want to know, I was loving studying since, I don't know, 9 or 7. Not in school. Because I was always ahead in school. I was always studying.
I can definitely empathize with that.
I was always ahead because this is so stupid. Stupid.
Silly and
silly. Okay, I understood this rule, but why is this? Why this is important to be studied? I want to know that other thing. This I don't want to know. I want to know that. So studying, looking for knowledge and finding satisfaction on it. So I knew very well. And I dedicatedly, sometimes better, sometimes better, sometimes worse, every day of my life, every single day of my life to that goal. Okay, every single day. And I guarantee you, because that was my formula. I'm not gonna guarantee you that if you look for knowledge and wisdom, you're going to be happy, you're going to be a great life, and you're going to be loved by hundreds of people, admired by hundreds of people, okay? You're gonna have the money you need. I guarantee you that. I guarantee if you find your formula, you're going to achieve that. Okay? You might not become the wisest person in the world, or the richest person in the world, or the most powerful person in the world, but you're going to be very wise, or you're going to be very powerful and honored, or you're going to be very rich.
And it shows how unsorted we are as human beings, broadly speaking, because for instance, in terms of wealth, that's easier to measure at this late hour in the night, but if you make more than $30,000 a year, you're already in the global top 1%.
Exactly.
So, I mean mentioning this particular economic fact because probably I can definitely hear the comments being written. Acquiring wealth is difficult, and really $35,000 a year, and you're already in the top 0.8%, not even in the top, even beyond the top 1%.
So it's not that hard as you think. What is hard is to find out like this: am I built by nature for doing that for itself, for the love of it itself, for the love of creating valuable things? Do you have to understand that the person that creates wealth loves creating wealth? Really loves, they're obsessed with that. They love that a lot. Now, some of them are unhappy. You know why some of them are unhappy? They didn't do the first thing. They didn't do the first thing. Human life has 3 problems, not just one. Finding your formula is the middle problem. It's the second in an order of 3. The first is, okay, you have to solve that. And to solve that, you have to find the real moral and spiritual limits of human life. And that the way of doing that is by meditation on death and raising children, or by having a religion. And even if you're just raising children, you study the religions. You study the religions, because you will not be capable of raising good children if you do not understand the mankind. It's not going to be that easy. If you solve just one, for example, this second problem, you're going to achieve something great, something good, something that you're going to say, man,
that's pretty nice.
I love myself. I love myself. I love being myself. It's not that I love myself but I love being myself. You're going to achieve that, but you're still going to be miserable.
Or at the very least, pretty far from happiness.
Or at least, exactly. That will be kind of, okay, the drug that compensates the other unhappiness. So the other two problems are very important for human life. First, the problem of death. And the third problem, the problem of what's going to be my company to do that? With who am I going to do that? Am I going to marry, or am I going to be a monk? There are only two solutions, believe me. No, I'm going to find a lot of ghosts. That's not a solution. That's not a sustainable solution.
It's a collection of patchworks.
It's a collection of patchworks at best, exactly. It's not a cause of happiness. You have to, okay. And you choose, how you choose to be between being a monk and being married is simple. It's like this. I'm going to tell you something, okay? If you're a man, women are annoying, okay? They are going to be annoying in your life. They are pleasant too, because, they have a good smell, they're good to touch, they're good to see, but they're annoying. And if you're a woman, men are annoying. Do you understand? So remember what we said before about the mechanism of marriage, but you have to remember that there is a price to pay for that. There is a price to pay for marriage.
No such thing as solutions, only trade-offs.
Exactly, only trade-offs. Especially when now you're going to be a monk. Okay, your body will tell you every day of your life, you're making a mistake. You're making a mistake. Your body will bother you. You're not going to have another person bothering you. And later, probably, little persons also bothering you. But your body is going to bother you. Somebody is going to bother you, okay? Most people, because marriage helps us kind of making a synthesis of the third problem with the first one. It connects your life with the first one, with the first problem. Most people find marriage more satisfying than monastic life. That's a natural thing for human beings, but not everyone. 1 in 1,000, 1 in 2,000 will only find happiness alone. Seriously, not in marriage. That's a fact. And alone in a monastery, in a place dedicated to loneliness. Okay, in a place dedicated. It's 1 in 1,000, 1 in 2,000. It's
Although the modern world shows us that there is happiness in de facto monastic life, but not necessarily in a place dedicated to loneliness.
Not necessarily, but you need somebody to educate you to live alone. Somebody experienced on that. That you need. Like you need, it's good to have advice on marriage, but the main thing is what we said before, is you have to remember that what you as a man can really offer to a woman, and what you as a woman can really offer a man. From the moment you two offer that to each other, according to those rules that we described before, consciously, deliberately, every day, if you do this for 1 or 2 years, you two become free. And when you two become free, it means that everything else in your life you two can negotiate as intelligences talking to each other. If you try, no, we're going to negotiate everything from the beginning, you're going to fail. You cannot negotiate your body. You cannot negotiate your body. She cannot negotiate her body too. We have to respect that. So we have to respect that need, fulfill that need for each other. And when you do that, when you do that habitually, you become free to negotiate everything else. Who is going to work, who is going to work more, who is going to work less, who is going to take care of the children, where we're going to live, how we're going to do. Everything else you can negotiate. Everything else as two free human beings, because you are freeing each other from humiliation of need. You are freeing each other. And so when you do that to each other, you become, if you don't, what happens? This need kind of will
eat away at the foundation of the relationship.
Exactly. Everything else in your life, everything else, this is going to enter there. The insatisfaction of not having this is going to enter in your life. So, okay, for example, your wife, she's very nice, she's very beautiful, but when you arrive at home from work, she makes a sad face to you and a bad face, and
you're already too late.
You're already too late, and now everything that you talk and negotiate with her will be contaminated by that. Now, if you arrive and she brushed her hair, she put a little perfume, she smiles at you, she takes your coat, she kisses you and holds you and says, it's so good that you're here. Even if she doesn't feel that. You don't know, you don't read her mind. That doesn't matter. She's doing it as an offer. As an offer to her fellow human being. The same way. And then after she did that, you guys go and you have dinner. You're gonna go and you don't want to do it, but you're gonna say, honey, how was your day? What troubled you today? What happened? Tell me the narrative. Remember, the woman will tell you. You will need to tell you the maze that she had to cross that day. Okay? And it doesn't matter if you don't want to do it, you don't feel like it. She doesn't read your heart. She reads your will, your sacrifice, your offer. It's an offering, got it? It's an offering that we do to each other. So it doesn't matter, we just have to do it. We're made of earth, we're not made of fire. People think we're made of fire, we have to love everything. No. We only have to love one thing, our formula.
Contentment is the goal, not happiness in the way the love stories, Sandra Brown type of stories. This is probably the worst thing that I ever told to my students. Aim for contentment and not to happiness.
Exactly. Look, happiness is like this. The only meaningful, real meaning for the word happiness for human beings is you are a rational animal. So an animal is characterized by perception, and a rational animal is characterized by intelligent perception. The meaning of life is to fill that up, that capacity up. Okay, and those three goals, they're the only things that can do that for you in life. Because the first one is centered in the idea of truth. The second one in the idea of goodness. And the third one in the idea of beauty. Now, those ideas, they're very important ideas in the history of philosophy. They're very important ideas. Okay, I cannot, of course, explain all that, guys. Look, usually I took 4 years of introduction to classic philosophy to teach, to end up in the last semester telling those things to my students. Okay, usually it's 4 years of classic philosophy. So I cannot give arguments. I cannot persuade you of what I'm saying. I cannot persuade you in an interview. It literally takes 4 years of classic philosophy.
Yeah, we just barely scratched the surface. I mean, understand, we're taping this after me and Mr. Carvalho have spent at the very least 20 hours along 1 month on Skype. And now there's this one which is going to be in excess of 7 hours, and we barely scratched the surface of a summary of 20 hours of conversation.
Of 20 hours of conversation.
Yeah, and you have understand, when we talk without the cameras on, we skip a lot of the explanation because we only clarify things that we don't understand. So yeah, it's been a blast. Thanks a lot for taking so much time, especially for my audience, because basically what I did now, I just basically asked things that I took in my notes. My notes are over there from our conversations. It's been fantastic.
It's been a great pleasure, joy, and honor. And guys, please give a discount to the passionate, lunatic attitude. I'm Brazilian, okay? The only things we know to do is to dance and to play football, okay? And to party.
And to party, yeah.
Okay? Party, to go to the beach, to look at the ladies. That's our attitude in life. So everything we say like that. It doesn't mean that these things that I'm saying here were not very well studied, and I can argue about them, I can explain them. As I said, it takes 4 years to okay, let's start from the beginning, and I'll show you slowly why I am persuaded of that. And I'm gonna show you how this, look, the Chinese, they did that. They offered that for a while in their best period. The Indians, the Hindu, they offered that in their world in the best period. Each great civilization that existed in the world in their best periods, they offered access to these doors or to these keys. And they offered these keys, of course, in a very idiosyncratic manner. There is no universal manual, program, set of rules, not for individuals, not for societies, not for civilizations.
And definitely not for the whole humanity.
Definitely. There is a universal set of principles, and they are those. But the way of making them real, because see, all this is ideas, is thought. To make them real is each one of us is the only one. Yeah. You're the only one of your kind.
It's hard work to translate all of this into personal, tangible stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. And by stuff, I mean all of the things discussed in the last 8 hours. Mr. Carvalho, thanks a lot for coming to my show.
Thank you for inviting me.
I really do hope that we'll be able to do this again in 6, 8 months, 9 months, something like that.
Oh, hopefully.
Because it's going to take a month to edit this interview anyway.
It will be a pleasure.
And I really hope we'll be able to do it again. Thanks a lot for coming to my show.
Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you all for watching. And I hope you did watch all of it, because I worked hard.
Thank you, guys. If you need to close your eyes, make a transcription of it written without all the passionate things, do it and think it. Because you can be very happy in this life. You can be very, very happy in this life. It sounds hard, but happiness costs 5 hours a day. Okay? Well, 1 hour your religion, okay, you're praying and taking care of children, and so, 1 hour studying, or 1 or 2 hours studying, or helping people, or acquiring finding a way of acquiring wealth, creating wealth. Okay, and 2 hours for your marriage. That's 5 hours, guys. Okay, the day have 24, so you have 19 more. 19 more. You sleep some 7. Okay, you have 12 more to work and make some money. Anyway, till you can align those two things. Okay, 5 hours a day.
It still leaves time for fun. It still leaves time for fun.
It still leaves time for fun.
Right. Thanks a lot. Thank you all for watching. Over and out. This was awesome.
Great.
Seriously, what?